hearings. And some of us have used up too much of our IQ points for the year in advance. So I'm very glad everyone is here. And we're going to have a very interesting day as our last day in hearings because of so many important issues within this last hearing. So, basic rules of the road. If you are sitting where you can see a clock and you are a testifier at some point during the day, or a questioner from the dais during the day, that clock is what determines whether and for how long you can talk. All right? So it starts at a maximum of 10 minutes, which our government witnesses get 10 minutes to testify. And it goes down to 3 minutes, where most of us get 3 minutes to ask questions or to testify if there were not government witnesses. The clock, most of the time, correctly blinks yellow right before you, I think it's your last 30 seconds, and then red and beeps, which is your, okay, you have to stop now. Everybody who's testifying has submitted their testimony in writing, and people who aren't testifying in person, if they've submitted testimony, their testimony also is up on both the Assembly website and the Senate website. So all 20 million New Yorkers can choose to read the testimony at their leisure. And so even though you're thinking, I'm here and I get 3 minutes and I have 40 pages, please know that for public consumption, all 40 pages are up there and available. And you'll be surprised to learn how many people actually log on and draw down that testimony. So thank you in advance for people who came and for people who submitted testimony in writing. If you are testifying at the front table, or if you are asking questions, you have a microphone in front of you. It has a red ring when it's not on, and you press the push button to turn it to green when it's your time to speak. The buttons are a little tricky, so you have to press push until it turns green, and there's what I call a sweet spot. So sometimes on some of the microphones, you'll press that button many times until you get it to turn green on you. And if you really have a problem, I tell the magic people in the booth up there to turn it on or off for you. Usually it's me lately. It doesn't like me. So I just want to keep track of that. Okay, so now I go into the formal opening ceremony for the hearing. Excuse me. So as I said, this is our last day of budget hearings. There are actually 2 budget hearings today. This is the Executive Budget, Economic Development, and the Arts. And I am Liz Krueger, Senate Finance Chair. And to my left is Gary Pretlow, Assembly Ways and Means Chair. They are parallel committees in the 2 houses. And we are conducting all of these joint fiscal committees of the legislature regarding the budget proposed by the governor for state fiscal year 26-27. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the state constitution and legislative law. Today, the Senate Finance Committee and the Assembly Ways and Means Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's proposed budget for the State Department of Economic Development, Empire State Development, New York State Department of Financial Services, specific to insurance issues at today's hearing, New York State Office of General Services, New York Council of the Arts, and New York State Office of Cannabis Management. Following each testimony by the government witnesses, there will be some time for questions from the chairs of the relevant committees and other legislators who are on other relevant committees. I will now introduce members of the Senate. Gary Pretlow will introduce members of the Assembly majority, and then the rankers from both the Senate and the Assembly will introduce their members. Also, while Senator Tom O'Mara is sometimes the ranker for Senate Finance, I didn't mean sometimes, but usually he's Senate Finance. He unfortunately had a death in his family, and so Senator Weber will be his representative as the ranker on Senate Finance today. Okay, all right, so just make sure I can read off the names of everyone who's here for the Senate Dems right now. We have Senator Bailey, Chair of Insurance, Senator Baskin, who's also a chair of, on Commerce and Economic Development, Senator Martinez, Senator Liu, Senator Bottcher. I see Senator Sanders joining us right now. I think that covers us. Gary?
Thank you, Senator, and good morning, everyone. Today we have with us Assemblymember Weperin, the Chair of Insurance, Assemblyman Sturpey, the Chair of Economic Development. We have Assemblywoman Button-Schoen, our Chair of Small Business, and Assemblyman Steve Otis, Chair of Science and Technology. We're also joined by Assembly Members Burrows, Griffin, Hooks, Tapia, Torres, Vanel, Assemblymember Wright, Braunstein, Assemblywoman Hunter, and Assemblywoman Simon.
Senator Weber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're joined by Senator Murray, who's the ranker on Commerce, and Senator Chan, who's on the Finance Committee.
Thank you.
And our minority representatives?
Yes, good morning from the Assembly Minority. Joining us is Acting Ranker Jarek Andolfo and Assemblymember John Lamondis.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And during the course of the day, different members will be coming and going. When they come in for the first time, we will announce them at that time. And I think all of our members know if they want to be on the list to ask questions, they need to contact their representative here from the four conferences in order to get on the list. So don't think we just automatically know you want to ask questions, although I think everyone has figured that out by now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Also, chairs get 10 minutes to ask questions of the government reps. Rankers get 5 minutes. And everyone else gets 3 minutes to ask questions, even of the government reps. When we complete with government reps, so non-government witnesses, then everybody becomes 3 minutes. There's no special status. Chairs lose their special status, rankers lose. We all just get 3 minutes. The one exception is for the government reps, the relevant chairs get a second 3-minute round if they like at the end after everyone has asked questions. And also, because there are quite a few chairs and rankers today, because there's so many different committees, you're only chair if the panel represents overlap with your committee. So you could be 10 minutes for the first panel, but then maybe only 3 minutes for the second panel. But we'll let you know, because you'll tell me, no, I want 10 minutes, and I'll say, no, not this time. So that's really only for legislators to have to keep track of. And our first panel, we have Hope Knight, Commissioner, President, and CEO of the New York State Department of Economic Development and Empire State Development, and Caitlin Asro, Acting Superintendent of the Department of Financial Services, who was here at the Health Committee to answer questions about Medicaid and health insurance. But today, we've invited her back specifically around insurance issues, since the governor seems to be focusing on insurance changes within the context of her budget. So with that, I believe I'm going to pass it to Hope Knight first. Thank you.
Good morning,
Morning.
Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Hope Knight, and I serve as President and CEO of Empire State Development and as Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development. I am joined today by ESD's Chief Operating Officer and Executive Deputy Commissioner, Kevin Eunice. I also want to congratulate Senator Baskin on her new role as Chair of Senate Committee on Commerce, Economic Development, and Small Business. I look forward to a productive year working with you and Assemblyman Sturpey. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to talk about Governor Hochul's executive budget. As we think about the strategies that we want to utilize in the upcoming budget cycle, it is helpful to reflect on what we have accomplished together over the last year. Since we last met, Governor Hochul broke ground on Micron's historic semiconductor project and Chobani's food manufacturing facility, And the workforce training began in Syracuse, where the flagship on-ramp center is underway, preparing the next generation of manufacturing workers. Additionally, ESD launched the Power Up program to proactively deploy utility access to industrial sites. And just this month, the governor announced 3 new programs to revitalize downtown Albany. Under the governor's leadership, we are building one of the country's most resilient economies, with New York's private sector growth rate now outpacing the nation. Our strategy at ESC is driven by 4 pillars: fostering innovation, prioritizing placemaking to revitalize our communities, training a future-ready workforce, and expanding high-growth sectors. The governor's executive budget expands on New York's momentum by ensuring we are not just attracting individual companies, but building nation-leading industry ecosystems. Through targeted investments, we are ensuring that the next generation of discovery, from biotech to semiconductors, is researched, manufactured, and commercialized right here in New York. Governor Hochul recognizes the life sciences sector is one of the fastest growing industries in New York and globally, with investments ranging from the new cell and gene therapy hub at Roswell Park in Buffalo to the announced Biogenesis Park on Long Island. The demand for new therapies, pharmaceuticals, and devices to help people live fuller, healthier lives is rapidly increasing. To that end, the governor has advanced the $65 million Bolstering Biotechnology Initiative. This investment will support all phases of the life sciences pipeline, from discovery through commercialization, making New York a global destination for high-tech discovery and industry growth. The executive budget also includes $60 million to establish a series of quantum technology hubs across the state. These hubs will serve as regional incubators for startups to commercialize quantum technologies, creating a new standard for what is possible in healthcare, fintech, and cybersecurity, and securing New York's position at the forefront of the next technological revolution. Building on prior investments in the semiconductor ecosystem, Governor Hochul is proposing a semiconductor chip design center for downstate New York. The center will leverage the wealth of engineering and innovation talent downstate with the manufacturing resurgence that is transforming upstate. By combining these regional strengths, Governor Hochul is making all of New York chips country. To further capitalize on the state's manufacturing potential, the executive budget advances the governor's Manufacturing Modernization Program. This initiative will support small and mid-sized manufacturers throughout the state by providing capital and expertise to remain resilient and globally competitive. Through the program, support centers will offer specialized technical assistance to manufacturers in AI adoption, tariff impact mitigation, and supply chain optimization. Additionally, grants will be offered directly to small and mid-sized firms to fund capital upgrades and expansions. In addition to supporting emerging industries and legacy sectors, the governor and ESD remain committed to removing barriers for our small businesses and to cultivating a workforce that supports all New Yorkers. While other states are scaling back equity programs, New York has maintained the nation's highest MWBE participation rate at 32%. However, a thriving economy requires more than business opportunities. It requires vibrant, livable spaces where those businesses and their employees want to locate. This is why we are focused on creating communities that attract visitors, retain residents, and welcome entrepreneurs. The governor's economic development agenda includes a suite of programs to revitalize neighborhoods, support cultural institutions, and improve essential community infrastructure. To preserve local identity and vitality, the governor has introduced the Saving Performing Arts and Cultural Experiences Initiative, or New York Space. This program helps nonprofit performing arts venues purchase spaces, cementing them as fixtures and economic and cultural anchors in their communities. Expanding on ESD's bottom-up approach to regional growth, the executive budget includes funding to revitalize Rochester. With a concentration of high-tech industries like optics, photonics, and imaging, Rochester is ready to launch a resurgence, building upon these regional anchors and creating vibrant places where people want to live, work, play, and visit. The economic development agenda the governor has advanced serves as a blueprint to strengthen New York's global competitiveness and build a sustainable, future-ready economy that benefits every New Yorker. I look forward to working together on these initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this morning, and I am happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have the acting commissioner of DFS.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, are you superintendent or commissioner?
Superintendent.
Thank you.
Take either. Good morning, Chairs Kruger, Pretlow, Bailey, Weprin, Baskin, Serrano, Sturpey, Butenshone, and Kim. Ranking members O'Mara, Palmisano, Murray, Tedesco, Friend, Norbert, and Gray, and all distinguished members of the New York State Senate and Assembly. My name is Caitlin Azra. I'm an acting superintendent of the New York State Department of Financial Services. Thank you for inviting me to discuss Governor Hochul's executive budget and the department's work over the past year, thanks to the support of the governor and the legislature. Before I begin, I want to thank Governor Hochul for trusting me to lead DFS into its next chapter. Since taking on the role of acting superintendent, I have had the opportunity to meet with some of you, including earlier this month at the joint legislative hearing on health. Today, I look forward to expanding on that hearing to discuss the full scope of the department's work and my priorities for DFS: affordability, innovation, and stability. I've been fortunate to work across financial services in both the public and private sectors. I started my career working in the Middle East, supporting economic development projects, and saw the impact of financial services helping families and small businesses directly. I then moved on to the Financial Health Network, the nation's leading authority on consumer financial health. From there, I served as a senior advisor within the Federal Reserve System. I brought these experiences to DFS in 2022 as the head of the Research and Innovation Division. During this time, I led our work in innovation policy, economic research, financial inclusion, data governance, and the licensing and supervision of virtual currency companies. I was honored to be appointed as acting superintendent last October, and I'm especially proud to step into this role having served alongside my DFS colleagues for the past 4 years. Throughout my time at DFS, I have worked to advance our mission to protect and empower our fellow New Yorkers. Core to the work we do is ensuring that regulation creates more affordable and accessible financial services for New Yorkers. Consistent with Governor Hochul's affordability agenda, DFS is focused on ensuring access to affordable financial products and delivering meaningful cost savings for the people of New York. Under Governor Hochul's leadership, the department has approved 9 new banking development districts and branches, 3 of which are credit unions, to bring affordable banking to New York communities. In the past year, DFS has expanded New York's Community Reinvestment Act to non-bank mortgage lenders, issued guidance encouraging continued investment into community development financial institutions, and returned more than $134 million directly to New Yorkers through restitution. My initial focus in this role, and the first meeting I convened, was on addressing the cost and availability of insurance in New York. At that time, I directed my team to update the DFS website and develop a campaign on insurance discounts available to New Yorkers. This website is now live, and I look forward to partnering with you on this initiative. The governor's executive budget builds on this foundational work. A key part of the governor's affordability focus is around auto and homeowners insurance. New Yorkers pay some of the highest car insurance rates in the nation, driven by a combination of factors including increasing cost of repairs, frequent litigation, and fraud. Governor Hochul has proposed a comprehensive approach to lower insurance rates by addressing the root causes of rate increases. She is proposing expanding access to and adoption of loss mitigation tools like telematics, dashboard cameras, and defensive driving courses that reduce losses and will directly and immediately lower New Yorkers' insurance rates. She has also proposed reforms for law enforcement and insurers to better stop insurance fraud and limit damages paid out to bad actors. Together, this will prevent avoidable costs being passed on to New Yorkers in their premiums. DFS will also use its existing authority to closely monitor insurers and hold them accountable for their rates as losses are reduced. Across the nation, homeowners insurance markets are facing extreme uncertainty and rising risks, driven by a combination of factors: the increasing frequency and severity of climate events, the rising cost of materials and repairs, and the effects of social inflation. These pressures are reshaping the residential property insurance landscape nationwide, including here in New York. While state insurance regulators cannot directly address external factors driving claims, DFS plays a critical role in ensuring that rates are actuarially sound, that markets remain competitive, and that New Yorkers receive every discount and protection they are entitled to under law. Last year, DFS issued guidance to insurers reminding them of their obligation to provide discounts to homeowners who install storm shutters and hurricane-resistant glass. The executive budget builds on this, proposing new mandated discounts for policyholders who implement measures to reduce the risk of property damage due to certain weather and theft events. To ensure New Yorkers can take advantage of available discounts and understand their rates, the governor has proposed a consumer awareness campaign as well as enhanced transparency requirements. Like in auto insurance, the governor has also introduced proposals to ensure that these cost savings are passed on to New Yorkers, including a first-in-the-nation benchmark for determining excess profit in the homeowner space. Moving forward, meaningful solutions like the ones proposed in the governor's agenda will require coordinated action across government, as well as engagement with advocates and industry. We are committed to continuing this important conversation with the legislature and other stakeholders to find sustainable solutions. Even as we advance affordability, we are mindful that the challenges facing New Yorkers and the entities we regulate are growing more complex and more interwoven with technology. That brings me to my second priority, innovation. Staying abreast of emerging technologies and their deployment by financial institutions is essential to effective regulation, and key to that is deploying it ourselves. To that end, I have accelerated our modernization efforts, prioritized the recruitment of subject matter experts, and updated internal policies so we can responsibly use and understand the technologies we are charged with regulating. A key component of our modernization effort is DFS Connect, a modern interface that is making DFS a more streamlined and effective regulator. It allows consumers to submit and track complaints. Last year, we introduced the tool to the insurance industry. This week, we expanded functionality to banking and virtual currency examinations. At the end of 2025, I also introduced the department's first ever AI use policy. This policy paves the way for us to responsibly use AI internally while maintaining critical safeguards around data protection, accountability, and risk. DFS has also set clear expectations of how regulated entities should use AI, making clear that entities must adapt their frameworks to address emerging risks. Thus far, I have developed 3 pieces of AI guidance on its use in underwriting and pricing, in virtual currency customer service, and in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity remains another critical area of innovation for the department. In November, DFS completed the rollout of amendments to our first-in-the-nation cybersecurity regulation. We also issued new guidance addressing the cyber risks associated with reliance on third-party service providers, an area of growing importance as financial services become increasingly interconnected. Innovation must always be paired with strong consumer protections. As fintech shapes how New Yorkers save, spend, and borrow, DFS remains focused on ensuring new financial products do not create new risks. Last year, the legislature and governor enacted a licensing and supervision regime for buy now, pay later loans at DFS. This week, the department introduced comprehensive regulations to implement the law, establishing nation-leading consumer protections. Protecting consumers also means protecting them online. An initiative in the executive budget expands on Governor Hochul's commitment to online safety by establishing the Office of Digital Innovation, Governance, Integrity, and Trust, a standalone office supported by DFS that will protect New Yorkers while reinforcing our position as a state that values innovation. By modernizing our tools, adapting our oversight, and setting clear expectations, DFS can support innovation while maintaining a stable and fair financial system. Ultimately, my foremost priority for the department and for the people of New York is stability. At a time of sustained change, maintaining continuity and confidence is critical. While changes at the federal level may require a response from New York, from a regulatory perspective, entities can feel confident that our expectations will not waver, and New Yorkers can rest assured knowing their protections will remain in place. In the U.S., the property insurance market is at an inflection point. Central to stabilizing this market is addressing insurance fraud, which drives up costs for consumers and undermines confidence in the system. Over the past year, DFS has transformed its approach to combating financial fraud by rebuilding and modernizing our Insurance Frauds Bureau. As part of an all-of-government approach to addressing auto insurance fraud, Governor Hochul's executive budget enhances DFS and the state's capacity to investigate and prosecute these crimes. The governor's executive budget also seeks to protect student loan borrowers, an area where stability is critical. Stability also depends on the dedication and shared purpose of the public servants charged with carrying out this work. DFS's history dates back to 1851. Today, every member of the team carries forward that long-standing legacy of public service. Our work and commitment to stability has never been more important. Affordability, innovation, and stability are not separate goals. They are mutually reinforcing and central to how DFS serves New Yorkers. I look forward to discussing these topics in the executive budget in greater detail. Thank you.
Green. Thank you both very much. So it's slightly out of order because this is a Senate hearing versus an Assembly hearing, which just means who goes first. But we have Pam Hunter from the Assembly, who's playing two important roles today at the same time. So we've been asked to let her have her time first. Hi, Pam.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator and Chair Pretlow. I appreciate it. I have to preside over session in a few minutes, so I appreciate getting bumped up. This question, thank you both for your testimony this morning. This question is for Acting Superintendent Asrow. I know we've had conversations about property casualty insurance. I applaud the governor for her tenacity trying to tackle what has been an intractable problem for a very long time relative to property and casualty insurance. So just wanting to set the stage here quickly so I can get my question in. You had mentioned the Fraud Bureau, but when we're talking about auto fraud, and this is one of the main tenets of her affordability for PNC for the auto portion, we're talking about organized crime, staged accidents, unnecessary medical procedures, stealing identities, fake claims, litigious community ongoing. And so I'd like to get a sense of the amount of fraud claims the department gets every year and how many claims there are and how many are actually reviewed, adjudicated, something done about them. Because this is the foundation of us getting to the point where auto insurance can be more affordable, and also relative to decertification of providers. We know there are providers out there who are providing are doing unnecessary procedures. They're billing for things that, for procedures that aren't done. So wanting to know, I guess over the time, 5 years, 10 years, how many providers have actually been decertified? I know Ruben Diaz Jr., when he was in our House, he sponsored a bill relative to making sure decertifications did happen. And I'd like to know more about actually how many providers actually have been taken off the rolls for submitting false claims. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Assemblywoman. So first, absolutely, we are seeing fraud increasing in the state. So DFS over the last 5 years has seen the number of auto fraud reports to us, just auto fraud, increased by 80%, double digits year over year. And I will say of all the reports of fraud we get, 70% of all of our fraud reports are related to no-fault auto in particular. So a very large issue. I think the DMV has also indicated staged crashes are an issue, as you noted. 1,700 and raising and rose by 34%, I believe, over 2 years. So an increasing problem. I think the governor is taking kind of a holistic approach to making sure we are continuing to partner with law enforcement. Our Frauds Bureau, that investigation can take many years across the different types of fraud that you noted. We've conducted arrests. So I think we've conducted approximately 300 to 400 requests over that over that period. But many of our cases were also referring to law enforcement. So I don't have the exact numbers of how many kind of work its way over the courts, but happy to follow up. In terms of the decertification of medical providers, that is only removing them from the no-fault system in particular. So the governor in this budget has also implemented actually removing licenses in coordination with DOH and our other state partners. So I think that would be most effective.
Thank you. Senator Bailey as insurance chair.
From the heavens, Senator Cruz. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for, again, testifying twice. I know it is not the norm, but we truly appreciate it. And to my colleagues, if we can make sure that we don't do any health questions here, do everything else related to insurance, but just not health. Commissioner Knight, good to see you too, but the focus of my questions will be to the superintendent. But let's stay on the topic of fraud. It is the topic du jour in our discourse. Nobody likes fraud. Nobody wants fraud. But as legislators, we need to be able to quantify what we do. Where's the data? Where's the evidence of fraud that the department has available about this increasing amount of fraud that's taking place?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we have a number of kind of pieces of data that we can bring to bear. As I noted, we have a frauds bureau, an investigatory bureau. So we have the total number of fraud that is reporting to us, suspected fraud from insurers. Insurers, just to know, also have to do their own investigation of these fraudulent claims, and then we collect the information. So happy to always provide that and have a discussion on what we're seeing. Again, these increases year over year, 80% in the last 5 years. Addition to that, as we said, we partner with the DMV and other state agencies to look at what they're seeing. And again, staged crashes are a major issue, making our roads less safe and again, costing New Yorkers. So the DMV, I believe, was estimating that $300 a year can be attributed for New Yorkers to just the cost of staged crashes on our roads. And again, those are increasing by approximately 34% over that 2-year period. I will also say in the claims data that we receive and we look at from carriers, the suspected fraud made up last year approximately 4% of the total value of auto claims that we're seeing. So again, a large portion here in the state. I will also highlight a piece on fraud and in particular litigation. There is a component of claims costs in our data that is not due to actually paying for the cost of repairing your car or paying for medical costs. It's claims adjustment. So that is changing the value of claims based in particular on investigation and litigation. In New York, that is double the national average for that component of claims. We are third highest in the nation for that. So again, the cost of investigation and litigation is very high here.
So that cost of litigation, that's what you'd be speaking to specifically in Part EE. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Part EE of the Teddy of the budget. There are some reasonable thought processes in here, but the way I see it, I'm going back to my law school hypothetical, we're saying that an individual who borrows their friend's car would be subject to the same non-coverage or coverage caps as a fleeing felon. Is that accurate? Would that be accurate?
So the no-fault system, so first to take a step back, the no-fault system here in New York is an essential consumer protection. So what it does is if you are in an accident, you get automatic coverage of your medical costs and lost wages up to $50,000. That travels with the car. So if the car is insured, even if you are not insured, if you're borrowing your friend's car, if that car is insured, you are still covered by no fault. Also, we have a guarantee program here in New York. So even if you don't have the insurance coverage, which you are required to have under law for your car, which is an issue, if you don't have that, you are still backed by New York, so you have those essential protections.
But in the proposal, the non-economic damages, pain and suffering would be capped at $100,000 if you borrowed a friend's car and were not aware that they were not covered, because that would be an uninsured motorist. So they'd be capped in the same way that somebody who committed a felony is there. I just want to.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the proposal specific to capping of non-economic damages for certain actors, that is still, again, that individual, in this example, if the car was not insured, that individual would still have no-fault coverage, so medical costs and lost wages. They could still seek additional economic damages for, the actual cost of their care, any physical, damage they had to their body. And then that 100,000. So I will say, yes, it is if you are intoxicated, committing a felony, or don't have insurance, if that car didn't have insurance, because that is the requirement under law and, reduces risk for all of us and pays into that kind of societal system. And I will say most other states cap any damages for this pool of actors, but that's how it's structured.
Certainly. So let's speak to most other states. Most other states, did we look to other states? Assemblymember Hunter, who was just here, was the past president of NCOIL. Have we looked at other states' model legislation in relation to this? Where did these proposals come from? Was it just drafted by the good folks on the second floor, or did we look to NCOIL or other model jurisdictions?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, absolutely. We have been working very closely with the other states through the NAIC and through kind of our partnership. As a kind of researcher, we looked deeply into, the other no-fault states, into the other states that have done different types of reform in their litigation systems. In particular, we looked at a number of states who've made very similar reforms to what the governor is proposing, and that did result in significant double-digit premium savings for New York, or for consumers there.
You've been very generous with your time, so I want to move away from auto. We can speak about that a little bit more. I'm going to talk about homeowners insurance, Part CC. requiring, we're talking about the loss ratio. Why was it that loss ratio was the metric to determine it as opposed to the combined ratio, which would have factored in the operational costs? Why do we use loss ratio instead of the combined ratio?
Yeah, so I will say, we're happy to kind of, discuss this further. Loss ratio, I will say, is really kind of pure in terms of consistent across carriers, really looking at claims and premiums, right? That is, a very established metric. Combined ratio, right? We look very diligently at expenses at DFS. So when we're doing rate review, for example, that's an area we really push on, right? Can you reduce those expenses? Are they in line with your competitors? How much are you paying to service providers? Is that reasonable? And so loss ratio gives us that pure sense of how premiums are really needed to cover claims and how those claims are changing in the state.
Okay, so speaking to members of industry, they're talking about that 2-year look-back period being insufficient. They wanted a larger period. Can you speak to us why 2 years was chosen?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and also just for context, in the homeowner space, this benchmark that Senator Bailey is referring to is kind of first in the nation to really look at homeowners, carriers, and say if you reach a threshold of kind of profitability, you have to return funds back to New Yorkers, which we think is important. We thought 2 years was reasonable because it shows sustained profitability by the company. But I will say, the proposal set forth by the governor really is also calling for a study. Right, we will do a study, we will assess this, we will understand what is the appropriate threshold in partnership with all of the stakeholders.
I'm going to switch gears to foster care agencies. Last year, speaking to then Superintendent Harris, we spoke about the concerns that foster care agencies, other child welfare agencies were talking about, they having issues with obtaining liability insurance. Has DFS taken any specific steps in addressing this? For the record, I do have a bill along with Assemblymember Hevesy 9113 to ensure that these folks will be covered. Has DFS taken any concrete steps in that direction?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, we are committed and understand how essential these services are to the communities of New York. We know and are kind of monitoring the challenges in getting that liability coverage for foster care agencies in the state. I will say the challenge for us is that we cannot require any of our carriers to take on a specific client or specific customer as these risks increase across the board. But, we're available for, a whole state solution to understand what are the options for New York.
And maybe not at this time, but would the department be comfortable with opining on whether that be a departmental bill, something that we can do? Because these are folks that literally we cannot afford to not have these folks covered. If the foster care agency does not cover children who need that, our society is not going to be well, for lack of a better term. Is there a fix that we can possibly suggest?
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree kind of on how essential it is to address this. So, I think we are available to partner with you and understand, what more can we do here.
Certainly. And my final question, I think I'm going to give some time back, Madam Chair. If everything goes right, and there will be negotiation likely, if every single provision that the governor has placed into effect, if this goes in the way that the agency and the second floor wants it to go, no modifications, is it reasonable to say that New Yorkers will receive a reduction in their auto premium?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I believe that New Yorkers will receive a reduction in their premium. We can't estimate the exact amount since the bill is comprehensive and the proposals tackle many different things, but happy to give some examples of discounts we've seen in other places as well.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that we legislate for good and to make sure that we are reacting to what our constituents are telling us also. You're saying that there would be a reduction in rates provided that we do something in this space.
Yes, that's what we expect.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've been joined by Assembly members Lee, Kim, and Simone. Our first person for questions would be Assembly Member Weprin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Pretlow. Thank you, Superintendent, for once again coming back to testify, and thank you for your accessibility. Senator Bailey covered a lot of my area of questioning. Thank you, Senator. Going back to the reduction in premiums, which we all hope happens, and we're going to do everything we can, and I fully support doing something about that, and it's kind of hard to justify defending any kind of fraud. Can you quantify the amount of a reduction that might occur based on other states, based on your data from other states?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As I noted to Senator Bailey, we don't have kind of an overall figure because, again, the proposals are very comprehensive, dealing with a lot of different areas. But first, I will just highlight in the governor's proposal, one of the components is immediate discounts for consumers now. So New Yorkers feeling that relief. So those discounts that she's proposed, specifically in the auto space, I'll start with for dashboard cameras, that will be a mandatory discount. We estimate that to be about 10% discounts on premiums for dashboard cameras. Not required, but consumer awareness around the ability to have discounts on telematics, as well as safe driving courses with the DMV. Safe driving courses with the DMV can get you 10% discounts on your premiums. Telematics, we've seen up to 30% discounts. Just in the fraud space on auto, as I noted, the statistics from the DMV costing New Yorkers $300 a year. So again, if we can get that down, that is cost savings back to our communities. And then finally, similar reforms, in particular, I'll call it reforms in Michigan, where they updated the serious injury threshold. They saw 18% reductions in premiums from those changes. In Florida, they updated their comparative negligence standards, and that saw approximately 12.5% discounts in premiums. I will also note in the homeowner space, there's a large suite of mandatory discounts as well that we expect to result in cost savings for New Yorkers.
That's terrific. I appreciate that. Going in to TED Part EE, the governor proposed eliminating the 90-180 rule for determination of serious injury. So now only certain conditions listed in the statute are considered serious injuries, which excludes conditions such as traumatic brain injury and soft tissue injury. How would someone with one of those debilitating injuries be able to make a case that they were seriously injured with this new definition?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So to be specific, the governor's proposals on updating the serious injury threshold does not exclude any criteria from the definition of serious injury that is specific. So what it does is it maintains 8 clinical definitions of serious injury that someone can get care for, and that we believe that there's availability on kind of any impact to major organs. The functioning of major organs remains in the serious injury definition. And so something like a traumatic brain injury would, of course, be an impact to the brain organ. So we believe that would still be covered. And then, the update to the serious injury threshold to make it more objective rather than subjective still retains every New Yorker's ability to, again, get that no-fault compensation for lost wages, for medical care, as well as additional economic damages for potential medical care.
Great, I appreciate that. In TED Part KK, the governor proposed an extension of the auto insurance excess profit law, which has been in effect since the 1970s. Has DFS or the prior Department of Insurance ever required an insurer to provide rebates or credits to their customers under this statute and corresponding regulations?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I will note, during my tenure at DFS, auto carriers in the state have not been profitable. So over the last 5 years, auto carriers have lost money, specifically in New York State. And over kind of the period of the law, again, they have not broken that threshold of 21%. But this is why the governor has asked in this proposal for us to re-examine that law and understand in the changing environment, in the changing kind of needs of New Yorkers, should that be revisited and updated.
Thank you. In TED Part CC, the governor proposed eliminating a loss ratio for homeowners insurance with a look-back window of 2 years. You partially addressed that. Homeowners insurance companies often set their rates based on data from a much longer period of time, more like 10 or 20 years, due to the infrequency of catastrophic events, although they seem more frequent recently. Why does the proposal only look at the prior 2 years? And I think you said that you were going to be using that as a start, and you're going to be examining the overall period to decide whether it should be a longer period of time.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, as you said, we're going to conduct a study if the proposal passes. I will also say the requirement of the profit threshold and returning to New Yorkers is essential, right? We hope to see and we expect to see these savings to New Yorkers, and we want to make sure those really are accruing to our communities. But really, it will be if the profit threshold is breached for 2 years, it's a refiling with DFS. So it's coming back to DFS so we can look at the data. And we know in this environment of kind of climate change, and severe weather events that can really reduce a surplus very quickly and leave New Yorkers unable to kind of receive their claims payment. We need to create that balance and again make sure we have a competitive marketplace with sufficient surplus. So even the 2-year threshold, it only results in a refiling to DFS where we examine whether the kind of return to New Yorkers is warranted given again the stability of the carrier given the environment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Part DD of the executive budget must be up to the standards of building codes or other standards approved by DFS. Was a higher standard considered, such as the Insurance Institute for Building and Home Safety's fortified standard, as has been done in other states?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we did look, of course, at the fortified standards, and that is something we've been in communication with. Our understanding is that is very expensive, and we don't have a lot of individuals who are kind of certified to check on that. But that's something we hope can, grow into our oversight and the availability of discounts here.
Thank you. What is the purpose of the reporting on multifamily housing proposed in TED Part GG of the executive budget? And why does the proposal define multifamily housing as 2 or more units when the traditional standard in the executive law defines it as 3 or more units?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, first I'll take a step back and just, thank the legislature for the partnership that DFS has experienced on kind of looking into availability and access of insurance for affordable housing units, which we know has been a challenge. So what the governor's proposal does, first convene a group of stakeholders to discuss these issues, but also to disaggregate the data in multifamily housing, as you noted, from other commercial insurance data. So currently, all multifamily housing is reported alongside commercial data, so we can't see kind of how those family units are being treated distinct from a warehouse or again a commercial entity. So this disaggregation will help us kind of bring better information to the legislature. I'm happy to follow up on kind of the distinction between 2 versus 3 units.
Great. And could this reporting on the 3 or more units be expanded to include data on insurance for other types of housing?
So, a lot of other types of housing, as I said, come into the residential space. So it's really kind of the multifamily housing that, again, is in the commercial space that we're seeing issues on. But we're happy to kind of work with your office on any questions on specific housing types and where it falls between residential and commercial.
Yeah, and just as an overall comment, you probably know I'm the original author of Alice's Law, which a lot of this auto insurance fraud is based on, and has and I also have legislation prior to the governor's proposal to expand Alice's Law to go after the certain doctors and lawyers, and there's a lot of repeat offenders who are part of these syndicates in the fraud. So I just want to say a general comment that I thank you and the governor for being actively pursuing this, and I hope we can get it done this session.
Sorry, afterwards, and I should have said at the beginning, I usually try to remember to say it every day. Because the time amounts are so short to ask and answer, there will be many questions that you can't answer because your beeper goes off, or you realize it's data sensitive and you have the information somewhere at your office, but you don't have it in your brain. That's fine. Just get it to us afterwards. Any materials that you submit to Gary Pretlow and myself will go up to all of our members and also go up on the website as supplement to your testimony. So we'll be very appreciative of follow-up on any and all questions. Thank you. That's anyone who's here today testifying. And next up is April Baskin, who is the Senate Chair of the Commerce, Economic Development, and there's a third name in that committee.
Small business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two questions for the superintendent on insurance and then on to ECDev for the commissioner. Just very quickly, following up on Chair Bailey's comments about the data, I don't fully believe we've received a clear answer to confirm that private insurance companies will choose to lower their premiums from these proposals. So I guess more directly, can you just provide proof that litigation reform will reduce fraud as opposed to increasing enforcement and regulation of fraudulent claims?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as I noted, we expect these proposals to reduce rates. Profit in the insurance market for auto carriers in New York has not occurred in the last 5 years. So there's limited, regulatory and enforcement powers we can use to draw out more funds from unprofitable companies. So really what we need to reduce is the volume of cost we see in claims. And as I noted, the loss adjustment costs in New York, specifically for investigation and litigation, are double the national average and one of the highest in the country. I will say our driving, the number of accidents in New York is not the highest in the country. So it's not just kind of reducing accidents. We're only 8th in the nation, actually, in the number of accidents, despite having one of the densest metropolitan areas in the country. So we believe that we have to reduce the claims to bring costs down because, again, it's not in the profit side right now.
Okay, I just don't know that we for sure know that insurance companies will do that.
Well, so I will say, it is DFS's responsibility to hold insurers accountable for that. So when an insurer comes to us with reduced claims, then we will not be able to give them higher premiums because the claims don't justify that. So that is what DFS does in its rate review, and that's what we're committed to.
Okay, thank you. We'll follow up on that. The state of Maryland's Insurance Administration conducted a study on the rising cost of auto insurance last year and issued a number of recommendations. In the state of Maryland, fraud was not identified as one of their top 5 factors as why auto rates are increasing. Did New York State do a study to come to the conclusion of what needs to be done in the policies that have been presented?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll say, we get very strong data from our Insurance Frauds Bureau, from our partnership with law enforcement already. So we see very clear indicators, as I noted, the year-over-year double-digit increases in fraud, the cost to consumers, and working with insurance companies to see how quickly it's changed. So we didn't feel we needed a separate study because we can really see it in the data that we already have.
Do you think doing a study would cause any harm, though?
I will say, everything has a cost. So we are very conscious of reducing kind of regulatory burden, making sure we can move effectively, and we have strong data in this area right now.
Okay, appreciate your answers. Thank you. On to ESD. Thank you for being here, Commissioner, and thank you for your partnership with my office on lots of innovative initiatives for development across the state of New York. In the executive budget, there's a proposal of $5 million for funding for an innovation venture competition in Western New York. What is this? Is this 43 North, or is this a new program? Is there job creation requirements? Will the startups be eligible to participate in this competition? There's a lot of ambiguity around this proposal. We just want to know what it is the executive is expecting us to vote on.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question. It is 43 North, the longstanding competition, and it is the last cycle of funding for 43 North as they move on to another iteration of supporting small business in Western New York.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity there. there's a manufacturing modernization program in the executive budget at 5 million as well. Where are the localities where these different centers of modernization for manufacturing, where would they be
Yeah,
located?
so thank you for your question. As you know, manufacturing is very important to New York State's economy, and it's a $10 million initiative, $5 million for an open competition for centers across the state to apply for that would support small and mid-sized businesses and helping to adapt new technologies, mitigate tariff disruptions, and look at how they can improve their operations. The other $5 million is for a grant program that ESD would administer to support small and mid-sized businesses in adopting new technology and supporting upgrades to their businesses.
Okay, thank you for the clarity, and you are correct. It's 5 million in new funding, 5 million in existing. So are you saying that part of it is gonna be for capital and part of it is gonna be for operating?
Exactly.
Okay, good. And then in order to participate, your manufacturing company has to participate in a competition?
No,
In
no,
order
no.
to be selected?
So the $5 million grant program, we will probably have applications come through our ESD portal.
Okay.
And they will request funding for upgrading to their businesses.
Is there a plan to make sure that manufacturing companies all over the state get an equitable chance to participate?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And then on, pardon me, just one more question here. On the women and minority-owned business, the executive budget proposes $635,000 for the business development and lending program. Are there any changes to this program since we had that 2024 disparity study? Did the study produce any information that would cause for amendments to how this program is run? And how are you guys making sure that people across the state are aware that this lending program is available?
So thank you for that question. As we have, reduced our backlog with certification applications and gotten information from the disparity study, we continue to look at how we can improve utilization for MWBE companies, and we've done that through a number of ways. We're doing forums across the state where we talk about our MWBE programs. We have matchmaking events where we have agencies actually matchmake with companies so they can see if there are opportunities for them to access contracting.
And this program is specifically uplifted. You feel Ms. and Ws across the state do know that there is a lending program out there for them to get
Absolutely.
capital?
Absolutely. And in addition, with the Small Business Credit Initiative, our $500 million initiative, we have a number of programs that Ms. and Ws have access to with respect to capital.
Okay, can I go back to just one more question on the manufacturing?
Yes.
Would there be a cost match requirement for the program? Does any business have to have upfront money to participate?
We haven't designed the program yet.
Okay.
When it gets approval, we'll put the program guidelines together, but we'll make sure that businesses are able to access.
Yeah,
the
of course,
opportunity.
accessibility,
Yeah.
and the more we remove barriers
Yep.
for these types of programs, the better.
Yes.
But I'm excited to see new innovative things in this arena done, especially in the space of manufacturing.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll give back the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you were so polite asking if you could ask additional questions. The rules in the hearings, until the bell goes off, you can ask anywhere, anything you damn well please. Thank you. Assembly.
But when the bell goes off. We've been joined by Assembly Members Lucas, Fall, Norbert, and Burrows, and I believe some senators have arrived.
Thank you, yes. I meant to do that. So sorry. Okay, we're joined by Senator Borrello, Senator Cooney, and we were joined by Senator Ramos, who will be back again. Thank you.
Okay, and in addition to our additions, Assembly Member Friend, the next person would be my list. Assemblyman Gandolfo.
There we go. Good to see you again, Superintendent. Thank you for being here. So my first question is going to be on the loss ratio benchmark proposal. So DFS already approves the rates that insurers can charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
They can't go out and charge whatever they want. So my concern with this proposal is the 2-year benchmark. Carriers tend to set their rates on 10 to 20 years. And as you know, carriers can have several good years and then a year where they have to pay out a lot of claims that kind of wipe out their reserves. So I have some concerns that this proposal, especially where I represent on Long Island, might decrease the availability and solvency of some insurers. So I guess my question is, why would we want to assess the carrier rate adequacy over a 24-month period if they might be pricing for a 100-year storm?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I'll note, we welcome your feedback, on the proposal. And as I noted, I think to a prior response, really the governor's proposal calls for if this benchmark, first a study to establish what that benchmark is and making sure it's reasonable given both of our concerns on kind of climate change and how it will impact the carriers and our New Yorkers. So really a study on what that benchmark is, and then just a refiling with DFS where we'll still have an opportunity to understand based on their modeling what's going on. So we do anticipate a lot of flexibility to, again, maintain competitiveness in the market. We are balancing the affordability of costs, returning those funds to New Yorkers if we don't have those stress events, but maintaining that surplus and that availability of the carrier. So we are very focused on that. We have also started looking at catastrophic modeling ourselves to make sure we are walking right alongside the carriers to model out those risks.
Okay, so if the 2 years isn't working, it might be open to adjusting that to make sure that the market stays stable and especially smaller insurers that they'll be able to remain solvent in the event of a tough year.
Yeah, absolutely open to feedback.
All right, great, thank you. And will the benchmark be based on a pure loss ratio or a combined loss ratio that includes administrative costs?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So right now, we are looking at a pure loss ratio, but as I said, that's because we have a lot of work that we're already doing with the carriers to keep expenses low, but reasonable for the business.
Okay, because my concern there would be not inadvertently punishing a carrier that might have administrative efficiency, especially as we see AI integrated more into the administrative operation. So I appreciate your response. Thank you. And I'm going to move on now to some health insurance proposals here. I think it's TED Part HH Subpart D limits a health plan's ability to conduct prior authorization reviews. And I understand that with certain chronic conditions like diabetes, you might not need authorization as frequently for things that these patients need for their entire life. But then there's conditions like obesity, which is considered a chronic condition. And let's say a patient starts a GLP-1, and I know with GLP-1s, they adjust the dosage over that time. Wouldn't it make sense to be able to check in and review that patient before a 12-month period?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the update to kind of prior authorization is really intended to actually define chronic condition in itself as extending over 12 months. So the definition that's put in of chronic conditions, it's just matching that definition with then not having prior authorizations within those 12 months based on the definition, again, that it's going to go on for that entire period. We've seen complaints come in of, repetitive prior authorizations that are burdensome for families going through this and for the carriers, right, who have to continuously do that paperwork. So we're hoping this is a reduction in just, again, matching the definition of chronic.
Okay, and let's say for a condition like congestive heart failure, which you can live with for 20 or 30 years, does that mean that they can't review the patient over that entire period of time?
No, they can still review it. Again, it's really that 12-month period, the definition of chronic. It's going over that 12. After a year, they can ask for another prior authorization.
Okay. And is there any idea on how this might impact costs to the state since NYSHIP would be affected by it?
We don't expect this to have a cost because, again, these prior authorizations, it's actually reducing the number that...
I know there are only 22 seconds left, but this is not a time for health questions. We're only speaking on auto insurance, so I'm sorry to cut you off. Or other insurance.
I mean, I don't know. The other chair just said we could ask whatever we want until the bell rings.
No, we specifically said at the beginning, because they came to testify twice, that we would not deal with health insurance at this hearing, Assemblyman,
Okay, I was
respectfully.
just quoting the chair.
But we did have another hearing on health insurance.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
Next, excuse me. Next is Senator Murray Ranker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will not ask any health questions. So this is more of a statement to start off to Acting Superintendent Asaro. First, in listening to your testimony, it sounds like you're taking a very aggressive approach. A lot of tentacles out there, which is great. But my concern is every day I get phone calls in the office about insurance, whether it's homeowners, especially auto insurance. And what are we doing about it? And the feeling that every rate increase is rubber stamped as a yes. My concern is, are you spreading yourself too thin? I think the focus needs to be, or maybe even a complete shift to where we simply have an area focusing only on insurance, period, and put that focus on that. So it was more of a statement, but I wish you well, because we need your help in that area. But Commissioner Knight, good to see you. It's always good to see you down on Long Island, because that means something good's happening. A couple of years ago, we had a conversation here at the hearings about the role that businesses and ESD can play in childcare. And you jumped all over that, and I applaud that. And it seems like we're making progress. Well, the other day we had our higher ed hearings here, and Chancellor King was here, and I asked him about public-private partnerships. And not just with internships or things like this, but I'm talking investment into the schools. Now, you mentioned in here about biomed and biotechnology and investment there. I think we're on the right track. We have pharmaceutical companies on Long Island. Is this something, would you be willing to sit with Chancellor King and maybe come together with a plan on how we can incentivize businesses and industries to invest more in our educational facilities, our SUNY schools, our community colleges? Is this something you'd be willing to put a focus on, and do we have the resources to do that?
Thank you for your question. Absolutely. We do work together, SUNY and ESD, with respect to having business invest in some of the SUNY activities. We have our partnerships with Micron, partnerships with other companies where we definitely have investments in SUNY facilities. So, for example, with Micron in Central New York, it has invested in Onondaga Community College to create a clean room simulation lab to support the education of advanced manufacturing. So it's definitely something we'd be willing to talk more about.
Yeah, I'd like to see the focus also on pharmaceuticals and biomed and things of that nature as well. Shifting also to, you mentioned Micron and Chobani and all the bigger companies, but can you tell us, where's our focus? Are we putting a focus on Main Street, on mom and pop, on entrepreneurs, on startups? What do we have for them? What are we doing, and are we being aggressive enough to help them?
We are being very aggressive in helping small businesses. We have a number of programs. First, with respect to access to capital, I mentioned our SSBCI $500 million small business fund. We have numerous programs businesses can access to help small business get credit. We also have our Excelsior Jobs program. You think about that in the context of large businesses like Chobani or Micron, but actually 50% of our awards go to small businesses. And so we're very laser focused on supporting small business.
Is there something more we can do to let them know? Because what I hear is they're not aware. They're just not aware of the resources that are available, because I know we do have those resources, but how do we get the word out more? Is it teaming with chambers of commerce? What can we do to get the word out more about these programs?
So we do a team with chambers of commerce. We work with our regional REDCs. But one thing I can mention is that our small business group is going to do a roadshow over the next couple of months, and will be in many communities around the state advertising all of the programs that we have for small business.
I think it's a great idea. Great, thank you, and I'll yield back my 32 seconds.
Assemblymember Sturpey.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Commissioner. You know, the last few years, we've had some very big numbers in economic development that the state has put forth. And I'd just like to review some of those projects and sort of give me an update where they are, et cetera. Last year, we put $300 million into the Stony Brook Quantum Research Hub. And can you tell me what it's been spent on, you know, facilities, equipment, number of, you know, head count or anything like that?
So the Stony Bridge Quantum Hub was announced last year in the fall, $300 million initiative, and $100 million is being dispersed to support the construction of the hub.
Okay. So,
And it pairs with the proposal that we have in this year's budget with the quantum hubs to support 4 around the country, around the state. And the state, the Stony Brook facility would be the flagship hub for that program.
I mean, how many other centers do you think there would be around the state? And what's the criteria?
There would be 4 centers around the
4.
state, and we would solicit for those 4 centers.
Okay. Bolstering biotech. You know, you've got $65 million in. However, the state has lost, I think, $3.2 billion of federal investment in this area. And I'm not sure. I was told originally that the $65 million was primarily for sort of the tail end, the clinical trial part of the process. And, you know, we have suggested that there needs to be more money to keep things going. I mean, New York State has more medical schools, research facilities. Our infrastructure is second to none. And if we're not able to maintain the people and those projects they're working on, they're going to move on to someplace else. Texas has come up with $1 billion for theirs. California is the same thing. We're also competing against Canada, Europe, and China. Everybody knows that, you know, the federal cuts are affecting us, and everybody's trying to poach our people. Is there any possibility? I've proposed another $100 million to focus primarily on the front end, you know, the initial research and then the commercialization, and then the $65 million could take care of the clinical trials. Is there, any reason we're not, you know, doing more to maintain this infrastructure we built over a long period of time?
So thank you for that question. You know, we understand that we have very robust infrastructure with respect to basic research in the state, both, you know, universities and research institutions, and the cuts at the federal level have been very significant for those institutions. What we're looking at for the $65 million initiative is to focus on discovery to commercialization. So it is clinical trials. It is also supporting a venture fund for promising biotech firms. It is supporting a workforce development initiative. You know, I hear from the industry that New York State doesn't have the talent to lead these biotech firms, which is why some of these firms are in other places. And to the extent that we can grow that talent here to lead some of these firms, we can capture and have them root themselves right here in New York State. And the last piece of it is commercialization. So focusing on getting that research to marketplace.
Did we put anything in, I think it's called New York First this year? I know we did 10 million, I think, last year to attract more teams to New York State to conduct their research. Was anything in the budget this year for that?
I don't believe there's anything in the budget for this year for that.
All right. the Downstate Semiconductor Chip Design Center. Do you have an idea where it would be located and what workforce development
Yes,
would
so
be?
as you know well, there's so much manufacturing activity happening in upstate New York in the chip manufacturing area. And what we want to do is link the innovative talent of chip designers that are primarily downstate to the upstate manufacturing activity. We'd like to solicit for design center that would nurture these emerging chip makers and companies. It basically be an incubator to support that, and then have the connection back to the large scale companies that are involved in the manufacturing.
Okay. Assistive Technology Innovation Center, the $5 million. Is this going to be a physical center, and if so, where would it be located?
So thank you for that question. We would solicit for, it'd be a competitive solicitation for locating that center to support developing assistive technology for those with disabilities.
I mean, is there any particular technology that's being prioritized that you're looking for?
We're looking at assistive technologies that may help folks get back into the workforce is a priority.
Okay. I'll give a plea again, as I do every year, for centers of excellence in CATS. Again, a great return on investment every year, and the budget seemed to cut it back instead of adding to it to see how much more we can do. Is there a special reason why we're not improving on centers of excellence and CATS? And what kind of reporting comes out to tell us what is actually being done at all these places?
So thank you for that question. The centers of excellence and the CATS play a very important role in supporting innovation. We have our reports that we can provide to you at a later date that outline some of the work that's being done at those facilities.
Okay. Well, I want to get to my favorite subject, Micron. And, I just want to see where they are. I know, through the media, they had gotten most of their permits, but there were still some permits that were outstanding. They were hoping by the end of February to have, like, the air quality permit done. Do you know if that's done or not? Because I have not heard anything.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Don't know. Okay. Also, there's been some news lately about the wastewater treatment plant that needs to be built to handle that. And do you know if there's an agreement yet between Micron and the county as far as the rate they're going to be charged to treat the water?
I believe that the county and Micron are working through that issue. The county's taking the lead, and there's some analysis, I believe, being done in that area.
Okay. But you don't know that it's completed or anything like that?
I don't think it's completed.
No. Okay. All right. Let's see. The Power Up program. We're going for the second round of $100 million. And can you tell what the criteria that you use to select these sites?
So we have just put on our website the applications for the Power Up program. We had a webinar for folks that were interested in accessing this program, and it's recorded and it's on our website. So folks that are interested in understanding the program can listen to the webinar. But we are prioritizing economic development, job creating projects for that program. And we have several applications in queue, and so we'll be reviewing those shortly.
Are, underserved areas being prioritized at all?
Underserved areas are always being prioritized, particularly when we're looking at job creating activity.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We have Senator Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Knight for all of her efforts and ESDC's efforts in getting more jobs and also creating more opportunities, particularly for the smaller businesses and companies. And I want to thank Governor Hochul for having DFS join us for this hearing. DFS is one of the most powerful agencies, I think, not just in New York State, but in the world. But it has been disappointing at the very minimum that DFS has not been subject to legislative budgetary oversight in addition over and above the issues of health insurance. So I thank Acting Superintendent Azarel for joining us today. This is very helpful. I want to talk a little bit about the car insurance. There's in your testimony, you talked about measuring excess auto insurer profits. Has DFS not been doing that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have been doing that. So that is what we do in our rate review process. But as I noted in some of my prior remarks, the auto insurance market here in New York has not been profitable for the last 5 years, and it's never breached that threshold of under the law. So that's why the governor has asked us to re-review the threshold and understand if it's appropriate. I will also say, in this conversation on auto insurance more broadly, the market is showing instability because of this lack of profitability and rising costs. So we've seen 11 withdrawals from carriers and a 200% increase from our consumers in non-renewals of their policies.
So there are company withdrawals. Is that what you just said?
Yes, we've had 11 who've requested to withdraw in the last 2 years.
And we need a commission to study the methodology used to measure excess returns, even as companies are withdrawing from the market.
So for the auto space, there's no study to measure that. It's really just re-reviewing the law and if that threshold in the current law for auto is still there. The study that I reference is in the homeowner space, which is distinct in that that market is seeing is still stable. We're not seeing withdrawals in the homeowners market, just in the auto market.
Does DFS work with the? There's a fraud prevention board. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we're aware of
Have
that board.
they been meeting?
Yes, we meet with them and we are working with them on sharing data.
Okay, and what about do they collect over $100 million a year in this fund?
Oh, so I think you're talking about the motor vehicle. Thank you for the question on the motor vehicle fund. So we do collect that money directly for the state. So for every auto insurance policy, there's $10 that's collected monthly. DFS collects that.
Yeah, I know, I pay it.
Yeah, and transmits that to the motor vehicle
Is the
fund.
board meeting? Is the board comprised?
So one of the governor's proposals is to kind of reconstitute that board and make sure the money is effectively
Okay,
spent.
it hasn't met for many years, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Friend.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both to Acting Superintendent Azro and Commissioner Hope Knight for attending today. I have 3 questions for Hope Knight, and I'll present those, and then if there's time left, you go ahead and maybe answer those or submit testimony to us. I'd appreciate that. One of the biggest issues with any development of companies, manufacturing especially, and even just to residents of the state is energy costs. I hear that all the time in my office right now, not only from residents, but also from businesses, both small and large. And we just recently had a meeting with NYSO, and they informed us that our delivery costs for gas were so high because gas is coming from Louisiana, which I find really absurd from the standpoint that I represent the Southern Tier, and I sit above the largest gas deposit in the country, if not in the world, in the Marcellus and Utica shales. So we could be producing gas, providing jobs, tax base, providing opportunities for more manufacturing to occur in the Southern Tier and across New York State by harvesting that gas. We could be reducing the influxes of both summer and winter costs by having more pipelines to both store that gas and transmit the gas across the state and even in New England. And recently, both President Trump has allowed businesses to go ahead and build their own power plants. Here in New York State, we're looking at data centers and requiring those data centers to build power plants in order to not impact those utility rates for the existing businesses and ratepayers within the state. I'm just wondering, getting back to Micron and the agreements that were made, did we guarantee a rate, whether it's gas or electric? Did the federal government guarantee a rate? Or are we requiring them or allowing them to build any kind of power plant going forward to not affect the people around Syracuse and northern New York, central New York, when they do start actually producing? Because the semiconductor industry is a very energy intense business sector. We don't want to lose them. We want to keep them here. We want to keep those jobs, as well as all the ancillary jobs that will be supported from that. And the universities are ramping up to support Micron also. So we want to make sure that we keep that company here. My second question is going to be the big, beautiful bill and the fact that we're decoupling from that. Like Trump's first term, we in New York State had to decouple our child tax credit from the federal government when he increased child tax benefits around the country, and New York State did not have the money to give that money to our families. So we decoupled so we didn't have to pay it out initially. Under the big, beautiful bill, where the president is allowing manufacturing centers to have a increase from their expenses, and New York State is going to decouple that under Parts F and G of this year's Revenue Article 7 bill, decouple New York from federal accelerated expensing for R&E and qualified production property, and this is going to affect the manufacturer's tax costs and investment. I'm already receiving questions from manufacturers located in New York State in my region about that decoupling, and how do you think that's going to impact manufacturers coming in, or how are you addressing that with manufacturers that are currently here? And then my third question, final question, is regards to ConnectAll. In June of 2025, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration released a policy statement that they plan to withhold broadband equity access and deployment BEAD funding to any states that enforce rate cap laws against participants in the BEAD program. New York is at risk of losing $600 million in funding, which would obviously impact the state's ability to increase broadband deployment. So obviously across my region and lots of parts of the state, we're still having a lack of access to reliable high-speed internet. And I just want to know how you're going to address that going forward. Is there any negotiations that are going on to supplement that loss of funding? And it looks like 24 seconds, probably not enough time to start answering, but if you do want to, or just submit the testimony, that would be fine.
I'll submit testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Thank you very much. Our next questioner is Senator Chang.
Good morning, Commissioner and Superintendent as well. So my first question involving, since everybody's talking about car accident, I'm a retired police officer. I know a lot about car accidents. I probably handled thousands of them myself. Do you have any idea, we're talking about fraud in insurance, driving up the rates. Do you have any idea of the percentage of cars out there that are uninsured?
Yeah, thank you. We'll have to get back to you on the percentage of cars uninsured.
Okay, so just a heads up, that could contribute to, rising insurance costs because everybody has to insure somebody else's car through their own insurance. Next question, Commissioner Knight, very happy to see you again. Remember last year we had a conversation in here. So since last year, when we talked about what's driving New York's economy, our business environment, New York being rated as the worst in America to conduct businesses, large and small. In the past 1 year, we have lost, through closing or departing, approximately 5,000 businesses in New York State. What are we doing to give them some kind of initiative to stay here and not leave or not close?
So thank you for your question. Under Governor Hochul, New York State has created 1 million private sector jobs. And so those jobs have come into place over the last 4 years. We've had major companies like Micron locate in central New York and Chobani locate in the Mohawk Valley. The Chobani project is going to be a over $1 billion project and employ 1,000 people in that region.
No, I understand. I'm sorry to cut you off. I understand the Micron project is going to be delayed. Am I correct to say that? I know we had a groundbreaking, right? We stuck a shovel in the snow and we
Yes.
called it a groundbreaking, right?
Yes.
How long is that going to be delayed?
The Micron project is not delayed. The groundbreaking took place about
a month
ago, and tree cutting has commenced. And so you might have read about Micron extending their time frame of year or two. That it was due to just understanding that this project is one of the largest projects that's ever been done of its type. And they've looked at other projects that have been in front of them and needed to extend the time frame to accommodate for the complexity of the work that has to get done.
And there is some kind of lawsuit filed recently about the toxic wastes that's going to be emitted by Micron. Am I correct to say that?
Well, I can't comment on pending litigation.
Okay. Small, medium.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much. Assemblymember Buttonshone.
Thank you, chairs. Commissioner Hope, I appreciate your traveling across the state and coming to the Mohawk Valley. Our small businesses are in desperate need, as you know, but we do have Chobani coming, and I know your team is a part of that, as well as the supportive housing project that is much needed within my district. However, as chair of small business, I still hear from many of our small businesses that cannot thrive or cannot continue and are closing. Could you talk a little bit about the minority and women-owned business process and turnaround time in your office, and has it been expedited?
Thank you for that question. As you know, we had worked on a project to reduce the cycle time for processing MWBE applications, and happy to report that we were able to get rid of that backlog. We are now at a 65-day turnaround for processing those applications, down from what was around, more than a year that it would take to get those applications processed. And the good news about that is because we've been able to get rid of the backlog, we have more time to focus on getting companies ready and able to access contracts for state projects.
So I also am hearing from some of those contractors, because what is happening is they can't find someone within a proximity that works, and it halts a project. So once a project is held back, again, the secondary effects with my restaurants and hotels that continue with many of the folks that work with them. So there is a waiver process. If there is not someone, could you talk a little bit about the timeline on that waiver process, if it is necessary for a construction company?
Yes. So thank you for that question. We do have a waiver process, and we have streamlined that waiver process to the extent that a company is not able to find an MWBE in a proximity that works for, getting to that specific job site. We're able to get those waivers done in, I have to get you the exact time frame, but in a reasonable amount of time. We've also been able to reduce that. But what I would say is that we're trying to also build the capacity of businesses all over the state so that a waiver won't be necessary.
Well, I appreciate that, and I look forward to hearing that data so I can bring it back. I know last year we supported the Global Entrepreneurial Program. Could you tell me what money has been spent and what type of progress you have seen with it?
So thank you for that question. We have, we're in the process of hiring an administrator for the program. With the shifting federal changes around visa acquisition, we keep monitoring what that might mean with respect to $100,000 fee for H-1 visas. And so we'll continue to advance the program, but monitor what's happening at the federal government level to see if we can get this program, going strong.
So you're not sure if anything's been allocated yet from last year's funding that we put in?
I believe that funding has been allocated for the program administrator.
Okay.
Yes.
So I would say that so many of I live in such a diverse community that they are looking for that funding. So possibly, even if at the time, if there could be a shift, I would like to see that. You talked about biotech. I'm very fortunate to have the Masonic Research Institute lab that is vibrant within. So I appreciate you talking about the importance of working in the private sector. And many of my colleagues have talked about the importance of our hotspots, the incubators that are working with our small businesses. And I would ask that your team continue to do the work that they are doing to strive to ensure that our small businesses can continue to move forward. And I know that they work substantially with those.
Yes.
So thank you. Superintendent, thank you for being here. Clearly, you talked in great length about your expertise as well as your experience that you have brought forward, and I appreciate that. I just had one question that what do you see missing in New York State with that experience and expertise that you bring to us, and possibly what could we be doing different?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I will say honestly, I don't see us missing anything. I think we've had a very collaborative relationship with the legislature, with the governor, and I think DFS has a really strong remit. So I think just, you're continuing to support, as I said, the public servants across government that are really working to implement the laws that you pass.
But I would also reconfirm the importance of as we're hearing about car insurance, and applaud your work as well as the governor's in hopes that this reality can, this perception can be a reality soon. But again, thank you to both of you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Next up is Senator Cooney.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Knight, for your kind words about Rochester's growing optics and photonics industry. We're very excited about that. I want to thank you and Governor Hochul for the commitment in the executive budget for $225 million for the Rochester Monroe Regional Transformation Initiative. Could you share how you see these funds being dispersed as it relates to economic development?
Yes, thank you for that question. We know that Rochester is an innovative, emerging region. And what we like to do is model our program off of the CAP Albany initiative, garner some stakeholders, and prioritize projects that would incent and leverage the $25 million that the state is investing. So we would envision having a stakeholder group, prioritizing projects, and then putting together a work plan.
Great. Well, as you can imagine, our community is excited about this opportunity and looking to engage with the governor's team regionally. Also, of course, with our partners in ESD, but we want to make sure that that stakeholder group does take in community input in the process. We also are looking for a little bit of a change in the language to include public safety as an opportunity for investment, because some of the planned economic development opportunities in the High Falls area also require some public safety fortifications. We want to make sure that we're giving maximum flexibility for those funds to be used. So just wanted to put that on your radar screen. I'll move over quickly to the superintendent. Great to see you, and thank you again for your leadership and your partnership. We've talked about this before, but I wanted to just kind of raise quickly the conversation around prediction markets. You know, getting a lot of attention nationally, globally. But I know, you've got some expertise in innovation here, Superintendent. Could you talk to us about how you view these prediction markets? Are they financial products, gambling products? How do you look at these, emerging technologies under New York State law?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, we do not view these products as within DFS's jurisdiction as kind of traditional financial services products. I know that there's a lot of questions at the federal level and here as well in terms of how they fit.
With the CFTC,
Yeah.
you're referring to. Do you think that the CFTC has created a regulatory framework or guidelines to protect consumers?
So I will, defer on that space. DFS does not cover markets regulation, so the CFTC is not our counterpart there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Norber.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here and for answering all our questions today. My question has to do a lot with small businesses. I'm not just a ranker, but I also am a neighbor in my community to many small businesses in Long Island and Nassau County where they are struggling, even when they are doing well, even when there's customers, especially in restaurants, you could observe this. People coming in all the time, they are struggling to pay the bills. It's not just insurance, it's payroll, it's higher costs, it's services, it's everything that has to do with running any type of small business. And they are telling me from year to year how harder it's getting for them to just survive. So what they end up doing is usually either closing shop completely or they're going somewhere else where property taxes are lower. Some areas, municipalities are more easier to do businesses maybe, but that's just the way they do it. My question has to do with outreach. Now, I know that you just said that there's about 1 million private jobs that the governor created during her tenure, but these are private jobs, but has nothing to do with small businesses because small businesses are the backbone, of course, of our state, and we hear that a lot. So these businesses, when I tell them, look, you could go to ESD, you could ask for a grant, a lot of them have no idea what I'm talking about. They're so mom and pop shops that also asking for a grant is overwhelming for them. It's not something that they're willing to do. And also maybe they don't have I guess their ego, you could call it, to go and ask money from the government. Because that's a lot of these businesses, that's what they believe in, that they should just, if they believe in their upward mobility, they should do it themselves. So what type of outreach do we have so that we could cut through that type of culture so that maybe they can benefit from what you are providing?
Thank you for that question. We have spent a fair amount of time now developing relationships with the chambers of commerce and economic development organizations across the state. Those organizations are the front line and have relationships with the business community. And so we believe that to the extent we can continue to get those organizations out front and center, working with ESD, promoting the products and services that they have, we can create a much closer direct line to the small businesses in your communities.
Okay, how many organizations like those do you have?
There are hundreds of organizations across the state, maybe thousands.
And they work within the municipalities?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. All right.
And I'm happy to work with you and your team and folks in your region to make sure that we can get connected to the organization.
Is it an organization that you're describing, let's say, is it an organization that has to do with specific sectors, let's say restaurants, for an example, or because there's so many different industries?
We do.
And I just think that maybe because they have no idea what I'm talking about if I tell them ESD. So, and I'm in Great Neck and I'm in Nassau County, and there's thousands of businesses there that I see that are being shuttered down, and they have no idea how to get a grant.
So we have relationships with, like I said, chambers of commerce, local restaurant organizations, very specific to industry across a variety of industries.
Okay. Okay, so also one question. According to the New York State Business Council survey, 84% of New York State businesses rate the New York State economy as weak. Do you also believe that the business economy in New York State could be better? Do you think that more can be done to improve it? And what can we do for small businesses specifically, tiny mom and pop shops? Do you think we could do better?
So I think we have a small business division, and we have a number of products and services to support small business. We can work with, like I said, your staff and stakeholders to connect small business to the resources that we have, because they are numerous.
Okay, good. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Senator Bottcher.
Good morning. A question for President Knight. Thank you for your support of the New York City musical and theatrical tax credit, the Broadway tax credit. I'm a big supporter of the tax credit, not just because I'm a gay guy. It's in my district. And that tax credit has helped save thousands of jobs on Broadway and billions of dollars in economic output. The governor this year is seeking an increase in that tax credit. Can you tell us about the proposal for an increase that I support, and the data that you have to support it, and the reports that you've generated?
Thank you for that question. Broadway is synonymous with New York and supports a number of ancillary industries: tourism, the entertainment, restaurants, hotels. And it's important that Broadway stay strong. It is making its way, but it's not got back to pre-COVID levels. And so last year, there was $150 million added to $100 million added to that program, and it was supposed to expire in mid-2027. And so to fulfill the commitment of the governor and the legislature, we're proposing to add another $100 million to the program so that it can be in place until the middle of 2027. We know, as you mentioned, there are thousands of jobs that are being sustained by these productions, and we want to make sure that Broadway stays strong.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assembly.
Thank you, Assembly Member Otis.
Thank you both, and we're both very lucky to have your fine service from both of you. I have two questions for Commissioner Knight and then one topic for the superintendent. First of all, thank you for what the Connect All office, Governor Hochul, and you did at the end of the year last year when the federal government cut the grant funding that was supposed to go to local digital equity and inclusion programs. You had an RFP out, the federal money disappeared for insane reasons, and ESD stepped up to find $7.4 million to at least fund some of those grants. These are the programs that provide digital training, device access, and also now, very important, AI training and cybersecurity training for people that are on the wrong side of the digital divide. We're certainly fighting for more money in this year's budget. That may or may not come to pass, but your thoughts about other ways that ESD can continue to prioritize this important equity issue and fund these local programs that make it possible?
Yes, thank you for that question. When the federal government did cancel that grant program, ESD was able to pivot and resolicit for proposals and award organizations and entities funding for the digital equity program. I think we will continue to look at resources and partnerships to support advancing digital equity in education across communities in the state.
That's great. It's important work, and so the Connect All office has done a great job. And while that's a portion of what they do, you got a question earlier about broadband, which is sort of most of what they do. It's an important part of their work. They did the digital equity plan, under your auspices, and so we want to fulfill that promise.
Yes.
So, next question. ESD has done such a great job of generating the economic energy in this state on the technology side, and through the different initiatives, some of which you've mentioned in your testimony and others have mentioned in their testimony, their questions. But we have a conundrum, because a lot of this technology requires data centers and other kind of high energy use activities that is at cross purposes with the needs of our consumers, the needs of other business consumers who are purchasing electricity. And so could you share, in a sense, what the thinking is of how we're going to hopefully tell technology world, figure out ways to do what you do using less energy, should be number one. But where is ESD in terms of trying to keep us competitive with the rest of the country in terms of technology space, but also not have it destroy utility rates and energy infrastructure for all of us?
Thank you for that question. I mean, just with respect to this year's budget, when we look at some of the high-tech proposals that we've put forth, like quantum hubs, those are essentially incubators, and so they're not high-tech power users. Also, with respect to the biotech initiative, very similar, not high users of power. And then I'll talk a little bit about Empire AI that was funded in the last couple of cycles. That project was designed with sustainability in mind from both a creation perspective and an operating perspective. At the University of Buffalo, we're going to use hydropower, and that power is going to be incorporated into the building's campus system to reheat University of Buffalo facilities across the campus. And so we're keeping the sustainability in mind when we're thinking about these large projects.
Well, certainly monitoring that situation and the data center situation, many of us in the legislature eager to work with you on that. Superintendent, one of the things in your testimony, you mentioned the Digital Innovation, Governance, Integrity, and Trust unit that has been set up in your shop. And so very interested to get your sense of the interface between AI and AI data collection as it relates to heightened data privacy and cybersecurity risk with new avenues for evildoers to access personal information, and very excited about this new unit. And then my second part of that question is, will that unit be sharing those discoveries with our folks at Homeland Security and OGS, who are in the process of, for a number of years now, sharing what we know about cybersecurity risk with local governments and school districts?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So first to preface, the Digit office is established in the executive budget as a standalone office within DFS. DFS is supporting that, and it comes alongside Governor Hochul's commitment to public safety, especially online. I will say, obviously, as you noted, data privacy, cybersecurity, AI, these are interconnected factors. DFS, as a financial services regulator, is looking, of course, at all of these factors relative to the risks to the financial services space. Digit, as it's conceptualized, is really a state resource. So absolutely that office will partner very closely with Homeland Security, with the whole government. Right now it is envisioned that within that remit of that office would be the RAISE Act AI and looking at large frontier models, how it affects the state. So a key area for Homeland Security, and then data brokers, a key fact for kind of privacy considerations.
So it'd be very interesting to see how that office gets off the ground and stays on top of everything. But I'm going to yield back the rest of my time. But thank you, both of you. New Yorkers should know we have leaders of two state agencies that really bring tremendous value to all of us. So thank you for your service. Thank you.
Senator Martinez.
Good morning. Thank you both for being here. Quickly, to the commissioner, I would appreciate more outreach to our Chamber of Commerce on Long Island. Constantly hearing that they do not have this communication with the department, so I would definitely appreciate that. Support the complete funding for quantum research over at Stony Brook University. Hope that goes well as well. But to the superintendent, going back to auto insurance, I carry a similar bill to the governor's proposal that would limit non-economic damages for bad actors. We also know that New York has the highest rates in the country, but we also know that Florida also had the highest rate at one point, following an adoption of a similar proposal that we are proposing here in New York. Are you able to outline the pre and post of what we saw in Florida and how we can see that possibly happening here in New York?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the governor's package, first I'll say, is comprehensive. So it's looking at opportunities to find cost savings from a number of ways. First, addressing those root causes of fraud and litigation, but also returning savings to New Yorkers now in the form of discounts, and again, leveraging DFS as is our remit to make sure that all cost savings are passed on to New Yorkers. And with regard to Florida, what we've seen is they addressed in particular comparative negligence and saw at least 12.5% decrease in their premiums. With regard to serious injury, which is another one of the governor's proposals, we were looking at Michigan. They saw an 18% premium reduction for those changes. I will say a number of other states have done reforms and also seen benefits from them.
Thank you. Do you know what has caused New York to have one of the highest rates across the country? What are these factors that are creating this high rates?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So first I'll say in auto and homeowners, but specific to auto, rates are rising across the country, driven by, our cars are more complex, new technology, they cost more to repair. Also, right, we've had supply chain disruptions, particularly in the auto space, and just inflation. So it's rising across the country. It is rising faster here in New York. Right now, our premiums are about 27% more than the national average. What are the New York specific factors? I think I mentioned, I'm obviously very proud that we are not the highest in auto accidents despite our density. So really we feel that fraud and litigation are the driving factors here.
Thank you. And I have 24 seconds left, and this is a really important topic for me. And this is the Child's Victim Act, right? I have a bill 8174, which would authorize DFS through the Liquidation Bureau to establish a reimbursement program for local education agencies that have incurred liability under the Child's Victim Act, where some of these insurances went under, they're gone, and now we have our schools trying to figure out where to pay out these claims.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Kim.
Thank you, Commissioner Knight. So the executive proposes $5 million to market FIFA World Cup that's coming in June, and an additional $10 million to do the New York Kick program. And I'm assuming that's in line with the soccer culture that's coming to New York. Yet, the executive put in $0 to market the 250th year anniversary of America that will be happening in July of this year. There was $2 million that was allocated last year for New York State Sail 250. NYC, it's my understanding that money has not been all allocated yet. Can you go into where is the $2 million from last year for the 250th year?
Thank you for the question. I know that the $2 million that was approved last year in the budget has been approved by our ESD board. I have to get back to you to tell you, if it's been dispersed or where it is in the process, but it has been approved.
It's been, okay, so there's some discretion by the board on how and where it could be used for marketing, that $2 million?
the discretion is really around supporting this initiative.
Okay. If there's any space or opportunity to allocate some of that money for localities that are just in great need to support some of the various initiatives that they're putting forward, and my colleagues have spoken up about this, that'd be really appreciative. And I would again go back, as much as I enjoy soccer and love soccer, and we should be marketing and supporting FIFA coming in, we should also be promoting at minimum $5 million to prepare for this year in July. I would just, is that 2 minutes? Okay. For New York Kicks, when was the last time we've invested such an amount of money to do sports besides swimming? Any a sport like soccer or volleyball? Like, is this the first of its kind that we're putting that much amount of money?
I thank you for that question. So we're building on, the governor's initiative, and using this opportunity as a once in a generation event, because FIFA is here in the New York region in 2026, being able to provide soccer fields for disadvantaged communities, and leaving a legacy with this FIFA event.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner. Superintendent Asro, I, along with a local group, Rise Now, will be issuing a report that will capture some of the data according to the FDIC on my district's bank deposit numbers. And it is stunning. But there's a district that I represent, along with Senator John Liu, we have $16.9 billion of deposits in 2024. That went down a little bit from 17 billion year prior to that. And some of the top banks, JP Morgan, $4.3 billion. Citibank, $2.3 billion of deposits. Number one bank in the nation in terms of bank deposits. But it's clear that we're not getting enough in return in investment in our communities. And when we're ready to issue this report, we'd love to host you in our district to just go over some of the ways that we can work with these institutions better so they can reinvest some of the money that we're depositing to these banks into our communities.
Yeah, I'd welcome that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've just been rejoined by Senator Ramos at the perfect minute for her turn.
Chair's not even letting me settle in. Well, good morning still. Commissioner, earlier today, actually in response to Senator Bailey's questioning, you stated that with regard to car insurance fraud and the proposals in this year's executive budget, that you were kind of depending on the insurance companies to conduct their own investigations and enforcement. And that rang a bell for me because, well, fraud is a crime. And so it's the state's responsibility to enforce the law. So I'm wondering, within the powers of DFS, have you conducted market examinations? Have you used your subpoena powers to get records from insurance companies on these and other cases? Have you taken action to suspend bad actors? Have you referred any criminal fraud cases to the state?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So just to clarify, under law, that DFS enforces, insurance companies have to have their own investigatory system.
Yes, but I'm asking you about yours.
Yeah, so we have our own. So also insurance companies are required to report all of their frauds, their suspected fraud cases to us. We investigate them through our frauds bureau. That's how we have our data. And we do prosecute and enforce. We conduct our own arrests. We partner with law enforcement. So we conducted hundreds of arrests last year and the year prior. We do conduct market conduct examinations on a cycle. We do conduct enforcement investigations. We issue subpoenas. We do all of those things.
How many penalties have you imposed over the last year?
I'll have to get back to you on the specific number of penalties, but again, we're looking at the fraudulent actors that are coming
Have you
into the
commissioned
carrier
any
system.
analysis on whether safe drivers with lower credit scores pay more than high-risk drivers? Have you looked into any safeguards that exist to prevent geographic redlining?
Thank you for that question. So we don't have the capacity to kind of commission studies, but we enforce the law, which is that credit scores cannot be used for adverse actions in auto or homeowners insurance. They cannot be used to lower your rates. They cannot be used to deny you coverage. We absolutely look at geographic distribution of policies in our market conduct exams and make sure there's no discrimination under
Well,
the law.
redlining still very much exists.
So-
and so I'm weary of the extent to which the DFS has utilized its powers to actually enforce so that we don't have fraud. Because to me, a lot of these proposals that we're seeing in the executive budget this year are a lot of political posturing, but actually don't get to the heart of the problem. I think that if we're serious about insurance affordability, and we should be, because car insurance is expensive, we should be increasing enforcement and demanding a lot more transparency than we're seeing. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblywoman Tapia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Good morning. It's still morning. I thought it was evening already. Good morning, Commissioner Knight. At last year budget hearing, I asked about WMBE participation. The 2024 disparities study showed that utilization rate for Hispanic-owned firms continues to fall short of their availability. Can you share what progress the state has made to close that gap and increase utilization rates, particularly for Hispanic businesses? That's one. Let me tell you another one, because I know that my time is limited. I also want to ask about enforcement. I have heard concern that some prime contractors list NWBEs in their utilization plans to meet participation goals, but later self-perform the work or substitute non-WBE firms after contract is awarded. And how is the state monitoring this? And what enforcement mechanisms are in place to ensure contractors actually follow through on their WMBE commitments?
So thank you for your question. With respect to Hispanic businesses and MWBE utilization, we're very aware of the results of the disparity study. And we have been doing a number of forums and convenings trying to create matchmaking opportunities to support greater utilization across these businesses. And we continue to do so. We have a schedule, and I can provide that to you, across the state of more forums that will provide these opportunities for more interaction with agencies, understanding what their contracting opportunities are going to happen in the near future.
But if you have some numbers, send them to me so we can talk to our community in that sense. I have another one if I have the time. Let me see. Many small businesses in my district and across the state are not aware of the programs ESD offers. Can you describe ESD outreach strategy to ensure businesses actually know what resources are available to them?
Yes, so we have in your community, for example, we have relationships with, I can come back to you with those relationships.
Yeah. We'll come back.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Superintendent, thank you for your testimony. I wish I'd been here to hear it. I had another commitment, but I appreciate the time you shared with me the other day when we met I learned a lot about your efforts to help us reduce insurance costs in the state of New York. And I appreciate my colleagues' questions today on that issue and your responses. Commissioner Knight, I do have a few questions for you centered around what I hear from the businesses in my district, businesses of every size, and just the challenges that they face in New York State. And you've seen all the reports, report after report, that shows New York State, we're at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to being business friendly. Some of the things I hear about are the high cost of taxes, energy costs, housing affordability, and I just want to stop there. And on affordable housing, one of the challenges that I hear about, or I see firsthand in my district, is I have developers who have stopped building in my area because of uncertainty about the all-electric mandates and because of a lack of electric capacity. Like, they've literally stopped building housing that's more affordable for all people. So what I'm wondering is, in the governor's budget proposal, what specifically addresses housing affordability? I'm not talking about affordable housing by definition. I'm talking about making housing more attainable for more people.
Thank you for that question. I think that in the budget, the governor has the Let Them Build agenda, and this is a SEPA reform, which will reduce the amount of.
So I'm just going to stop you right there. We talked about seeker yesterday at the housing hearing, and while I think that some modifications and changes are needed, I will also let you know that in my district, because of the changes that have been made that exempt certain green energy projects from review by the DEC, that strip away local control and decision-making, we've had some underground drilling that was just done for a large-scale solar project that hit an aquifer. Now we have people's drinking water in jeopardy. So that seeker proposal that the governor's put forward, I think, needs some tweaking. We cannot take away local control, but it does need to be streamlined. So I'm looking specifically, what funding is in the budget right now to build up infrastructure, or what language is in the budget right now to roll back some of the implementation dates of the all-electric requirements?
So I'll speak to line items that were in past budgets that support housing.
I don't need past, I need right now. Like, this is a crisis that we're having right now. Workers cannot afford to live in New York State. We need to build more houses. We're at a standstill because the builders can't meet the all-electric requirements because we don't have the capacity. What specifically is in this budget that we're discussing right now to alleviate that concern?
So the Rush Initiative, which is focused on providing support for infrastructure to build housing, funding from that initiative is being put forth in this budget. It was an initiative from the last budget cycle, but there's funding in the budget this year, $100 million, to support infrastructure to build housing.
And how many houses will that help us build? And how much of that is geared towards affordable housing?
I have to get back to you with exactly what the numbers are.
Okay, I want to turn real quick to the regulatory burdens. Have you heard about the Blueprint for New York, creating a roadmap for change? It was put out last fall by the Business Council and others. Several hundred businesses across the state of New York were interviewed on what are their major concerns. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
So they put out a number of suggestions and recommendations, and what I want to know is, what specifically are we doing? Are we looking at any of those recommendations? What are we doing to enhance the business climate, to get us out of being like the worst in the nation to at least somewhere in the middle?
We have a number of programs to support businesses across ESD's portfolio. And as I mentioned to some of your colleagues, some of what we have to do is more outreach to the businesses so that they know what's available for them and they can access these resources.
I'd like a more specific answer. I don't have the time right now. I'm going to tell you that in the last month, small businesses in my district are getting crushed by their utility bills. And I think this is a straw that's going to break the camel's back and put them out of business. We have to address that issue. We cannot ignore it.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Braunstein?
Thank you. My question is for Commissioner Knight. The 30-day amendments had a proposal for the Brooklyn Marine Terminal project where it would allow for the collection of pilots. Can you just give us an explanation of, what the purpose of this proposal is?
Yes, thank you for that question. It is the proposal to anticipate pilot revenue collected from housing that would be developed on that site.
But the state leases that property?
The Port Authority owns the property.
The Port Authority owns the property, so they collect a lease? Because typically the state property isn't subject to property tax, right? So you're asking for pilots, but couldn't you just increase the lease? We're just trying to understand.
We are working with the city on this and the new administration, and there's more to do, and we'll come back to you when we've worked this out. But we would like to be able to have the option to be able to collect pilot revenues on some of the property.
Okay. Because it's in the 30-day amendments, we haven't had a chance to discuss this, so we'll follow up later because we're still trying to understand, what the purpose is. So obviously, hopefully, we'll discuss this before the final budget, but
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry. Next up is Senator Weber Branker, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Is it still morning, everyone? I have obviously questions about insurance. It's the overriding concern of residents in my district, why their rates are going up so high. Now, I thought I heard you say earlier that in New York, the insurance companies are not making money on the auto insurance policies.
That's
Is that
correct.
what I heard? So I read some data recently that showed Geico making record profits in the billions, and Allstate making record profits in the billions, and State Farm, Progressive, Liberty Mutual, Travelers, USAA, Farmers. I can go on and on and on. Historic profits. Now I understand that they make a lot of money on their premiums, and they also make a tremendous amount of money on their investment vehicles in the market as well. I guess the question I have is, where's the disconnect? Could I see the data that you're seeing as opposed to what I'm seeing from the insurance companies making record profits? Because auto insurance policies or auto insurance premiums make up, I think, 35% of the property and casualty policies as well. So I'd love to see that data, because from what I see, these insurance companies are making a tremendous amount of money. And listen, I'm a free market capitalist guy, and I think it's great that they're making money, and anyone that owns it in their investment vehicles or in their retirement plans, that's great. But the fact is that people are getting crushed with the increase in auto insurance, casualty insurance, property insurance, homeowners insurance. I've been in the private sector for over 30 years, and I've been a homeowner for more than 20 years. The one thing I could say that's true is premiums never come down and rates never come down. So could you speak to that?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question. So the carriers you referred to, Geico, Allstate, these are national brands. They operate between 60 and 80 subsidiaries, carriers across the country. Only a handful are here in New York. About a third of our market are made up of those national carriers. But again, we are looking at the specific subsidiaries separate from the parent that are operating here. And those carriers are not profitable. That information on kind of carrier profitability in New York is publicly available on the NAIC website, so that is aggregated across the country. So that's the disconnect, really. They are aggregating that profit from across the country.
Right. So people in New York who may have a homeowner's policy and they pull their loss runs and they have no claims, or they pull their commercial policies upon renewal and have no claims, yet their premiums are going up a lot. Are New York businesses and New York homeowners subsidizing losses from other states?
No, they are not. It is against the law to cross-subsidize from other states. So the premium increases that we are seeing, in particular in the homeowner space, which you referenced, are largely driven by climate impacts. We are seeing 3 times the number of weather events over the past 5 years. I just look at the CPI index. The basket of goods, in particular in building materials, is the highest of the CPI increases. So 6% in inflation.
So people that have no claims, or businesses that have no claims, but maybe other businesses do within New York State, those businesses that have, or people have no claims, are subsidizing or paying or really eating the burden of other companies getting losses?
No. So as I noted, we look at rates. So, homeowners, property, and auto rates across, an entire portfolio. Every individual is underwritten based on their risk, but also the materials that would need to be replaced. And so, for makeup of your home, the makeup of your car. So it's not just claims you've incurred, it's the cost of replacing that. And that is increasing across the country.
Okay, and then I looked at some data recently too, and I kind of put the southern states and western states to the side and some of the other regional ones. But I looked at like Massachusetts, I looked at Pennsylvania, and it seems that their premiums auto premiums are about a third of our premiums here in New York. What are they doing differently that really accounts for that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So yes, we are one of the highest in the country. As I noted in some of my prior remarks, we don't see that data, don't see those costs really coming from profit. As I said, our carriers are not profitable. Also, we are not the highest in terms of accidents. So again, that risk, but we're seeing fraud increase year over year, and our litigation costs, as I noted, that component of claims is double the national average in New York.
And I applaud some of the items in the executive budget to deal with waste and fraud. I think everyone here probably agrees with that. I'm just concerned that when we come back here a year from now, we're not going to see any changes in people's premiums, or at least any decreases, because they seem to never go down. But I think we'll all be hopeful that that's the case. But I just fear that, just based on experience, they never go down, and people are really getting crushed by them. So I'm hopeful that we could look at alternative measures as well to really make an impact positively on people.
Thank you. Assemblyman Lamondis.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Superintendent. My question is with respect to economic development under the overall premise of, as was stated previously, 5,000 shuttered businesses last year in New York State alone. Were ranked dead last in business friendliness. And our economic development top line budget, $1.6 billion for this year. Ironically, it's the same amount as that which is allocated to illegal aliens in our state. I find this incomprehensibly derelict that we are diverting the tax-generated money of everybody in this room, every citizen in this state that's here legally or native, to illegals. At the same time, we're saying the business climate is great, yet my phone has been blowing up for months on energy costs. And people are really, really angry, just in case you don't know, about what they're paying as driven by the CLCPA. So I don't want to try to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. This, to me, is bad. I asked for your responses in writing. I don't have enough time to go through them all. So just for the record, $27 million to illegal aliens in 23. $895 million in 24. Last year, $1.2 billion in 25. This year, $1.6 billion, and next year so far, 27, $248 million. I'm betting that will go up. $3.9 billion allocated over the course of that period, of which $2.5 billion's already spent. And back to energy, as we talk about the interrelationship of business with energy. This makes our businesses have to make extremely tough decisions, as well as our homeowners. And just to remind everybody that's listening, we are the #1 out-migrating state now 4 years in a row. Again, another metric that is not good for us. I wish we were the #1 in-migrating state, where people were flocking to New York saying, oh my God, everything's great, I want to operate in New York. But it's not that. It's just the opposite. And yet we hear in all of this testimony how wonderful everything is, and it's really not. Not when people are paying $1,000 a month for a tiny little house to heat it in this climate. It doesn't work. The CLCPA needs to go as well. So I ask that you respond to the actual climate and how to me, it's unconscionably derelict that we are allocating so much money to illegal aliens, diverted from every state resident that's legal and native here. And secondly, on biotechnology, I just want to make sure that we're taking steps to not be duplicitous with federal funding in that realm. The SBIR Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 are horrendous areas for companies to live off of, primarily Phase 1 and Phase 2, and never commercialize in Phase 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, sorry. Oops, excuse me. Oh, I think it's actually me. Hi. So I'd like to follow up on my colleague Senator Weber on insurance to start. First of all, I don't think there's anyone in the legislature or anyone in the state of New York who doesn't want us to go after insurance fraud. But we also don't want people's civil rights to be taken away from them through the court system when something bad happens and they need to go through the court system. And I think that the governor has perhaps not gone far enough in one direction in her proposals, although I'm glad to see many efforts to strengthen the audit and review of insurance companies, because I have to say, my experience is exactly that of my colleague, Senator Weber. The prices keep going up. They keep saying they're losing money, and yet as he was reading his numbers to you, I'm going, that was exactly my question. I mean, they're drawing down enormous amounts of profit. So it is so insulting that they say they're not making money, and up until recently, it seems, we've been accepting that. So I'm really hoping we do everything we can to strengthen the auditing of the actual books of companies, including the fact that insurance companies tend to break out into subsidiaries and move their money into one pocket and then claim they're not making any money on another pocket. And I guess that's the pocket that's being submitted to you, because I don't know about everybody else, but I've been paying a lot of insurance in this state, umbrella, property, tax. My husband and I are pretty old. We've never had a car accident or a car stolen in all of our years and 35 years of the same insurance policy. And yet the prices go up every year. We've never even, I think, applied for a property reimbursement in our property or umbrella tax, and yet it goes up every year. We're not in a high-risk area. And I'd love to see the breakdown of audits of really proving that these costs are going up every year. I don't think I've ever even heard of a discount. And I recently decided to look for new insurance because mine was going up so high. And I found another company that was actually prepared to give me, I think, 25% off. I think maybe because they noticed we never make them pay us for anything. And the minute I canceled my other insurance and signed their document, then I got a letter saying, we're coming out to take a look and we may increase your rates. I was like, I just went through a 3-month process to get new insurance from you. And the next day, somehow, I magically get called up to get checked on? Something's wrong. And when you also talk about insurance fraud, and I would even almost ask people in the audience, how many of us have been advised by our brokers, if it's not that big a claim we're going to make, not to make it, because we'll get canceled next time, or our rates will go up? Thank you for raising your hands, people. I appreciate it. Something's wrong with that also. That you're actually afraid to try to collect from your insurance because you actually think or know stories of people whose rates skyrocketed or actually got their insurance canceled because they actually had the nerve to use their insurance. What are we paying for if we're not even allowed to use it? So I think much more detailed audits, accountability, line item breakdown is critical. On the same insurance, sticking with insurance, yesterday was the housing hearing, and multiple people talked about the insurance rates skyrocketing being a major problem for affordability of housing. I was amazed at how many separate people came in to talk about how the insurance increased costs and property taxes, and mostly it was people representing multifamily rent housing in the cities. I'm not saying it's not skyrocketing in all the housing. I just know that a number of the groups, and in fact one group, the Community Preservation Corporation, who tracks rent-regulated portfolio data primarily from New York City, showed that the cumulative increase in the last 5 years for property insurance in multifamily housing was 52% increase. I want you to audit and tell me what could have possibly increased property tax costs in multifamily dwellings in 5 years to be 52% of the unit expenses. I mean, I get it. Everybody doesn't think they're getting enough rent if they own the buildings, and that everybody believes they're paying too much rent if they're living in the buildings, and both are right often. But both sides would agree, what could be possibly justifying 52% increase in property costs? I mean, we haven't had the skyrocketing fire situation, or actually our crime rate has been going down, so the risks of criminal activity increasing the cost of property insurance can't be explained in the last 5 years from that. I mean, yeah, we've had a couple of storms, no question about it, but we've had years and years and years of no storms or snow also. I didn't notice that anybody's property insurance costs went down. There's just something really wrong with the math, and we need to take a much harder look at what's going on. Because, again, you look at the data nationally, the insurance companies are doing great. You look at the rate of New York City insurance, New York State, I'm sorry, insurance compared to most states, and you referenced it earlier. It's skyrocketing here. It's not skyrocketing everywhere else. It's not like we're the Ukraine, Russia. We're not in the middle of a war right here in New York that would justify so much increased property costs or insurance costs. So I urge you to do more with that. Shifting to my friends over at EDC. All right. Oh, I still have just 3 minutes. I wanted to have more. Sorry. Sorry. Just pull out my notes. Sorry. So we're doing an okay job at decoupling from some of the worst federal tax subsidies, particularly expanded upon during the current administration, but not all. So I'm confused, for example, one of the worst in my experience are the industrial zones that were established under the Trump administration and are mostly going to covering the costs for luxury housing and even national investments, and yet they're taking these huge tax deductions here. Opportunity zones is what I should have said. I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. So why aren't we decoupling from that?
So, thank you for your question. We do not recognize, we designate opportunity zones for the federal government, but we do not have any program that supports those zones from a state perspective.
But we give up the tax revenue when they apply for their federal. Why do we allow a match from their state? We could stop that.
I will talk to my colleague at Department of Tax and Finance.
Because my understanding is we'll actually be losing billions of dollars as those facilities get sold. And again, they don't even have to be here in New York, as long as the owner is here in New York. There's something very wrong about that model. And you know I'm not a big believer in almost any tax credits, but ones that are giving money away because Donald Trump's friends got these special deals from him, not acceptable. IDAs, all kinds of issues with IDAs, but apparently we allow, and this is very confusing, so I think we could fix this. You can apply to your local IDA, your town IDA, your county IDA, and they can reject you for legitimate reasons, and then you can go to a regional IDA, and they can say yes, and the locals get completely written off, and they lose the tax money, and their school districts lose the tax money. Why would we allow that?
ESD doesn't have any oversight over the IDAs, but we work with them on industrial projects.
And so who would have the ability to say, no, you can't do that? If your local IDA says no, that's no.
I do think that the ABO office has some oversight over the IDAs, but I don't know if they have that ability to.
Would you agree with me that would be a good idea, not to have two different IDAs have different abilities to the local ones saying yes and somebody else coming along, vice versa. The local ones saying no and someone else coming along and letting them do it?
Well, I would caveat by saying it depends on what the project was. Because sometimes local IDAs don't have the capacity to manage specific circumstances of large projects, so a regional IDA has to do it.
Okay. I have so many more, but thank you very much.
you.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblywoman Simon? Assemblyman Vanel?
There she is. She's always there.
It was hiding, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You're hiding in the Senate side, you know?
Yes, I am hiding
I
on the
know.
Senate side.
Grace has a reason for being there, but you know.
Get comfortable, Grace.
You'll notice many of us
Hey, Grace.
took the opportunity for a desk. So anyway, okay, thank you very much on the time. So thank you very much. Good morning. I wanted to say that I want to agree with Senator Kruger and Senator Ramos on the questions about the insurance issues. And, you know, I live in a brownstone and everybody is being denied insurance, just being denied, which is crazy. There's no reason for it. And there's not even a climate reason for it, right? So I think that we need a lot more information on that. And then, Commissioner Knight, I have a couple of questions about my favorite project. And I do want to also point out the language in the 30-day amendments on the pilots, which it's very hard to figure out what it is that's actually happening here. So I do want to talk to you about that. But my question is about Atlantic Yards and the types of subsidies that are being considered. And what does ESD believe is the appropriate range of incomes for affordable housing at Atlantic Yards? As you may recall, the existing MGPP starts at 40% of AMI. And there's been a lot of discussion about higher levels. So if you could address that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, so thank you for your question related to AMIs at the proposed next phase of Atlantic Yards. In the current agreement, the AMIs go up to 160% average. And we are looking at AMIs in this next phase at a maximum of 130%.
Yes, we know that. That's very high, number one. I mean, I don't even earn 130% of AMI, just so you know. But also the document now, right, the MGPP now starts at 40. And there's a real concern that what they're talking about is not starting low enough for those subsidized. And we're losing the units that would be more. Plus, obviously, AMI has gone up a lot in 22 years. So we're talking about fundamentally different dollars. That people haven't gone up as high, right? Their incomes haven't gone up as high. So that's why I'm asking that question. You know, where is ESD on this as a policy matter? What are you driving this to be?
Well, we're working to make sure that we can make these units as affordable as possible, and we're working through some analysis right now, and we'll be putting together a framework with the developer to come up with that formula.
Because the presentations we've heard seem very out of whack to a lot of people. And I think that the community and the community that needs housing, right, really desperately needs housing that's much more affordable than is currently being considered. And then the other issue is what other subsidies might be coming. We've heard lots of stories about what the governor may have proposed or promised.
So we'll be talking, yes.
Thank you.
Hiding in plain sight. Thank you, chairs, Acting Superintendent Ashgrove. Thank you for coming to the Southeast Queens Leadership Meeting. It was very useful to our long way from Queens, long way. During COVID, both ESDC and DFS showed their flexibility towards economic development. Have you both considered a more assertive approach towards building? Most of the things we've heard today are speaking of macro development, but they produce precious few jobs, very, very few jobs. our approach. Can I suggest that a more assertive approach toward the micro, small business, less than 5 employees may be more useful for the state of New York? One of the ways of doing this is through business incubators, creating them, not just supporting, but actively going out, using the CRA, the state CRA, to support those things. Have you considered a more aggressive approach, assertive approach to ensuring that we hire the very people of New York, which these macro developments by and large won't do?
Yeah, I'll start. Thank you, Senator Sanders. Wonderful to see you. So I'll just say, kind of within our remit, right, which is bringing banking services to communities. We and my focus has been really on the Banking Development District program. I took your feedback and your colleagues' feedback to make sure we uplift that, make it accessible to communities, make sure they know how to navigate that, and understand what the communities need. Hopefully, streamlining that, making it more effective. Partnering with our colleagues at ESD on community development financial institutions, making sure they have the resources they need from DFS. We're continuing to incorporate those into our CRA criteria, and with your support, expanding that CRA requirement both in terms of minority and women-owned businesses as well as non-bank mortgage. So committed to that. I'm also looking into kind of state charter competitiveness, making sure we can bring more banks, small banks, to the state.
Thank you.
And with respect to ESD, we have a number of programs that support micro businesses, particularly in the loan arena. We've been working to get those programs more directly to small businesses, micro businesses. We also have programs in the budget this year that talk about creating incubators in the biotech space as well as the quantum space. And so ESD is taking an active role in creating incubators for small businesses.
Looking forward to seeing you at the breakfast.
Thank you.
Breakfast.
Thank you, Assembly.
Assembly Member Vanel.
Good afternoon. First of all, these questions are for both the superintendent and the commissioner. I mean, talking about jobs and the financial industry. And I'm going to speak about 3 different things. I'm going to talk about industry and jobs. I'll talk about aviation and space, and cryptocurrency and fintech. First, industry and jobs. Really important. I'm not sure if the governor is focused on this, but I'm really concerned that Texas received the approval to open up a Dallas stock exchange. Also concerned that one of our major employers took and are taking 5,000 jobs away from New York and building headquarters in Dallas, Texas. I don't know if the governor is focused on us losing these financial industry jobs out of New York. Is there anything to address to make sure that we retain these jobs and keep these industry in New York as the financial headquarters of the world? Another thing I'm concerned about is there's a major opportunity for us to be able to get economic growth in our upstate and rural New York with respect to the aviation and space industry. In New York State, we used to have the New York Atomic and Space and Aviation Agency. We used to have many people that worked in the space, and we used to have many on Long Island and upstate, all over the state with respect to, to aviation. There's great opportunities with respect to that. Are we focused on attracting jobs, attracting businesses, and connecting our small airports upstate to be able to connect our tourism industry and the ecosystem of business in New York? Last question is on cryptocurrency and fintech. DFS is one of the preeminent agencies in the world to be able to, that has been legislating and regulating in this space for at least 10 years. We provided funding for and I believe the superintendent works in the Research and Innovation Division. Are there enough resources for FTEs in that division? I understand about the digit space also. Do we have enough resources to make sure that we are dealing with more and more issues in this space? Can we properly address this?
Yeah, I'll take the last question just to say, yes, we have sufficient resources. We're great for the governor to fully fund us and the FTE in the budget.
And, I'll follow up with one of your questions with respect to aviation and well, I'll come back to you, but I'll.
Okay, for his 3-minute follow-up, Chair of Insurance, Jamal Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Superintendent, thank you for indulging with the other type of question earlier. I really appreciate you engaging again. Thank you again for appearing at our homeowners insurance hearing that we had in November, myself, Senator Skoufis, and Kavanaugh. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the homeowners insurance again on this one. I want to go back to loss ratio. Is that currently a rating factor that is utilized in rate setting now?
Yes.
And if so, do you have information about the current loss ratios of the top 5 writers in New York?
Not at hand, but we're happy to come back to with those.
Excellent. I want to go back to auto for a second. I'm just responsive to your excellent testimony previously. You mentioned that there were 11 requests from carriers to withdraw from New York. What market share, roughly, would those 11 companies that have withdrawn from the market comprise of?
Luckily, still a relatively small market share. So we have approximately 150 carriers. I won't do the math in my head right now, but so still a small market share. We're just looking at indicators on overall market stability. In the homeowner space, for example, we're not seeing the same level of withdrawals. So really auto is where kind of the profitability issues are. And again, the withdrawals and non-renewals. So there's withdrawals, there's not renewing policies, but also not writing new business. So we're not seeing any new business being written in auto as well, meaning New Yorkers don't have as many places to go shop.
And so do you see that there's a possibility for more withdrawals based upon that, gleaning that data?
In the auto space?
Yes.
Right now, like I said, the last 2 years we've seen 11. We actually cap the amount of non-renewals that can occur by geography to not have kind of an outsized impact on certain communities. So we have certain guardrails that limit how much carriers can kind of pull out in mass. But happy to work with your office on kind of exactly what we're seeing in all those categories right now.
Certainly. One more thing about auto, and I'm going to try to quickly go back to homeowners. Auto premiums, we talked about this in the Part EE. That $50,000, the liability coverage conversation, is it only liability or is it partially no fault physical? Like, is it? Can you explain to me a little bit about what that's going to be attributed to?
Yep. So the $50,000 no fault coverage, first that is regardless of fault, regardless of anything. If you are in New York, you have that coverage. Again, regardless of insurance, if you have a car or not, if you are hit as a pedestrian, you have that coverage. This compensates for medical costs of getting back to health and lost wages. So the intent of no fault is to get New Yorkers back on their feet immediately without needing to go to court for damages.
Okay, excellent. Back to homeowners one more time. Sorry, I'm jumping around. I only have 3 minutes. It's kind of tough to get there. At the hearing that we said, we spoke about the necessity to make sure that we keep people in their homes, both homeowners and renters, and insurance is sort of this third rail conversation. Less of a question, just more of imploring DFS to continue working with us as a legislature and some of the legislation we have before you in the budget or not to make sure that people can remain in their homes and safely so. So I thank you for your time and for your testimony and for your willingness to do so. Thank you, Superintendent.
Assemblywoman Griffith.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all today. My questions are all for ESD. Commissioner Knight, I first want to thank your team led by Jenny Lowe. They met with me a couple of months ago about outreach to minority and women-owned businesses in my district. I appreciate that we're making some plans. I wanted to ask you about the new program that was established, Saving Performing Arts and Cultural Experience. I've been working with a nonprofit in Malvern that is the perfect match. Like, their definition of what they're doing is in the definition of this grant process. And I wondered, is this open now? Is this open in the future? What's the parameter?
So this is proposed for the budget, and if it gets passed, we will put together guidelines, and there will be, smaller grants that will provide these nonprofit organizations the ability to acquire their own spaces.
Terrific. And then my other question is a great proposal by the Vision Long Island and the Chambers of Nassau and Suffolk. This is regarding the New York State implemented economic nexus sales tax thresholds to level the playing field for brick and mortar businesses. So they have this proposal that I wanted to hear what you thought about it. Is they want to dedicate a small portion of that those funds to of that sales tax, so that revenue can go to the local chambers. Their proposal is on Long Island, but this would be statewide, and then this what it would be used for is to supporting chambers' essential work in small business advocacy, marketing, networking, workforce development, and community revitalization. It seems like I know from my own chambers, they work so hard and they do so many great activities, events, programs, but it does take funding. And so this sounded like a great proposal to me. You might not be able to fully answer now, but I'd love to hear what you thought.
Well, with respect to, and we know the chambers do tremendous work and do, the hard work on the ground with small businesses. Some of the categories that you mentioned with respect to support, we actually do have workforce development grant funds to support that important work. And so maybe we should discuss some of the needs and, desires of the chambers in terms of the work they're looking to do in the workforce development area to support.
And clock's gonna beat, but can you later get back to me on what you think of this proposal? I could send it a little bit better so you could understand it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Torres.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here. I'll start with the superintendent. Want to just echo some of the frustration that several members, Assembly members and senators have expressed around insurance as it relates to housing, whether you're a small homeowner or you own a residential, a larger multifamily dwelling building. And I know that the legislature passed in 2025 a housing insurance discrimination bill to ban discrimination when it comes to insurance carriers who ask about Section 8, who ask about city FEPs and other subsidy vouchers. Unfortunately, this is still happening rampantly. I represent a district in the Bronx, District 85, and several building owners have said my insurance carriers are refusing to renew me. They're raising my premiums and they're asking these questions. So would like to know what is DFS doing to enforce that law?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I would very much appreciate if you can send those folks to us and we will investigate immediately. We are reviewing for that law in our market conduct examinations. And like I said, please send them our way.
Okay. And I have a follow-up. I believe Chair Weprin asked this question. I'm not sure if I understood the answer. So when you, and I know this is related also to TED GG, but you're going to now require insurers to collect information on who they're insuring the buildings. Is that correct?
So really it's disaggregating the
Okay.
information. So making sure when they report the information to us, they're differentiating what is a true commercial property versus what is multifamily housing. So the same information, but just disaggregating it so that we can better partner with you on affordable housing issues.
Okay. How far down will you disaggregate? So for example, will you disaggregate rent stabilized? Will you disaggregate Mitchell-Lama? How will you disaggregate down the line?
Right now, the proposal is to kind of really just differentiate multifamily housing in particular. We're open to additional proposals on kind of looking further into subcategories.
Okay. I asked that question because in 2022, there was a report between DFS and DHCR, and I remember a line in that report that said that you guys could not differentiate affordable housing. So I would love if we could follow up to figure out how exactly you would differentiate, because I think if we can't get that data, we're not going to be able to see what's actually happening, because I can tell you there seems to be redlining happening in my district and in districts across the state when it comes to insurance.
Yeah, I'll just say, it is our hope that this proposal from the governor is the step in addressing that line.
Okay. Last question. So if you're a homeowner or a larger landlord and you get refused, you can't get renewed, what are the options?
It's our hope that we have, thank you for the question, that we have, a stable marketplace and you can go to other carriers that are available. If you feel that, you noted kind of discrimination or that you were dropped for not, a positive reason, come to DFS. I will also note in the governor's proposal, she has put forward kind of a transparency proposal for New Yorkers. So happy to get back with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Hooks.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Commissioner Hope Knight. I'm just going to build off of my colleague Ron Kim, and it's regarding the New York Kicks program. And that is that, where I live, my district has almost become like a sports hub, right? So it has the New York Mets, it has the tennis, USTA, and now the new soccer stadium coming up. And at Flushing Meadow Park, soccer fields are consistently participate to capacity, reflecting sustained high demand for organized play. In communities like Corona, where soccer participation is culturally rooted, youth engagement in the sport is not incidental, it is generational and community driven. How will New York Kicks prioritize high demand neighborhoods like Corona, Queens in its allocation framework? And can I work with you in your office to make sure that my community is not overlooked in this funding?
So thank you for that question. And we will definitely be looking at prioritizing disadvantaged communities and look forward to working with you in your office with respect to the program.
Thank you. My second question is also about, this is in regards to the Saving Performance Arts and Cultural Experiences. And in Flushing Meadows Park as well is the Queen's Theater. And I just would like to also work with your with you on making sure that some of these funded dollars will come down to them as well.
Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Wright. Assemblymember Simone.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I guess you could almost guess my question about Penn Station and the GPP, since I ask it every year. The federal government has taken over the reconstruction of Penn Station, and the governor rightfully pulled the state funding commitment. Yet we still have this Cuomo General Project Plan, and I constantly hear from constituents and stakeholders and developers that when are we going to do with this GPP? We have this amazing opportunity to build housing. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. Yet I feel like no one's focusing on this. We have an opportunity to use that mechanism to have a 24/7 community, yet we get no answers. This would be a big win for ESD and the governor to create a 24/7 community of middle-class housing, workforce housing, market housing, a beautiful park across from Penn Station, yet we're hearing crickets. We're losing a grand opportunity here to reinvent and make a beautiful neighborhood around Penn Station. What does ESD think about this, and are you willing to meet with the stakeholders? As my staff would say, I hate waiting, like sooner than later, so we can start having a major project that would create so many jobs and so much housing, much needed in my district.
Thank you for your question. The GPP remains a tool that we can use to unlock housing. I think the challenge is with the federal government taking over the development of Penn, the property owners need to understand what that development entails before making any plans with respect to.
Sorry to interrupt, but they're taking over downstairs. They're not touching upstairs. I'm talking about upstairs surrounding Penn Station.
They also need to understand what's going on downstairs to be able to envision a plan for upstairs, but I look forward to talking.
I mean, with this administration, we may never understand what they're doing. But my point is, their plan, and I love Andy Byford, is moving forward, and the GPP has been disconnected, which we asked for, and the governor did an amazing job by doing that. But we have this mechanism to drive development, yet I feel like it's a lost opportunity. And every year we wait, that neighborhood needs new housing. That neighborhood needs new office towers. But we don't want it controlled by one developer, Vornado, who's done a great job making the neighborhood nicer and plazas. But right now they're controlling what's going to be developed there. The state government, the governor, we need to lead on this.
Well, I look forward to meeting with you and talking about a way forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Lee.
Thank you. This is for our superintendent. In my district in Lower Manhattan, building owners report that property insurance has become a major and rapidly escalating expense with disproportionate impacts on multifamily affordable housing. When insurance costs rise at this pace, it directly undermines the financial stability of buildings that are essential to preserving affordable housing in New York City. When DFS reviews property insurance rate filings, does the department primarily evaluate rates at an aggregate book level, or do you also examine rate adequacy and fairness at the individual risk or class level?
Thank you for that question. So we do both. We look at kind of overall risks, but then we have kind of histograms of the overall impact across the portfolio of the specific carrier.
So do you have more granular data then on how underlying risk characteristics of different property types, such as affordable multi-housing versus large commercial properties, are being assessed?
So that's what the governor's proposal will allow us to kind of differentiate more, because right now, again, the categories between commercial and multifamily are not disaggregated in the data we receive.
So you are required to, you need statutory guidance in order to do that?
Yes, so, commercial carriers are one specific block of carriers, and they, a type of insurance, I should say, and that insurance, again, incorporates traditional commercial and multifamily. So yes, we need statutory authority to do that.
Okay, great. Great. And so would enhanced transparency requirements and rate filings help you better understand the pricing issues that we are facing?
Yes, that is our hope.
Okay, great. I have more time. Great. In your testimony, you emphasized DFS's commitment to combating financial fraud, modernizing enforcement, and protecting consumers in emerging markets, including virtual currency. New York has taken a leadership role in regulating virtual currencies, but that framework only works if bad actors can't simply operate outside the licensing system. I have a bill, A10246, that establishes criminal penalties for entities that engage in virtual currency business activity without a license. From your perspective, how significant is the problem of actors engaging in virtual currency business activity in New York without a license today?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So as you noted, given our regime, I think we've done a strong job of keeping many bad actors out of New York State and protecting our consumers. We appreciate the legislature's partnership on unlicensed authority on the civil side, and we're always partnering with our law enforcement colleagues on the criminal side.
And it does undermine the system? As the
fraud
licensing
overall
system?
will always undermine systems.
Great, thank you.
Assembly Member Lucas.
Great day to everyone in the room. Commissioner, for Empire State Development funded projects impacting my district, which is the 60th East New York Brownsville Canarsie, what were the MWBE participation goals? And what percentages were actually achieved? And how much of that participation was in prime contracts versus subcontracts? And can you provide district level data for the 60th Assembly District?
Thank you for your question, Assembly Member. I do not have that data with me, but I will go back to the MWBE team and see if we can disaggregate the information.
Would greatly appreciate that. Also, Commissioner, despite significant development in the Assembly District 60, many residents still lack access to stable living wage jobs. When Empire State Development approves incentives for projects in or near East New York, Brownsville, Canarsie, what enforceable local hiring benchmarks are required, and how is compliance monitored if targets aren't met?
Thank you for that question. To the extent that there are large projects happening near and around your district, we definitely encourage the developers to hire locally, and usually they have significant local hiring programs to engage local residents for those opportunities.
I think you should do an audit in my district. The reason why I asked the first question is because it leads to the second. If we don't have enough people that are culturally competent and looking like us, the chances of them hiring us are very limited. So we have to even the playing field, making sure that there's equity in contractors, subcontractors, and an opportunity is given to local hires. So I would love to work with you, and we've already been talking about a lot of this. So I just want to get to that point. I do want to ask a quick question, if I have time, to DFS. My district has a strong base of MWBE and immigrant-owned small businesses that report difficulty accessing fair lending products. What oversight does the DFS exercise over the Community Reinvestment Act performance to ensure banks are meaningfully investing in districts like mine? And can you provide district-level data on small business lending approvals and denials?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we conduct both fair lending examinations to make sure that there is not discrimination, and oversee Community Reinvestment Act that is on kind of income-based distribution. So I'm happy to follow up with you on kind of all of our information there.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Assemblymember Palasamno.
Yes, good afternoon. My questions are for Commissioner Knight. My first one is not so much a question, it's just that I want to put on your radar screen to get a commitment from you to have a further discussion later, if we may. As you know, racing is a big business across our country. NASCAR, those races are big. And motorsports is growing in the state of New York. We have over 20 tracks. The big one is Watkins Glen International Racetrack. This year, there's only 40 years of operation of having NASCAR at that facility. I mean, it's great that we're investing in FIFA and New York Kicks, but they haven't really been the beneficiary of New York, I Love New York, some tourism programs. I just think the economic impact, so it might seem parochial, but the economic impact, there was a study done in 2014, $200+ million economic impact to the state, 100,000 people turn out for that race on NASCAR weekend on top of the others. So I just want to get a commitment for you so we can sit down and have more discussions about that, because that's an economic driver, and we never want to lose that race in New York because it's so competitive. So I just wanted to put that on your radar screen for further discussions. And several of my colleagues were here at that motorsports briefing we had last night, Republican and Democrat, so I think there's an interest there. My colleague mentioned about the decoupling from the HR 1 provisions. I have heard from manufacturers who have significant concerns about this because they want to invest in New York, but they're worried about them. They're worried about being put at a competitive disadvantage because if other states are not decoupling, then they could go to other states. Those investments, they're concerned about making those investments in jobs and capital, which is capital-intensive business. So I think, and I know my colleague mentioned getting back to us, I just think that's something that really need to have a lot further discussion of, probably in not in 3 minutes, but we need to be cognizant of that. And I know the manufacturers will be talking about that later. So I wanted to bring that up so we're not at a competitive disadvantage, and we want to support manufacturing in New York State. So what I did want to pivot, and I also with my colleague, Mr. Friend, I'm from the southern tier. I just want to, for the record, I've always been a strong supporter of natural gas exploration in the southern tier, not in the New York City watershed, not in the Finger Lakes, in the southern tier, and that's where it should be. It would, but and I know there's $65 million in for bolstering biotech, and you know, natural gas is a precursor to pharmaceuticals. I just want to get that on the record. But on that natural gas, we've heard Governor Hochul talk about all above strategy for energy, affordable and reliable energy. We've heard the NISO say we need to look at repowering plants and bring more baseload generation. Wind and solar is not baseload generation. And we know we have the Power Up program, which is really more focused on electric readiness. And we put out a proposal or conference that would see about, you know, expanding it for natural gas because we need to meet that demand that's out there that the NISO has said. Would ESD, on that front, would ESD consider a pilot round of Power Up that included a limited number of natural gas projects and have requirements to report back to the legislature on economic rate emissions impacts because we need that baseload generation and it would fit into that Power Up program. Is that something you would consider?
Thank you for that question. I would go back to my colleagues at DPS and I sort of to understand what the implications of a pilot like that would be.
Okay. I have a couple other questions. I mean, you know, besides taxes, regulations are always one of the biggest things that get brought up, impacting business climate. Are you engaging stakeholders on those regulations? And what are there certain regulations you're looking at right now that would make it be easier to do in business in New York State? Is that something you could provide to us? What regulations you are looking to clear up, freeze? I mean, I know everyone's talking about seeker, but there are other regulations, pages of regulations that are burdensome for our business community. Are those something you can get back to us on, all the regulations that you might be looking at reviewing to kind of ease or lessen the burden on our business community?
So thank you for that question. As you know, ESD is not a regulatory agency. We don't impose regulations, but the governor has introduced Express New York, which is an effort to survey businesses to understand how we can better, cut red tape and reduce regulatory burden on businesses.
That's
and
great.
we're helping to advance that.
Yeah, we do need to engage the stakeholders. I want to pivot real quick to broadband. I know we're not going to have time, but from rural upstate New York, we're not seeing the impact that we should have from Connect All. Are you seeing? What do you see are the biggest bottlenecks that are expanding broadband in the state? Is it state approvals, provider participation, local permitting, or something else?
Well,
all the above.
What I would say, firstly, is that the federal government has actually moved some of the deadlines with respect to our accessing. I'll get back to you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Assemblyman Boris?
Thank you both for being here. Superintendent, great to see the raise accounts within Digit, which are obviously funded by assessments on frontier AI companies. Do you have a sense of how many companies will be paying those assessments and when that determination will be made?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So first, I'll just appreciate the partnership with the legislature to get the RAISE Act online. We're already we have a posting up, hiring a deputy director for that. We're starting to build the infrastructure to get that online at the beginning of next year. Right now, our estimate is about 10 large frontier companies are in the market, but we first have to get them registered before I can give a specific.
Okay, would love to follow up. That would be more than I'd expect, but thank you. In the 30-day amendments, you added in language into both the RAISE fund and the data broker fund to allow transfers within DFS by the budget commissioner, but the every other DFS assessment funded account that I could find, banking, insurance, virtual currency, PBM regulatory, included language that those transfers could be no more than $5 million, and also that there had to be quarterly reporting to the legislature. That language is missing from the new 30-day amendments. Am I safe to assume that is likely a drafting error that's likely to change, or does that express an intent to keep these different from the way DFS does all the others?
So first, I'll just preface that Digit is a standalone office. So I'll defer to the Department on Budget on kind of that additional language.
Okay, but there's the overall Department of Budget language that exists, and then there's DFS specific language for all of the other accounts that says notwithstanding that Section 51 language, here are the limits that are specific within these run by DFS. My understanding is this is the only set that are excluded from that. So if that's an intentional change and not a quick drafting thing, I think the legislature would really like quick follow-up on that as we do our one house.
Yep, I'm happy to take that back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner, we talked about this a little bit before, but the Micron plant coming to New York could be a big win, but it was originally supposed to open in 2028. It's now been shifted to 2030. Micron's reallocated $1.2 billion of its federal CHIPS funding from New York to a new plant in Idaho. Why is this shift happening? What can we do to make sure the jobs are coming to New York? What's getting in the way of getting that online? And why are we seeing Micron, with all the benefits that we were pushing its way, now transfer some of that money to Idaho?
So thank you for that question. The Micron project, as has been conceived and put forward, still exists where we are going to have 9,000 direct jobs created and 40,000 jobs in supply chain. So that project has not changed for Central New York. With respect to the time frame, Micron looked at other projects.
I'm actually less concerned in time frame and more the shifting of CHIPS funding. But if you could just make sure that we're not now subsidizing our state funds for federal being transferred there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Burrows?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is for you, Commissioner. I would like to agree with what Senator Krueger said, that something is not right. Something isn't right in regards to our insurance. Being a person who specifically, and not only myself, but many of the other legislators here are being affected by these insurance premiums. Many of us have had no claims, no accidents, no tickets, and yet we see a rise in premiums. And so even if you're home. There's no home accidents. There's nothing, but yet you see a premium increase. And so we're paying increases. The insurance companies are being more profitable, yet the consumer sees no benefit of this. And as the senator said, at times you don't want to file a claim because you're in fear that if you use what you actually are paying for, you're going to be penalized. So that goes against the principle, it goes against the morals and the understanding of buying a home. It has become what it should have been. It should have been the American dream, but it's become the American nightmare based on these costs that we see that are affecting us. And so, the governor has the ability to lower, or at least to lower insurance premiums. So I don't understand why she isn't doing it, why you haven't had a conversation with her. It seems like, she says she needs Albany to act. She needs us to reform, which is urgent. But if someone's truly in concern of doing that, there's ability for her to do it. She has that ability sitting right at her desk. I don't know if you have had conversations about implementing some of these things.
Yeah, maybe I'll respond to you. So just to be clear, claims information, so an accident or something with your house is not the only thing that goes into rates. Again, inflationary factors, the cost of repairing your car, the cost of rebuilding your home, that carriers have to take into account those costs, and we're seeing that increase, across our country in terms of affordability. In part of the governor's proposal, she has called for a transparency requirement on carriers. So if rates are going up, this new requirement will mean that they have to provide you with details on why those rates are increasing. Is it because you installed a new roof that's more expensive to replace?
But these things aren't happening, though. None of these things are happening, and that's one of the issues that we all are discussing here. There's no transparency. There's things that are happening. Like, there's the ability for her audit filings. That's not happening. Impose penalties. That's not happening. We understand that fraud's happening, so you penalize the bad actors. You don't penalize the entire state of New York, who are the ones who are being affected. So I don't understand, why isn't there something being implemented to truly correct the issue that we're facing?
We believe the governor's proposals do that.
Thank
That's a good
you.
belief, but
Assemblymember
I'm
Gray.
sorry, I don't believe that one.
Thank you very much. Chairs, I appreciate it. Commissioner Knight, nice to see you. Nice to see both of you today. So just want to talk about some pillars of economic development out there and some challenges that people are. So one of my colleagues, Assemblyman Paul Mazzano, just mentioned energy. The costs are crushing, not just, families, it's crushing businesses, crushing agriculture. And, you got major developments that are going to take, like Micron. It's going to be, I think, close to 2 gigawatts of energy usage. And I don't really think moratoriums are the answer. We should never be constricting economic development. We should be enhancing the supply to make sure that it meets the demand. So first of all, how are we going to, excuse me, before nuclear is ready, advanced nuclear technology or some other, what are we going to do to address some of the supply issues for economic development? And then I want you to talk about childcare with regard to workforce development. And I know there's a little bit of a push to move it to school-based providers. I think that has limitations. And I think really we need to be standing up community-based CBOs, community-based organizations. They have a broader range of care. They have a greater continuum of care from infant, toddler, all the way up to UPK4. And they just have more services into the evening, weekends, and things like that. So just talk about those two things if you can, and then just a little bit about prison redevelopment, where we're at with that. And do we think it's the right move? You just shot we mothballed Ogdensburg prison, with all the utilities are shut off and everything, which is ultimately the demise of these facilities. And so we're going to end up just decommissioning them, or they are decommissioned, but taking them down, demolishing them. So if you can, please.
Thank you for your questions. I will start with your question around energy. So, as you know, the governor is taking an all of the above approach with respect to energy. And there are many projects in the pipeline right now that are coming online in the next couple of years. So, we have some of the pipeline projects coming down from Canada. Those will be online. One will be online this year, actually. We'll be able to power 30,000 homes. And we have the wind projects, which were authorized to restart, and those will be online in 2027. And then I know that DPS is initiating a Energize New York project. I can get back to you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Cunningham.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My question is for the superintendent. It's regarding balance in fintech and consumer protections. How is DFS approaching that right now?
Across fintech, more broadly, we are focused. Thank you for the question, by the way. We are focused on kind of consumer protections in all of our products. So, we look at that on the fintech space. We're seeing fintech come into money transmission, which we're reviewing. Obviously, virtual currency, which we have oversight of, and I'll just highlight our buy now, pay later regulations that just came out on Monday, which are very focused on consumer protection.
Second question for you in terms of insurance. Obviously, insurance is a hot topic. I think childcare, housing, and insurance are the three things driving New Yorkers crazy at this moment. How are we preparing as a state for some of the climate change and things that are also further driving the cost further?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So DFS has a dedicated climate team, which we are using. In the last few years, we've put out guidance to our entities on their own resiliency with regard to climate change. We also put out guidance to our carriers on discounts that help resiliency from climate impacts. The governor's proposal in particular, also on the homeowner space, focuses on mandatory discounts that, again, will make homes more resilient in the face of climate change. We do see these things, becoming more frequent. I will also say we're reviewing catastrophic risk modeling as a tool that we can use.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight, good to see you as well. Want to talk a little about small business specifically. And I'm thinking about what are we doing to help protect legacy businesses in the state of New York, particularly those that have been around for a very long time that are being pushed out and squeezed because of the high cost of commercial real estate in the city.
Thank you for that question. With respect to legacy businesses, ESD has been focused on supporting businesses of all types, but definitely in our downtown Main Street businesses, very focused on that. And our programs like the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, those focus on the downtown core. And to the extent that there are opportunities for businesses to own real estate, that's really the best insurance for them to be able to continue on into existence.
Thank you. And my second question is about MWBE. What enforcement tools are we currently using to crack down on those actors who are not fully implementing the law, or in the initial states kind of putting on paper they will, but we find out afterwards they're not?
I think you're probably talking about two areas of MWBE non-compliance. One is where a business will, a prime contractor will identify subs in their utilization plan and not actually use them for the work. And that's something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about how we go after them. I can get back to you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to the follow-up.
Thank you for that answer. I have two questions. One for Commissioner Knight. I've been told that the Micron project will require massive amounts of energy. As a matter of fact, I've been told that it would take more energy than the grid is capable of producing at the current time. Is that a true statement? And if it is a true statement, how is it being addressed?
Thank you for that question. The energy needs of Micron have been well documented by ESD, NYSERDA, DPS, and we know that the needs will be increased over a very long period of time. through 2042. And so we will be working with our partners to bring more energy on as we get to the later stages of the project. As you know, the governor has directed NYPA to implement nuclear. So we're looking at all of the above in terms of helping to support the energy needed for the project.
So bringing on more energy for the project means an infrastructure increase, and infrastructure means more delivery charges on electric bills. Will the residents of Clay and surrounding areas, as well as the citizens of New York, have to pay for this?
Thank you for that question. We're ensuring that ratepayers won't be burdened by the increased energy needs of that project.
Okay, I take you at your word for that. Superintendent, we'll have an easy question for you. They call them softball questions, I guess. Can you explain, and I have 8 minutes, so I'm the only question I have to you, insurance fraud, how it affects overall insurance and insurance prices, and what the governor is doing to take away or to help the payers' insurance premiums in the budget?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So yes, fraud is a driver of the increasing cost of insurance here in New York, and as I've noted in some of my other comments, creates kind of overall distrust and instability in the system. So the overall cost, as I said, fraud is increasing in double digits each year in terms of the reports we get. The value of that for New Yorkers, as I noted before, DMV is estimating $300 a year in staged accidents. That's what's costing New Yorkers. As I said, in just personal auto, we see the value of fraud claims being up to 4% of the total value of claims again. And as I said as well, the actual portion of claims that is attributable to investigation, so that can be fraud, but also litigation, is double the national average in terms of here in New York. The governor's proposals addressing fraud come in a variety of ways. It's a comprehensive approach. So first, it's pulling together a task force. We already work very closely with state law enforcement to conduct arrests, to issue subpoenas. The task force brings that together, really strengthens that. Also, her proposal gives carriers, auto insurers, more time to report fraud. Currently, they have to do it within 30 days, and there's been different precedent in the courts that say if they don't report it within that time frame, then they can't claim fraud. But these cases sometimes take much longer to investigate, so the governor extends that to 60 days, and they're not prohibited from claiming fraud. That does not negate any consumer protections, meaning if a carrier does not pay your claim in a timely manner, they still have to pay you interest, and they're still in violation. So they still have to pay you, but they can still claim fraud if that is the case. Also, she is implementing a consumer awareness or proposing a consumer awareness campaign around just being aware of stage crashes. How do you prevent them? How do you not become a victim of fraud? Additionally, the discounts that are proposed in the package really are targeting, obviously, bringing down costs for New Yorkers immediately, but things like dashboard cameras, which is now a proposal for a mandatory discount, have been a great tool in preventing fraud. So that has been a key factor in some of the recent cases that DFS has brought in coordination with law enforcement to actually demonstrate that a staged crash occurred because a dashboard camera was available. Safe driving courses as well can help kind of make roads safer overall.
Okay, now, it's been said that insurance companies know that fraud exists, but it's easier for them to pay the fraudulent claim and build it back to the ratepayers than to fight that fraud. Are you aware of that? And if so, is anything being done to punish insurance companies that know that there is fraud or have a strong suspicion that there's fraud but choose to pay the claims just the same?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We don't see that happening. Again, we hold insurers to the law, which is that they have to have robust programs to monitor for fraud, to identify for fraud, then investigate it, and then take action. It is not in the carrier's interest to have fraudulent claims being paid out because, again, we are going to hold them to account for that. So we review for that in our market conduct examinations, and we look at that, in our rate review.
Okay, thank you very much. Assemblyman Weprin for his 5-minute follow-up. 3-minute follow-up. 3-minute follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your patience and perseverance in this testimony, and for Acting Superintendent Asbro. It's her second time here and a hearing in between, so I do appreciate that. Senator Bailey raised this morning, but he didn't really go into detail about insurance for voluntary foster care agencies. I think there's a critical need, and due to social inflation and increasing pressures on the insurance market, foster care agencies in New York State and nationwide are experiencing significant challenges in assessing liability insurance coverage. There are very few insurance providers in this sector already, and we have very recently begun to see the field get even smaller. This is becoming an increasingly dire issue that requires immediate action. I think the state needs to intervene and ensure access to this mandated coverage. There's a bill in my committee, A9646, and would direct the Office of Children and Family Services in conjunction with the Department of Financial Services to establish an assigned risk plan. I'm very supportive of this proposal and would like to hear your thoughts, Superintendent. What do you think of the proposal? Any general thoughts or comments you can share? And can we count on your partnership in creating this assigned risk plan?
And thank you for that question. So, I'll reiterate my comments before on just, our commitment to making sure that these services and essential providers in the state are serving the communities. I can't comment on specific pending legislation, but always available to work with your office.
Okay, well, we appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing our dialogue over the next weeks and months as we proceed with the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I appreciate the work that you do. Economic development is certainly a complex landscape. The North Country has some of the most strained infrastructure in the state. We are facing an affordability crisis with energy, along with water and wastewater, and I could go on and on. I would like to specifically hear about initiatives and your approach to identifying solutions of affordability as it relates to the North Country region and how we can do a better job now, not 15 years down the road with new power plants and transmission lines, to make life more affordable for our small businesses that are being crushed by the electric rates, our seniors, and the ability to bring in new businesses. And we have seen a significant amount of economic development up in the North Country within my region, which is very exciting. But we're getting to those pressure points now where the impact on our local municipalities, which create the backbone for the economic development for our water lines and our wastewater lines and the electric trunks. So I want to yield the rest of my time to hear specifically from you what is being done in the North Country.
Thank you for your question. With respect to the North Country, we have programs to support small businesses. We work with the Regional Economic Development Council to prioritize the aspirations of the region. I would look forward to working with you and your stakeholders to talk about more specific measures within our portfolio to support businesses in your region.
I would look forward to some conversations, but I'd also like to ask is would you support a partnership beyond just the legislative process to begin an initiative for an Adirondack Housing Task Force so we can better understand and examine things? Because I think a lot of times New York State looks at things as downstate and upstate. The upstate is a very complex landscape, and I want to make sure that we're looking at the realities of the North Country specifically. Can I get you to commit to that?
I would like to talk to you and work with you around putting together some kind of study for.
Great, thank you.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then I think we've come to the end of our list of people who wanted to question you, although clearly we did have more questions and we are hoping for more follow-up. So I want to thank you all for attending today. and allow you to go on with your day somewhere else, so to speak. And I will invite Jeanette Moy, New York State Office of General Services Commissioner, and Erica Mallon, New York State Council on the Arts Executive Director. Oh. Great. And then if legislators want to surround those people, do me a favor, go out in the hall to surround them. Okay. Again.
I'm the new kid.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to working with you. Let's engage. Okay, thank you.
Perfect timing.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Dave?
Yes.
Nice to see you.
I
Take
know.
care.
Thank you very much, Phil. Will everybody please take their conversations outside if they are trying to do additional minutes with our commissioners? Okay.
How are you doing?
Okay. All right. We'll let them move out and we'll have you all come in. Okay. Okay, great. Oops. Good, we got everybody down. Thank you. So we're now on panel B. Representatives of the governor. So they each get 10 minutes. And then we, under the same deal we've had, chairs and rankers get 10 minutes and 5 minutes, and the rest of us 3 minutes. And shall I start with you, Jeanette Moy?
Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairs Kruger and Pretlow, Ranking Members O'Mara and Palmisano, Chairs Baskin and Sturpey, Ranking Members Murray and Friend, and distinguished members of the legislature. My name is Jeanette Moy, and I'm the Commissioner for the New York State Office of General Services. Thank you for the opportunity to share what we've accomplished in the past year and to discuss the impact of Governor Kathy Hochul's executive budget on this agency. Governor Hochul's budget proposes $1.7 billion for the Office of General Services, which will enable our over 2,000 employees to advance their commitment to improve government operations and deliver exceptional, transparent services for all New Yorkers. For 65 years, OGS has delivered a wide array of essential services to support state operations, enabling our customers to focus on their core missions. We manage 32 million square feet of real estate, administer 450 leases, oversee a capital construction portfolio of $5.5 billion and 1,847 leases, oversee a capital construction portfolio of and provide logistical support services. We administer over 1,500 centralized contracts valued up to $44 billion, process nearly 600,000 administrative transactions for 44,000 state employees, and 71 state agencies, manage nearly $306 million in annual budget for our client agencies, and support another 3,000 state workers through our HR expertise. We deliver innovative solutions and technical assistance, champion resiliency and sustainability, host cultural programs that reflects our state's diversity, and stewards world-class artwork. Amidst new operational pressures and operational risks for our agency partners, vendors, and supply chains, OGS remains committed to delivering consistent operational expertise and logistical support for New York State. Governor Hochul's budget will enable OGS to strategically invest in infrastructure, deliver transformative capital projects, enhance sustainability, modernize procurement, and advance data-driven operations, and improve government accessibility. With Governor Hochul's support, OGS is able to strategically address decades of underinvestment in our aging building stock. As we make necessary infrastructure repairs, we will not just replace in kind, but we will build spaces that are more efficient, sustainable, welcoming, and aligned to the needs of a modern workforce. In my first year as commissioner, Governor Hochul and the legislature granted OGS $175 million for deferred maintenance at the Empire State Plaza, work which is ongoing. We've completed the restoration of the Egg Performing Arts Center and began critical infrastructure repairs on the eastern approach to the Capitol, while reviving the State Commission on Restoration to the Capitol to enhance public stewardship of this singular asset. In support of Governor Hochul's $400 million Champion Albany's Potential initiative, OGS led a project to reconnect the Empire State Plaza to downtown Albany. We engaged over 2,000 residents and will release a public report this spring. We are using this feedback to guide enhancements to necessary infrastructure upgrades. Major capital investment will be required to address additional deferred maintenance at the plaza over the next decade. Governor Hochul's budget includes $54 million for the reconstruction of the Swan Street Bridge, which will be rebuilt with enhanced pedestrian amenities and traffic calming measures. This budget also allocates $54.6 million for repair work along Madison Avenue to address water infiltration above critical building systems, which also includes streetscape improvements. These investments reflect OGS's commitment to responsible stewardship of our public assets. Under Governor Hochul's leadership, in partnership with NYPA, OGS is implementing a 4-phase ESP Energy Infrastructure Master Plan to reduce emissions from the plaza's operations. The governor and the legislature fully funded Phase 1, which will result in a 40% reduction in natural gas usage and cut local GHG emissions by over 20%, resulting in cleaner air in communities surrounding the plaza. By pairing our long-term capital planning with decarbonization and public improvements, OGS is rebuilding community trust. Governor Hochul has driven historic investments in infrastructure, leveraging innovative procurement approaches, technology solutions, and process reform for faster, more effective construction. OGS is incorporating modern building project delivery methods into our work, like progressive design build and construction manager as constructor, to obtain the best possible outcomes for the state. Key accomplishments from the past year include completing Phase 3 of the Adirondack Rail Trail on behalf of the Department of Environmental Conservation, and breaking ground on the renovation of the historic Lexington Avenue Armory on behalf of the Division of Military and Naval Affairs. In the year to come, we look forward to completing the restoration of the iconic Jones Beach East Bathhouse, part of Governor Hochul's SWIMS initiative for the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation, and breaking ground on a state-of-the-art safety testing lab for the Department of Transportation. To enhance public transparency into these and other projects, OGS will launch a capital projects dashboard in the coming months, offering key information about ongoing work. To enable data-driven operations statewide, OGS will launch the Office of Performance Management and Innovation this year. OPMI will help state agencies by streamlining processes, driving accountability, and enhancing transparency. It will work with our agency partners to track permitting timelines for significant statewide projects, like the new IBX transit line in New York City, expediting delivery. In support of Governor Hochul's climate goals and Executive Order 22, OGS is advancing a comprehensive strategy to reduce GHG emissions in state assets and in our operations. To reduce embodied carbon in our construction materials, we have launched a first-in-the-nation Buy Clean Concrete guidelines for capital construction, with nearly all contracting agencies updating their purchase specifications in accordance with those guidelines. Working with NYSERDA, we released the Decarbonization and Climate Resiliency Design Guideline for new construction and major renovation projects at state facilities, with Phase 2 of the design guide planned for 2026. Additionally, OGS is leading the conversion of the state's fleet to zero-emission vehicles. The state is on track for light-duty conversion by 2035, with nearly 9% converted. Leading by example, nearly 30% of OGS's light-duty vehicles are ZEV. To defray the cost of EV purchases, we have issued more than $1 million in rebates to executive agencies for more than 530 vehicles. In December, agencies submitted their medium and heavy-duty conversion plans to meet the goal of conversion by 2040. OGS is also funding and managing EV infrastructure build-out, having funded 190 chargers, with over 500 more in the pipeline, and adding 134 charging ports across our portfolio in the past year, including our first DC fast charging stations. Governor Hochul has recognized that public procurement is subject to extensive red tape, slowing down the state's ability to deliver for New Yorkers. She has proposed reforms that will greatly enhance and increase the efficiency of procurement for state agencies. First, raising the discretionary purchasing threshold to $300,000, unchanged since 2006. Will reflect inflation and reduce procurement timelines from 9 months to 1 month, and roll over its purchases. Additionally, removing duplicative approvals for purchases off OGS centralized contracts will accelerate purchasing by up to 2 months. Governor Hochul's common sense reforms represent real-time and energy savings that will free up agency resources to focus on service delivery rather than on contending with bureaucracy. Governor Hochul also announced that OGS will develop AI tools to enhance search capabilities for our centralized contract offerings and to assist with the generation of draft statements of work for centralized contract mini bids, aiding localities and nonprofits with limited in-house expertise to write solicitations. This will make procurement easier and faster for state agencies, localities, and nonprofits who depend on OGS contracts. Further enhancements include implementing e-signature and releasing the solicitation for an e-procurement system for our centralized contracts, a critical component of overall modernization for our centralized contract unit to streamline workflows and resolve bottlenecks. OGS has integrated data-driven operations, data-driven decision-making across our core functions, aligning with Governor Hochul's call for streamlined processes and efficient operations. We're developing dashboards and analytic tools for critical operational areas to track performance and provide stakeholders with transparency into the processes and the outcomes that impact them. Governor Hochul is focused on increasing the accessibility of state programs, ensuring that New Yorkers can take advantage of the resources available to them. In 2026, OGS will take steps to expand language services offered by the state. This year, Governor Hochul directed the OGS Office of Language Access to develop guidance to increase the provision of sign language interpretation and translation, enabling New Yorkers who use sign language to more quickly access services. In closing, the governor's executive budget will enable OGS to provide the essential shared services that keep state government functioning. OGS will continue to deliver on Governor Hochul's ambitious agenda by investing in our infrastructure and modernizing state operations so all New Yorkers can see government working for them. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. And next we will hear from Erica Mallon, New York Council for the Arts.
Thank Chairs Kruger and Pretlow and members of the legislature. Thank you for the invitation to address you today. I am Erica Mallon, the Executive Director of the New York State Council on the Arts, otherwise known as NYSCA, and I'm joined today by NYSCA Chief of Staff Abby Adler. On behalf of our council, staff, and the vast cultural industries of New York, we thank Governor Hochul and the state legislature for your continued investments in the arts. We too are entering our 65th year, along with you guys, of delivering crucial and innovative funding to every corner of the state. We have been reflecting since then on our simple but radical core founding mission, that the arts and access to the arts are a public good and essential to a democratic society. This core principle lives on. NYSCA now supports over 3,000 artists and arts organizations annually across all disciplines in all state counties. In this way, NYSCA has become the backbone of New York's creative economy, helping to build a sector that contributes over $164 billion in economic output back to the state, more than construction, transportation, or retail, and supports almost 500,000 workers. The arts fuel tourism, attract and retain talent, animate downtowns, and support small businesses, from restaurants to construction trades. They foster creativity and innovation, qualities that are indispensable in a competitive global economy. And while there are many bright spots, the sector is under significant financial pressure, including rising costs for space, insurance, and labor, alongside declining philanthropy and continued audience uncertainty. Recent data shows that nonprofit arts organizations experienced revenue declines of roughly 25% in 2024, with nearly half operating at a deficit and with working capital reserves shrinking significantly. We need to note this because these organizations are employers that create jobs and retain workers in our state. They are community anchors in downtown and rural towns like Elmira and the Southern Tier, population 26,000, with the Chemung County Historical Society, the Arnault Museum, John W. Jones Museum, and the Clemens Center. They are education providers like the Artifact in Dutchess County, which offers workforce development programs for students in film and media. Increasingly, also, these organizations play outsized roles in their communities and regions, providing childcare, mental health services, job training, and community gatherings. For example, the Westfall Center for the Arts in Western New York supports emerging and established artists while also offering arts programming and social service resources for veterans. When these organizations thrive, the impact is immediate. More jobs, more programming, more visitors, and strengthened local economies. Our job, particularly in times of uncertainty, as we are in now, is to take on a leadership role necessary to steward public dollars to deliver innovative and proactive funding. NISCA's FY 2026 Aid to Localities appropriation has funded 2,700 grants to date across all 10 regions of the state, totaling $81 million. This includes general operating support, grants to 1,800 organizations, 66% of whom have budgets under $1 million. These grants are one of the most impactful sources of funds. They keep the lights on, pay salaries, and ensure that arts organizations can focus on what matters most, the work. And our support for artist grants went to over 600 artists this year, an historic high for the agency. An additional 1,300 grants will be made to hyperlocal artists and arts organizations through our 26 statewide community re-grant partners. And finally, our rehearsal space initiative will support 75 creative spaces across the state, allowing for free or low-cost rentals for artists. We are also a national leader in capital project funding for the arts, supporting renovations, accessibility improvements, and the creation of new facilities. We have worked very hard to make this program more inclusive by expanding access to these dollars for projects of all sizes. We are funding grants as small as $10,000, and we are the only public arts funders supporting design phase needed to launch these projects. Since 2018, this program has transformed hundreds of sites, including in this last year alone, the reopening of the iconic Studio Museum in Harlem, the opening of Storm King Art Center's Visitor Center in Orange County, the opening of ArtSpace Utica Lofts with affordable live-work spaces for artists, and the groundbreaking for Art Center Lake Placid's new home. The FY 2026 capital grants will be announced this spring. And we are embarking in new programs to meet the needs of the field. We delivered on crucial governor initiatives like the NISCA Charm program, which funded the creation of 57 murals in over 20 counties like Suffolk, Chautauqua, and Monroe. And you can actually see one on Pearl Street and Lark. So if you step outside, you should check it out. All that you can visit right now. By transforming underutilized public spaces into vibrant works of art, the murals serve as community anchors, visitor attractions, and celebrations of local culture. And we recently announced the inaugural State of the Arts Fellows, who will work with the Office of Victim Services, Office of Mental Health, and glad to say my colleague, with Commissioner Moy at the Office of General Services, to develop cross-discipline projects to address specific agency initiatives. And NISCA is currently developing a competitive application process for the designation of cultural districts to celebrate the vibrancy, creativity, and heritage of communities across the state. Finally, we launched the Reserve Fund Program, a first-of-its-kind opportunity for organizations to establish or grow cash reserves. We know that when organizations with reserves are better positioned to deliver on missions, they fund and provide critical cash flow stability, allowing organizations to manage volatility without disrupting core programs. They sustain public access, reduce reliance on debt, increase capacity to innovate, enable strategic planning, and leverage additional funding. The demand for the Reserve Fund was extraordinary, over 1,200 applications for just $1.7 million in funding. And overwhelmingly, 85% of the recipients will be establishing a reserve fund for the first time. NISCA, true to its mission, is continuing to demonstrate forward-looking leadership, responding directly to the needs of the field and ensuring that public dollars deliver lasting public benefit. When we support the arts, we don't just preserve history, we make it. We don't just nurture beauty, we provide access to it. We don't just support entertainment, we power economies. To support the arts is to offer every New Yorker and visitor alike the opportunity to gather, celebrate the freedom of expression, and experience wonder, joy, and connection. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you to ensure a thriving, sustainable art sector for all New Yorkers. Now welcome your questions.
Thank you both very much. And we're going to start with Senator Serrano, Chair of our Arts Committee. It's actually arts and many other things, but today it's arts.
Thank you very much, Senator Krueger, and it's great to be here with you, Executive Director Mullen. Thank you for your testimony and for your leadership on all things arts and culture. You and I have had the opportunity to speak on many occasions about challenges to the sector and how we can best serve the arts and culture. As chair of this committee and as the senator representing East Harlem and the South Bronx, which are ever emerging and growing arts communities that have a historical background in the arts, I often hear from artists and from smaller arts organizations about the concerns that they have and how we can do a better job as a state to ensure their survival. During the pandemic, the arts really suffered. They were, especially the performing arts, they were the first to close, the last to reopen. The financial implications were huge. Yet we relied heavily on the arts to bring us out of the pandemic, to be at the forefront of the economic recovery through tourism, but also the emotional well-being of the people of New York State relied very heavily on the great things that the arts bring. I've feel that, having been in this space for a very long time, that the arts are the perfect vehicle for discussions on social justice, on equality, and on different ways that we can move forward as a society in a unified way. And a time now where we're more stratified than ever, the arts really are good medicine for all of us, and I thank you for your leadership in all of that. But I do feel that, we as a state can really try to find ways to do more, to fund more arts organizations, to be supportive of that growth so that artists can feel comfortable in building a career in the arts and not having to make tough financial decisions of turning away from something that they love so dearly because they can't afford to remain in that. And I know you're very much committed to that as well. So I have a couple of very quick questions. The executive's budget has some decrease, in particular on capital funding. And I know we're going to work hard in this budget to try to get these numbers where they should be. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what you're seeing out there in regards to capital funding, the need for it, and what this decrease could mean and what we should really be doing in this space.
Thank you for your question, Senator Serrano. Yes, I do feel like we've been running into each other a lot. I think the governor's budget overall is an increase from last year. I think in terms of capital needs, I would emphasize what we're doing in terms of creating access to capital on a smaller level. You don't have to be in a full-blown campaign if you have to fix your ADA ramp or your roof just so you can open your doors. The floor is $10,000 now. And that is game changing for smaller organizations. And there is, I would say, in the pipeline, it's probably $200 or $300 million worth of capital that's out there that we see. And that doesn't include what we don't see, or, these are just applications. So there's always demand. And I think we're very much proud of the inroads we've made on the lower floor there so that smaller organizations don't have to close their doors, fix what they need to fix, expand what they need to expand, to do the great work.
Thank you for that. I often hear from arts organizations of all sizes about maybe some confusion about the way that the grants are awarded or the timetable for the movement of grants. We've spoken about it. I know that your answer seems pretty clear, but just if you could explain a little bit more about the grant process and when organizations that are awarded grants can expect to see that money or draw down on that money.
Well, I'm very happy to report that our aid to localities, general operating support grants ended and were awarded. And yesterday, I'm again thrilled to report that 93% of our contracts were signed for those that received funding. So they should expect to receive a check in 4 to 6 weeks. And we're very proud of that.
Thank you. And finally, before I turn it over to my colleagues, I wanted to ask a little bit about prioritizing arts funding in underserved communities. If you think about how the arts are such an economic generator in New York City, how they're an economic generator in every corner of New York State, in particular, communities that are suffering economically, the arts can be really part of a very strong part of a revitalization of those communities. How is NISCA prioritizing arts funding in disadvantaged communities throughout the state?
I think all of our grantees are asked, what communities they serve and how they serve them. The incredible thing is that they do serve, vastly diverse communities, whether it's an economic diversity or, people of color. So we know that the majority of our grantees do serve underserved communities, as wide as possible that they can do. So in that way, we look at that when reviewing grantees. We look at regions, and it does go through a peer panel process as well. So you have experts also looking for that balance and making sure that, all sorts of communities are served. And that is a priority for us.
Well, I thank you for that answer. And I also thank you for, within your testimony, mentioning cultural districts. I'm very passionate about cultural districts. It's very organically developing arts corridors in different parts of the state. I've seen how this happens and finding ways as a state to help support them so that they can do what they do to the benefit of all of us in the state is a wonderful thing. So I thank you for your help on that and your work on that. That's pretty much all I have, Senator Krueger. I turn back my time.
Very much. And before I hand it off to the Assembly, I am remiss at not saying before that we are joined with brand new Senator Jeremy Zellnor, who just won a special election to join us from Buffalo. So we want to welcome him to his first budget hearing. And he has actually already been made the chair of our procurement committee, but he is really just here a few days. So Jeanette Moy, I believe he'll be reaching out to you in the future to discuss procurement issues. And I don't think we're going to go into a question and answer today, but I just wanted to make sure he got to meet everybody and understand what an important role you play in these issues.
I look forward to partnering with you, Senator.
Thank you. And then we've also been joined with not so new Senator Gounardes from Brooklyn. Hello, welcome. Assembly.
Thank you. Assemblyman Sturpey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for Commissioner Moy. As part of the Energy Infrastructure Master Plan, you've embarked on some geothermal networks to heat and cool some of the buildings. Can you just give me an update on where those are and what's in the future?
Certainly. Within the past year, we have made public our interest in expanding our work around the Empire State Plaza. We're looking at full decarbonization of this 98-acre site in downtown Albany. And the first phase of work, as partnered with NYPA, includes the conversion of some of our steam chillers into electric chillers, and then also installing a heat recovery chiller, which allows us our first opportunity to redirect excess heat into the Capitol or into other parts of the Empire State Plaza. The second phase takes place after the Wadsworth Laboratory is created and the Biggs Laboratory is moved. The third phase, as you had mentioned, looks at geothermal. There are two opportunities where we're able to use either geothermal in order to heat and cool the plaza, or look at redirecting some of the excess heat that takes place down in partnership with the county by the Port of Albany, where there is a wastewater treatment plant. We are in conversations right now with NYPA to identify what's the best pathway. We're also looking at opportunities to look at lands that allow us to be able to do geothermal. We've completed some test geothermal wells within the past year, and now we're looking for potential sites.
Great. Good. Also, we've had previous conversations about charging stations, et cetera, and I see in there we have like 168 so far. Now, you said you got your first fast chargers. Is that one fast charger, or are they spread somewhere?
We have multiple that are planned, and particularly we're focusing on the state's fleet, so places in which we have higher density of state vehicles. So that includes places like here in Albany. I'm happy to send over both our installation schedule, as some of the ones are certainly going to be in the Albany region.
Yeah. I could recommend putting a few more in the parking garage under the LOB. There's always a fight for those every morning. Director Mallon, just wondering, I have a situation in my district. Cazenovia College closed and was sold. Sorry. Don't know why they're doing that. And as the new owners then split off a couple of parts of the college, one was the theater. And the new owners created a not-for-profit to make it more of a community theater. And of course, he's just written to me asking for a grant because he has to do a few things to the building. Would that be something that's eligible for your capital?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And please call us directly and we'll put you in touch with the head of our capital programs. We're very much about customer service. Glad to hear it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll surrender back the remainder of my time.
Excuse me. Hi. Senator Baskin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our Executive Director and Commissioner Moy for being here today. I'm going to start out with my questions for OGS, and then I just have, I guess, kind of a whiteboard question on NISCA. Commissioner Moy, thank you so much. We had a brief conversation about this about a week ago, and it pertains to the budget proposal to reduce oversight of the comptroller in reviewing procurement contracts by increasing the discretionary threshold to $300,000 for all agencies. My first question, does OGS have any substantive data on the insufficiencies of the comptroller's review of procurement contracts and its process? And by data, I mean, do you find that the comptroller is only able to issue 1 out of every 100 contracts in a specific timeline? And furthermore, what is the average length that it takes the comptroller's office to review a procurement contract for payment disbursement?
Thank you for that question, Senator, and I greatly enjoyed our conversation. I would note for our agency that we are particularly interested in both transparency of data as well as cutting bureaucratic red tape. The increases of the threshold, which would have been virtually unchanged or actually unchanged since 2006, bringing it to 2026 levels, are an opportunity for us to be able to reduce the amount of red tape that takes place when we come to some of these procurements. Safeguards still remain in place when we're doing these acquisitions. These small purchases still require, through the Procurement Council, which creates administrative guidelines and guidance for state agencies, that we are writing clear statements of work. We're still identifying and reviewing the best potential vendor. There's still a simplified acquisition process that allows for that sufficient work to take place. But between a $50,000 level and $300,000, these are relatively low-risk contracts within my agency. As an example, that includes things like window washing or groundskeeping. And we can dramatically reduce the amount of time that it takes in order for any state worker or any state agency doing those types of procurement to find and acquire those services. A large-scale RFQ or an RFQ that looks for a broader procurement could take anywhere between 12 and 24 months, but this is a significant amount of time when we're looking to acquire some of these, low-risk, high volume acquisitions, and makes it very difficult for us to be able to ensure that we are lowering and ensuring a clear playing field for any vendor that is interested in participating in a procurement. So I think in terms of the information relative to the procurement time or the review times by OSC, I'd have to get back to you, Senator, with more information and probably work with our colleagues at OSC to provide that to you.
Thank you. I think I would be interested in seeing a little bit more detail. I can't imagine everybody's waiting between 12 and 24 months. So if these are a specific type of contract, then perhaps the proposal should be to increase for specific types of contracts. Has the comptroller opined?
I apologize. I want to make sure that what I'm talking about is actually the time frame for us to do a procurement for any state agency, because it does take time when you're looking at a simplified acquisition where maybe it's 3 bids, a vendor responsibility review, and then a hiring of a vendor, as opposed to a procurement in which you have a much more rigorous process for that release to the contract reporter. So there's a fair amount of work that takes place in order to do a complex RFQ or an RFP. And that's the amount of time that I was referring to, Senator.
Oh, okay. So the time struggle is on your end, not the comptroller getting the money out the door.
There is time that's required when we're talking about an acquisition, and that's what the timeframes that I'm referring to.
Okay, so Commissioner, why wouldn't we give you more resources to be able to help you speed up your process rather than remove the opportunity for the comptroller to do his job with oversight and transparency when it comes to the public dollar?
I appreciate that question. And when we talk about a simplified acquisition threshold, we're talking about something in which it's underneath $300,000. There still is significant review that takes place by the controller regardless. There's still vendor responsibility that happens. The controller still has the opportunity to be able to both review particular transactions or even review high risk, whether it is an agency or a set of services and programs. So all of those activities still take place, but allows for agencies to work nimbly, to not focus on some of the bureaucratic red tape that it takes in order for us to acquire goods, services, or technology and deliver faster for New Yorkers. So this is a real savings that allows us to be able to focus on missions and support agencies in their focus on missions.
Okay, the average length for the comptroller to review contracts is around 9 to 15 days in sales. So the struggle to be able to get an efficient contract out the door does not lie within the office of the comptroller, but it's OGS would prefer a little bit more time to be able to streamline their process.
I would say that these reforms would exist for not just the Office of General Services, but for all agencies that have to work with the controller's office or in any procurement whatsoever or writ large. I would say that I would not be able to speak to those timeframes for review, but it certainly does add time as we look at the review process. It's the timeframe in order to ensure that you have a clean and good procurement. It's the bids that come in. It's the review and the conversations that may happen with bidders who may have concerns or questions around those procurements. Each one of those activities adds time, not just because of the duration of time from an effort of our staff and our employees, but also the engagement that we provide with any possible bidder as we go through that process. So that can delay when we think about those services, including the review by contract reviewers, by counsel's office, by the AG's office or OSC. Those all add time for what happen to be higher volume, lower risk contracts.
Okay, pardon me, Commissioner, I'm sorry, my time is running low. I want to summarize and say, I think it's very interesting that the streamlining issue is on OGS, but in order to solve that, we have to remove oversight of the comptroller. So I'll leave that there because I want to get to the increased discretionary threshold for all purchases. I wonder if this is going to pose an issue for MWBEs. Currently, the thresholds are $50,000 for all agencies except OGS. You guys have a threshold of discretionary spend at $85,000 for purchases with businesses of any kind, $500,000 for purchases with small business vendors, and $1.5 million for purchases with MWBEs or SDVOBs. If we increase the $50,000 threshold to $300,000, would that limit the number of contracts that would have gone to small business or disadvantaged businesses?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I want to start off by saying we are incredibly proud of our MWBE utilization as well as the SDVOB utilization for our agency. I want to share those numbers, which are 56.41% in this past quarter. In the past year, it was 42.16%. So we certainly take our utilization quite seriously. It is always difficult when taking part in a public procurement. This happens to be one of the things when I speak to small businesses or businesses writ large that are quite difficult. The procurement process is one in which responding to those RFPs, the amount of content and materials that you're providing as a business owner is actually quite rigorous. When we talk about a streamlined process, it is far less work when you're talking about what a provider would have to give in order to be competitive on a bid. So we anticipate this may actually make it easier to do business when we're looking at a short period of time. It also, when you think about some of these services, which are multi-year, it allows for agencies to be more nimble in their procurements, maybe even increase the amount of procurements that we're doing because it allows us to be able to focus on specific services a little bit more strategically as we look to acquire our goods and services statewide.
Thank you. Do you have an official opine from the comptroller on these proposals?
I do not, and I would note that OGS is an important stakeholder because of our role in the Procurement Council. We are not the only agency that makes acquisitions and purchases. This is something that, in close partnership with the governor's office, it allows us to be able to say, we know that this will help streamline services and reduce the procurement time frames. And we are always happy to partner with both OSC as well as other colleagues.
Okay, until the budget passes, you and I will continue to have this dialogue.
Absolutely,
so that I have a
Senator.
clear understanding of what it is the executive is actually asking both houses to vote on. We want to make
Absolutely.
sure that we are helping small businesses and not removing oversight of the public dollar.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblyman Friend.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you both to Commissioner Moy and Executive Director Mallon for coming today. Executive Director Mallon, you've given me the opportunity to highlight my community a little bit, and thank you for doing that. I just want to talk about a few of the places you brought up. The Clemens Center was originally opened in 1925 as Keeney's Theater, and it was known as the largest, most magnificent theater between New York City and Buffalo at the time. It originally opened as a vaudeville and silent film house. It survived the floods of 1946 and 1972. Unfortunately, after 1972, they did seek to demolish it. A group of community members came forward and saved it. They did have to remove some of the seating. It currently has 1,618 seats in Powers Theater and a black box space known as Mandeville Hall. It is the home of the Orchestra of the Southern Finger Lakes, and it has more than 50 tenants, including the Meyer Little Theater, the Raphael Gregorian Ballet Theater, Common Time, and New Heights Dance Theater. The Arnott Art Museum is housed in an 1833 Greek Revival mansion that was opened in 1913. It is one of the few U.S. museums to retain its original 19th century private collection. Matthias Arnott traveled the world collecting and commissioning works of art. He had a standing weekend invitation to the community to visit his home and collection. I'm just going to jump back to the Clemens Center before I go on to the next two. I did want to mention that the Clemens Center, after the 1972 flood, when it was recommissioned and brought on, it is now currently seeking to become a qualified production facility for film and TV. And they're working with our local colleges, Elmira College and SUNY Corning Community College, and have created a micro-credential in technical theater. And they also work with our Career Development Council to host a theater career day for our local high school students. Then to go on to our Chemung County Historical Society. That's been recognized both in the state and locally with many awards for one production called The Outsiders All, a 19th century prisons, mental hospitals, and asylums. Another production called The High Line, A City Divided, A City United. A third production called Never Done, Women and Work in Chemung County, 1880 to 1920. And they received a national award in publication for Heritage Uncovered, the Black Experience in Upstate New York. And then you also mentioned the John W. Jones Museum. John W. Jones escaped slavery in Virginia in 1844. In 1851, he became an Underground Railroad station master, and during his time, he aided more than 800 freedom seekers by 1860, sometimes up to 30 people a night that he was able to move on the Underground Railroad to St. Catharines, Canada, without a single capture. He became the sexton of Woodlawn Cemetery, where he oversaw the respectful, marked burial of 2,973 Confederate prisoners. Only 7 of those are listed as unknown. His meticulous record keeping helped establish Woodlawn as a national cemetery in 1877. Elmira was the only regular agency and published station on the Underground Railroad between Philadelphia and St. Catharines, Canada. So I want to thank you for highlighting those very important areas of the Southern Tier and Elmira particularly. And I just wanted to ask you, last year's enacted budget had a cut of $4 million for regional arts and cultural councils outside of New York City. Could you elaborate on the impact that that had to upstate and rural areas especially?
I'm sorry, say the first part of your question?
So the last year's enacted budget cut $4 million for regional arts and cultural councils outside of New York City. Just looking for, do you know what the impact was to arts funding upstate and rurally from that cut?
I have to check because I'm not sure if we're looking at the statewide community regrant, money, or if it's another regranter. Can I get back to you on that?
You definitely can.
And listen, you made my heart sing knowing all that information. It's a very vital and historic place. So.
Well, thank you for recognizing that. I appreciate all that you do for us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Senator Jeremy Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And first, just a statement to Director Mallon. Thank you for your leadership. Great report. I agree with Chair Serrano that the arts are absolutely an economic generator. And one of those underrepresented communities, underserved communities, is downtown Rochester, which I represent. And it is the home of Garth Fagan Dance. And Garth Fagan Dance, it's just celebrated its 50th year in operation. Of course, many people know Garth Fagan Dance from Garth's work in choreographing The Lion King on Broadway, but it's a modern dance technique that does so much more. And we appreciate your investment in capital, and we will be coming to talk to you about that. Commissioner Moy, always great to see you, and thanks again for your leadership across New York. I want to talk about AI. And oftentimes when we talk about artificial intelligence, we're talking about worker displacement. And that's not what I'm talking about today. I'll leave my colleagues who are more versed in that to have those conversations. I'm talking about new forms of technology that are adaptive and functional within the AI landscape, exploring new products that the state could employ through your agency, Office of General Services, but really all of your partner agencies that would just make our state system of operations much more secure, much more modernized, to reduce paperwork, to reduce our environmental impact. So programs and products like Factify and others that are kind of becoming larger uses. And I'm wondering, I'm sure you travel across the country and attend workshops and conventions with your colleagues. Can you talk about how you're making these investments into these new forms of technology products?
I appreciate the question. Thank you, Senator. Certainly, the use of artificial intelligence in government is one that is relatively new. Just yesterday, I was attending a panel in which we were discussing what is the right area from a risk perspective to be able to leverage it into our work. For our agency, in the governor's executive budget, she's proposed an AI in procurement, particularly as we look at some of our search features. And many institutions that are starting to look at artificial intelligence are looking for areas in which they are low risk areas and spaces where we can provide great outcomes. And we are certainly focused on not any kind of displacement, but ensuring that our workers can have a better search tool. So we'll be looking to employ artificial intelligence over some of our centralized contracts, so it's easier for authorized users to be able to identify the good service, technology, or commodity that they're interested in. Procurement and some of these back office operations are ones in which nearly every entity, private or public, are really focusing their efforts. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Assemblyman Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner Moy. Good to see you, Executive Director Mallon, and Abby. It's good to see you as well. Congratulations, Erica, on your 65th year for NISCA. We should celebrate that on the floor at some point. Let me begin by citing some of the data you mentioned in your testimony. $164 billion in economic output, and that was, I believe, a couple of years ago too. That was the data was based on 2023. Almost 500,000 workers in the creative economy space. But yet, the executive once again proposes a budget that has 22% decrease in operation dollars, almost 20 million for grant-making purposes. And I'm sure Senator Serrano and I, along with my colleagues, will work very hard to continue to fight and restore much of that funding. And you also mentioned in your testimony some of the hyper-local artists, and you've exceeded historical levels for the agency in reaching artists at the hyper-local and supporting artists in general. Can you be more specific about what you mean by like hyper-local artists and how you define them?
Sure, and always good to see you, Assemblymember Kim. So we have a few programs. One is, is the statewide community re-grant program, which has 26 organizations throughout the state that re-grant money out to artists and organizations for project-based support in their communities. So that's one way that we can reach more and more people, more and more artists. It's not general operating support, and the grants are smaller, but it is, the music on the green. It's the public art installation, on your block, and it's is support of an artist's, ongoing, photographic work, or a very small organization starting up. And we, they're very important to NISCA because they do, in fact, reach, over 1,300 people, but they're also help us to be, have boots on the ground.
And we talked about the need, and beyond the recipients, there are potentially thousands of other artists who did apply, who didn't receive any grants. And you and I both have fielded many complaints from local organizations that don't have the capacity to write the grants, et cetera. Do we have any do we keep data on those applicants that might have applied but did not get grants? And do we have a sense of what the barriers and challenges are that we can somehow figure out to support them so they can be in a better position to win some of these grants in the future?
I don't know if we can look into the ongoing data that we keep either anecdotally, but I do think, we did an overhaul back in 2023, I believe, a little before my time, to give general operating support instead of just project support. And this sort of was a game changer because it said to organizations, you hire the artists that you need to hire, you put on the shows that you hire the person you need to hire. So we left the decision making there, and I think that was a real game changer for the field itself. It really is sort of the goal, it's the golden ticket for many organizations and artists.
Does NISCA have any role, a collaborative role in the New York Space program? Is that something that you will be working closely with ESD?
Yes, we hope to. We have, deep expertise from, Elmira to New York City in that space, and so we look forward to working with ESD on that.
In terms of procurement contracts, is it defined what the partnership will look like with ESD?
Not yet.
Not
I
yet,
think
okay.
it's being developed.
Okay, great, thank you. We'd love to stay in touch with that process. Senator Serrano mentioned the cultural districts, and you mentioned in testimony there'll be a competitive process. What does that mean? And can you expand on how that will look like?
So right now we're in the research phase of the designating what it takes to designate cultural districts. There are many different models throughout the nation, some that are applicable to us more than others. We've looked at models anywhere from in California to Massachusetts, to Denver, to Minnesota. So we're putting together what we're also talking with our sister agencies who do designations like that. So we're really in the research phase and look forward to kind of reporting out, over the course of the year how we are looking. But no doubt it will be a application process of some sort. And we think that's, something that comes from the ground up will be very important, that is community-based.
Great. And lastly, I know that more jurisdictions are competing for whether it's entertainment, artists, events, or even sports, and that market is becoming very competitive for one-off events or touring events, and New York, in my opinion, has fallen behind in staying competitive and attracting some of the latest events, and especially being the cultural capital of the world. We should be doing more, and I have Bill 9562 called the Empire State Sports and Entertainment Fund, which I hope that we can work with ESD and your department in putting together some funds to attract these one-off events that otherwise wouldn't come to New York. I personally have a bias around Korean music and K-pop, and every time you turn on Netflix, we're consumed by so much Korean content. I think there's so much we could do to bring some of these artists to New York and celebrate what they've been doing globally. So I hope we can collaborate on that one. Commissioner Joy, my remainder of my time, you are the chief asset manager of the state of New York. World that has become so privatized and run by hedge funds, private equity, and private asset management companies. You are a great example of what the public sector could do if we do things the right way. And that there's so much I think we can also be doing to have a positive impact on tourism as well as arts. If we are investing in the right place and training people up and having the right morale to represent the state of New York every time the public or someone who's visiting these facilities interact with a state employee. And I think you've done already a great job, but I hope that we can support you in further professionalizing OGS employees. And I say this because when I visit other nations, for example, like Japan, people have the highest respect and for public workers, and you don't see that kind of morale when you walk around Albany or the state of New York. When you enter a train or you enter a public building, children are literally bowing down to public sector workers because they respect the value that they bring to the community. But we just simply don't have that kind of culture, and I just hope, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we can invest enough where our assets, our public assets, become the shining light for the state of New York.
I appreciate that, Assembly Member. And I would say that certainly we are stewards of a significant amount of real estate, and we've been trying to invest in our public spaces. Right here in the plaza, we have the Rockefeller Art Collection. We have the Harlem Art Collection, which was created during the Adam Clayton Powell, the building of that site. And it is our goal to be as welcoming as possible. Certainly, there are many things taking place in the world and across our country, and I think our pride in being public servants is quite high within our agency, and I look forward to partnering with you to continue to bring that pride across all aspects of our work.
Thank you.
The Senate is done.
The Senate is done. I'm impressed. Assemblyman Palasamo. I know I should say.
Yes, Commissioner Moy, how are you today? My questions are for you. The state has enacted a law that says by 2035, all light-duty vehicles must be zero-emission or electric, basically. And by 2040, all heavy-duty vehicles must be electric or zero-emission. And we delayed a benchmark threshold. They changed it after we put it in place. We were supposed to have 25% by 2025, 50% by 2030. They took that away and just said you have to have it all by 2035 and 2040 respectively. How many vehicles in the state fleet, light duty and heavy duty, and how many of them are electric? And I'm particularly interested in the heavy duty when we get to that point.
I appreciate your question, Assembly Member. These targets for the state fleet for both light duty and heavy duty are ones that have not changed at this time. We're very proud of the work that we've done at the Office of General Services for that conversion. We are at 8.8% for ZEVs as of January of this year for light duty vehicles. The heavy duty and medium duty vehicle conversion plans were just submitted this past December, and we'll be working with our agency partners to help support through that process of transition.
So you don't have any electric snowplows, correct?
We are looking at products as they move through. I just saw a really great electric cherry picker as an example. Every single year we do, in partnership with the New York Power Authority, a EV fleet show, which allows us to look at those medium and heavy duty products. Within the past 2 years, our priority has been focusing on building out key infrastructure as well as purchasing and acquiring light and heavy light vehicles.
And I can appreciate that. So I would like to know, maybe it's a follow-up, how many, if you don't, unless I think that was answering, how many electric dump trucks you have, how many electric snowplows you have, how many electric trailers you have, because we have this act regulation that's on the books right now that we're requiring trucking companies to adhere to. I mean, there's the delay in enforcement, but they're still building up these deficits because they still have to adhere to it. And it's interesting, the state of New York also is requiring school districts to convert their entire fleets by 2035. But the state of New York does not have to convert their heavy-duty fleet to 2040, a full 5 years after our school districts. I'm still trying to get someone from the administration or the media to ask someone in the administration, why are we asking our school districts to be the guinea pig for this social experiment? Because it's not work, it's not feasible. If you talk to school districts, they don't want it, they don't need it, they can't afford it. So why doesn't the state do it first? And once you guys complete it all and convert your entire fleet, then we move on to school districts and local municipalities. That's the best way to do it, instead of putting this huge unfunded mandate on our municipalities and schools. How do you say to that?
Assembly Member, I appreciate the question, and I understand. We will look for the information with regard to the medium and heavy-duty vehicles that have been acquired thus far and the percentage of the fleet, and I can provide that information. With regard to this electric school bus conversion, I would note that it's a whole-of-government approach to that transition that's taking place. The Office of General Services' role in that is that we establish the statewide contracts, which include electric school buses. We established a procurement that happened several years ago. It's actually, the contract will be ending next year. Our partnership work is that we gather feedback from the Department of Transportation, our partners, the New York State Department of Education, our colleagues at NYSERDA and NYPA and others to gather feedback on what should be included in that procurement.
I don't mean to cut you off, Commissioner. Maybe I do because I want to ask. You are aware, too, with the money that the state has put in, and they always tell how much money is through the Bond Act for this. Even the Federal Inflation Reduction Act money. I asked Doreen Harris when she was sitting at the table, that total amount of money is enough to pay for 3,000 school buses. We have a fleet of nearly 50,000 school buses in the state of New York. So this is the mother of all unfunded mandates heading down the tracks at our school districts and local property taxpayers, and they don't know how to handle it. So we can talk about all the collaboration and guidance, but they can't afford it. And it's just going to bury these school districts and property taxpayers. And the other thing on electric vehicles, why do we need to subsidize electric vehicle purchases if it's truly better than a combustional engine? Shouldn't they sell themselves? People really don't want them unless they get the subsidy for them, and it's just very, very concerning. Give people energy choice, and what the policies of this state continue to take away energy choice. You know, they want to change how you heat your home, cook your food, power your building, and the vehicle you drive. And people are upset about it because they're feeling it across their bills and everything they do day in and day out. And thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Shimsky.
There we go. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. Director Mallon, Senator Serrano went through very methodically about talking about the unmet demand for capital funding. Could you do a similar walkthrough with the operational assistance and what, from your perspective, the unmet need appears to be?
Thank you so much for your question. I think that's a question that's hard to answer because we see the pool growing and growing. So, for example, this year alone, we had 200 additional, applications come in, and then we had 600 additional applications come in for just one category alone, and that was support for organizations. So, and I see this sort of, each year it seems to be doubling and tripling. So I think on one hand it's great because we're getting out there, we're going to the communities, we're saying apply, just apply, please apply.
And they are.
And then they are. And that's great. And we give, a lot of technical assistance to help them. So, I think the pool is just going to go, the sky's the limit, which is what's the beauty of New York State.
Yeah. While I've got you here, I would really like to thank you for moving forward on helping establish reserve funds. Those are very important to any organization, especially one that has a venue it has to take care of. I would also like to thank you for being so prompt getting your reimbursements out the door. The whole thing is kind of very disparate and not very clear in my mind yet. But in the last several weeks, I have been getting so many complaints in my office about delays in getting state reimbursements. Not from NISCA. I haven't heard anything from NISCA, but anything involving capital funding, involving payments to vendors who have provided services many months ago, and people who have been waiting months or in many cases several years for individual benefits that have been entitled to them. And if anyone wants to comment, you've got 7 minutes, seconds, sorry. But in the meantime, we need to do more as a state to look at this and make sure we pay people back what they owe.
Thank you. Assembly Member Lucas.
Great day to everyone again in the room. Commissioner, while the Office of General Services reports strong statewide MWBE utilization, district-level transparency remains limited, and I'm in the 60th, which is East New York, Brownsville, Canarsie. How does your office track MWBE payments by geographic location, and how many waivers or penalties have been issued in the past 3 fiscal years for failure to meet participation goals?
Assemblymember, I'm going to have to get back to you with some detailed information around that, but we will be following up with your office.
I appreciate that. Also, for state construction projects impacting the 60th Assembly District, how does your office prioritize local hiring and apprenticeships, and what data can you provide on workforce participation?
I'll have to look into that information for you, Assemblymember, but would be happy to provide it.
Appreciate your transparency.
Absolutely. And one thing that we are looking forward to is one of our major changes this year is we'll be implementing a new capital projects dashboard, which will be broken down according to zip code and localities. So you'll be able to see the projects that OGS does across not just the state, but your district as well.
Okay. And for NISCA, Ms. Mallon, of the funding awarded to the 1,300 hyperlocal artists and organizations through the Community Regrant Partners, what percentage is going to organizations serving communities of color, specifically Black and Latino, with emphasis on that? And does NISCA track this data to ensure equitable distribution of these funds, and can we get access to that?
Thank you for your question, Assembly Member. We do not specifically gather demographic data. Grantees or applicants can tell us about, they can voluntarily tell us about that. They do have to tell us what communities they serve, whether that be for disabled people, whether that be for, underserved areas. So we do know about that. And that's what we look
Can we
at.
have access to that data, and do you have any plans to track that? Because how else would you know if it's being equitably distributed?
We actually recently, well, it wasn't so recently, but as an example, we commissioned through a grant a report by Museum Hugh to look at BIPOC museums, for example. And this was a validation. It wasn't, a study by us, but it turns out that over 90% of those that were
In
identified,
my last 2 seconds,
NISCA
sorry to cut
funded.
you off, but I would definitely like if you guys can have a conversation about how to track that a little better, because how do we know if it's equitable?
Thank you, Chair. Director Mallon, I just wanted to have a quick question about the Reserve Fund Program. In your testimony, you said there were 1,200 applications for a nominal 1.7 million that we put aside last year. Do we have anything planned for this year from the executive? And what was the average size request for an applicant last year for emergency funds?
I have to get back to you on the average size. It was a range, you can anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 according to your budget. Yes, we do plan to have another round. I think we are going to make some tweaks because of, the demand and the funding currently allotted.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, then I want to thank you for joining us today. We're only 2 hours late in today's hearing, just in case you're following. So that's why some of us chose not to ask you questions, but we very much appreciate your work. And, I come from Manhattan Island, so arts as part of the center of our culture and economic development is irreplaceable. But everywhere it is and it should be. So thank you both. Even though only 2 of you spoke, for joining us today. And we're going to ask you to go on with your day somewhere else, or you can sit in the audience, that's fine. And we're going to call...
Stay for taxes also.
That's true. We're like a full-time budget show. I'm going to call up panel C, Susan Filburn, New York State Office of Cannabis Management. Is Ms. Filburn with us? She is? Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, but she's actually not in this room? Okay. All right. So she's going to be a few minutes? 30 seconds? Okay, we'll give her 30 seconds. Otherwise, I would skip her and then come back to her. Yes? All right, how are you doing?
Did you get a hold of the document that I dropped off?
Why doesn't everybody introduce themselves, please? Oh, yes, you have to press the green ring. It has to, there you
Oh,
go.
there we go.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Filburn. I'm the Executive Deputy Director of OCM.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm John Kagia. I'm the new Acting Executive Director for the Office
Welcome.
of Financial Management.
Hello, Simone Washington, Chief Equity Officer.
Great. Okay, welcome to all of you. You have 10 minutes to make your presentation, and then we'll have some questions.
Good morning, committee chairs, Senator Kruger, Assemblymember Pretlow. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm John Kagia, the just appointed Acting Executive Director for the Office of Cannabis Management. It is both a great privilege and profound responsibility to lead this growing agency, and I'm truly excited about the work ahead. I want to thank Governor Hochul for her confidence in me, as over the past 3+ years leading OCM's policy team, I've had the opportunity to help shape the framework of New York's cannabis market. And I'm deeply committed to building on the foundation to guide this agency toward continued sustainability, growth, and long-term success. I am grateful for the opportunity to share with you the significant progress OCM has made over the past year, as well as the vision for the work ahead. Joining me today are Sue Philbin, OCM's Executive Deputy Director, and Simone Washington, our Chief Equity Officer. I want to thank the Governor, the Executive Chamber, and you, our partners in the legislature, for the continued support and guidance. The growth and maturation OCM experienced in 2025 would not have been possible without the sustained commitment to building a regulated cannabis market that prioritizes public health and safety, market integrity, practitioner education, and long-term stability. Now, I want to share with you the significant progress OCM has made over the past year, as well as our vision for the work ahead. OCM has worked diligently to expand and strengthen New York's cannabis marketplace, helping the industry take root while adapting to new opportunities and challenges. None of this progress would have been possible without our licensees, advocates, and industry leaders, many of whom have championed quality, innovation, and community engagement from the very beginning. We are grateful for their partnership as we continue shaping the future of cannabis in New York. I would also like to recognize the dedicated employees of the Office of Cannabis Management. The agency has experienced significant, rapid growth and transitions, changes that ultimately led me to be here today. Through it all, OCM staff have remained focused, professional, and deeply committed to their mission. Their expertise, resilience, and passion for serving New Yorkers are evident every day, and I'm continually impressed by the dedication to their work. Finally, thank you to the Cannabis Control Board, particularly Chair Jessica Garcia, whose leadership has reinvigorated the board and strengthened its focus. I also extend my appreciation to the Cannabis Advisory Board, led by Chair Joseph Bellick, and my colleagues across OCM's executive team for their steady leadership and shared commitment to building a cannabis program that works for all New Yorkers. Last year, OCM appeared before the committee during a period marked by both momentum and transition. Today, we're experiencing similar growth defined by meaningful changes that have strengthened the cannabis industry and sharpened the agency's mission, focus, and resolve. First, the school proximity legislation recently passed reaffirmed the importance of aligning licensing decisions with statutory requirements and community standards. Throughout this process, OCM worked collaboratively with impacted licensees, the governor's office, and you, the legislature, to amend the law in relation to dispensaries' proximity to schools. With that coordination and clarity, none of the impacted businesses have been required to relocate, and we're now equipped to move forward with clear requirements on distance and dispensaries to schools. Next, the implementation of seed-to-sale tracking marked a major operational milestone for New York's cannabis program. Working closely with Metric, the state's vendor, OCM undertook extensive education and outreach efforts to support licensees through the transition. This included webinars, in-person trainings across the state, and the distribution of over 20 million free track and trace tags to processors to offset initial costs and reduce barriers to compliance. Today, 90% of licensees are actively credentialed in the system, and the office continues to work directly with those onboarding and troubleshooting implementation issues. This system now provides a stronger oversight across the supply chain, it enhances transparency, and it helps protect businesses, particularly small operators, from market manipulation and product inversion. Finally, fighting inversion is a top priority for OCM. That's why we launched the Trade Practices Bureau last year. TPB plays a central role in safeguarding the integrity of New York's cannabis market and advancing the state's social and economic equity framework while reinforcing a fair, transparent, and accountable marketplace. As New York's cannabis market matures, protecting legally licensed businesses from bad actors through strong enforcement of fair trade practices will be central to our focus. Taken together, these experiences strengthen us as an agency. We improved our internal processes, clarified regulatory expectations, and reinforced the importance of transparency and accountability for us and for the industry. Over the past year, OCM expanded the retail market and supply markets through continued licensing. As of today, OCM has processed 2,186 licenses and more than 150 license renewals across all our programs. The retail footprint grew from 261 stores in 2024 to 595 stores, with over 55% of adult use licenses issued to social and economic equity businesses. Since adult use sales began in 2023, New York retailers have sold nearly $3 billion worth of cannabis. And this year alone, we forecast our sales to grow to $2.6 billion. All regions saw sales growth between 2024 and 2025, with revenue more than doubling in several regions, including Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, Finger Lakes, and Mid-Hudson. The cannabis industry has created thousands of jobs across the state and continues to grow New York State's workforce. In Rochester, OCM celebrated the opening of the state's 500th licensed dispensary, and we're now preparing to mark the 600th dispensary over the coming days. We continue to foster social and economic equity work through both innovative and governed by communities served through many of the projects that we've deployed, including the Conditional Adult Use Retail Dispensary Grant Program in partnership with the Empire State Development, the Technical Assistance Providers Grants, the Micro Business Pro Forma Project, and the Cannabis Hub and Incubation Program, or CHIP Academy. The agency, in partnership with the Cannabis Advisory Board, distributed $5 million in cannabis tax revenue to youth-focused nonprofit organizations across the state, from Buffalo to Brooklyn, an important example of how this program is reinvesting revenue from cannabis taxes back into our communities. 50 organizations received $100,000 for programs that support housing, workforce development, and mental health. Over 82% of the grants were awarded to organizations with zip codes containing one or more communities disproportionately impacted by prior cannabis prohibition. OCM also expanded the medical cannabis program and our cannabis research. The Cannabis Control Board licensed 2 additional registered organizations, which brings the total to 19, and has issued 7 cannabis research licenses. OCM partnered with Northwell Health for the 2nd annual New York State Medical Cannabis Symposium. This 2-day event featured several education programs and direct training for clinicians and practitioners from across the state. OCM continues to protect public health through our education campaigns. We launched our Cannabis Education Library, where New Yorkers can order educational resources to share free of charge. We also launched the Cannabis Education Advisory Panel, a statewide body of experts that was convened to advise on the development, review, and evaluation of youth-related cannabis educational resources. OCM continues to keep New Yorkers safe. This past year, the Enforcement and Investigations Division continued to conduct regulatory inspections, execute court-issued access orders, and assisted in enforcement during search warrants. We also conducted undercover operations to stem the trafficking and sale of illicit cannabis. To date, we've padlocked more than 500 illicit locations and have completed over 2,000 enforcement actions in 2025, netting over $20 million of illicit cannabis product. This work is critical to paving the way for our legal regulated stores. OCM's compliance and laboratory teams continue to conduct inspections and monitor adherence to legal cannabis market rules. In fact, 97% of the tested cannabis product lots passed state-mandated testing, and the compliance team conducted double the number of inspections in 2025 over 2024. Together, these outcomes reflect an agency willing to confront complexity, learn from its experience, and continue moving forward in service of a regulated, equitable, and sustainable cannabis market. What began as a year of transition concluded as a year of progress, one that positions OCM to capitalize on new opportunities with renewed confidence and momentum. Looking forward, OCM remains focused on guiding New York's cannabis market from its early development into a phase defined by stability, accountability, and long-term success. We are committed to building a safe, effectively regulated market for the more than 2.2 million New Yorkers who consume cannabis regularly. As the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act marks its 5th anniversary, New York continues to advance a roadmap envisioned by the legislature, one grounded in equity, responsible growth, and public health and safety.
Excuse me, and one, we want to welcome you, even though I know we're not doing confirmation right away. I'm already getting emails about that. So for anyone curious, confirmation goes through a separate process before it comes to the floor of the Senate. And I suspect we will be dealing with budget first, but I can't swear that. But we're very pleased you're there and look forward to working with you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Cooney, who is our chair of our Cannabis Committee, and allow him to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kruger, and welcome to you all. John, congratulations on your appointment. Sue, thank you so much for your diligence and keeping the ship moving forward. And Simone, thank you for your leadership and commitment to equity in this process. I want to start kind of high level. And if you could, whomever feels comfortable answering the question can jump in. Speak to me generally about economic impact. And I'm not just talking about just the dispensaries or just our cultivators. Kind of overall, what does legal cannabis look like in New York in terms of economic impact, and how can you measure that?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator Cooney. Really important question, and I'd draw a few threads as we think about the scale of impact that this industry is having. So first, just looking at legal cannabis sales. Last year, we did $1.7 billion in sales. This year, we're on pace for $2.6 billion. By 2027, we're anticipating $3.5 to $4 billion in legal sales. As we look at the timeline between the first sales in 2023 and 2028, we're looking at total economic sales, just consumer sales, of over $14 billion. So that's real dollars being spent that's hyper-local to our communities. Two, it's worth noting, those are just sales to consumers. That doesn't account for all of the transactions that happen through the supply chain. You could probably add another 50% on top of that because of the sales from growers to manufacturers to distributors, et cetera. So there you're talking, the number starts getting up to the $20 billion over a 5-7 year timeline. So that's money that was already being spent. New York has not created new consumers. The idea was to take the over 2.2 million consumers who are already in this market and transition them from the unregulated market to the legal market.
Yep.
And we're now capturing that spending through a regulated framework. Two, we think about the jobs being created. We're working right now with the Department of Labor to get a clear assessment of how many new jobs are being created here. But with over 2,000 licensees now, assuming everyone has at least 10 employees, that's 20,000 jobs at minimum that have been created so far. And that's growing. So a real engine there. Three, one of the things that makes cannabis unique as we think about industry is that the industry is hyper-local. The legal industry is producing products that are grown right here in New York. So all of the investment around infrastructure development, building cultivation facilities, building manufacturing plants, the retail stores, all of that is money that is being spent directly in our communities, generally by consumers who are buying product from dispensaries in their hometowns and down the street from where they live. So there's a proximity to the money being spent and being generated here that is hyper-local. The dollars are not flowing out of the state. The industry is being built here and the dollars are being spent here.
So it's fair to say that it's had significant economic impact on the state. And as we've now been able to tax and regulate this in a more meaningful way, and we're starting to see, again, more dispensaries open. You notice the 500th dispensary that was opened in my district in Rochester. This is all positive. Let's talk about track and trace specifically. I know that the seed to sale tracking has been a big priority. We finally have that underway. I'm glad to hear it. But my concern is the cost being placed onto the actual licensees. Is that something that we could absorb as a state or OCM could absorb? I know other states have had their regulatory body take on that cost of the tracking and tracing system, seed to sale tracking system.
We've certainly seen other states adopt that cost, and it's something that we're very sensitive to. Certainly open to exploring ways in which we can assume some of these costs. I will say, in this initial deployment, part of the way we helped manage the cost to our licensees was by issuing over 20 million free tags, so that our growers wouldn't have to pay for the tags that they're giving the plants, that the retail IDs were being offered complimentary. And the expectation was that we would at least issue enough to get us through this first year. And then as we look at next year and the continued growth of this market.
Do we have an idea of what the total cost would be to implement the seed to sale tracking system in terms of all these tags?
If we were to assume all of the cost?
Correct.
I think, let me get back to you on that. I can get
Okay.
you a number for that.
I think that would be helpful in the budget process. I still have concerns around the batch versus individual item sale tracking. I do not believe that there are, unless you can tell me otherwise, are there any other states that require individual item tracking tags versus batch tracking tags? I'm just trying to find ways to lower the cost.
Sure.
For state taxpayers.
So I'll say this, part of the reason why we felt it was really important to get maximal visibility into our program was because of the threat that we felt inversion plays.
Yes.
We had operated for a long time. We built a very large market without this system in place. And by being quite kind of progressive in how we implement seed to sale, by ensuring we're tracking every single product from the time that the seed is put into the ground till the time each individual product ends in the consumer's basket, gives us a deeply holistic view into the state of our market. We will be paying very close attention to the data we get out of this. And I think one of the things we'd like to demonstrate is we are a learning organization. But given the scale of risk that we felt inversion poses to this market, we felt it critically important that we start with a very aggressive view into the entire supply chain, which included the retail IDs as part of that system.
Okay. Let's move on to billboards. I know that the regulations went into effect this week where you're following the MRTA, which I obviously can appreciate. I am concerned, though, that we have left open a little bit of a gap here for out-of-state advertisers to be here in New York, especially here in Albany, the capital region. We've got Massachusetts dispensaries advertising here, but our New York retailers aren't able to advertise on billboards. I will point you to legislation I carry with Assembly Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes, Senate Bill 8913A, which would allow and amend the MRTA to allow billboards in with respect to some of the same protections that we have in other industries like alcohol and tobacco. We want to make sure that legal cannabis sales continue to dominate. We believe there's a direct correlation between billboard advertising and increased legal sales of cannabis. So I just wanted to point that out to you. You mentioned in your opening remarks, Director, that talking about some of the success of the medical cannabis program, something I've been very interested in, and I want to shout out my good friend, Dr. June Chin, who does wonderful work in that space. But I am very concerned that over the last 10 months, we have lost upwards of 20,000 patients. I believe about 7 or 8 stores in the medical cannabis side has closed. What is the game plan here for making sure that patients who desperately need access to prescribed cannabis have access to this in an affordable way?
So it's a really important question. And first, let me just kind of highlight the office's commitment to continuing to kind of preserve our medical cannabis program. We think there's real opportunity to continue the work that has been done over the past decade to ensure access for patients. Two, I think bringing in the expertise of somebody like Dr. June Chin, I think is a great catalyst for the fresh thinking that we're hoping to deploy here at the office. Third, we have issued the new registered organization licenses. Most of those ROs are not yet operational, and we're hopeful that will help expand access. We were very delighted to see the governor include the Cannabis Care and Health Equity Centers of Excellence as part of her budget this year, or her sort of State of the State speech this year, because part of what that does is it provides kind of the direction to engage practitioners, train physicians across the entire healthcare ecosystem on how to integrate cannabis into the practice.
Which builds
we do
that
have a lot of
for
work
market.
to do.
Yeah, I totally agree. As you know, my wife is a healthcare provider, and so there's a lot of education that needs to take place to help build patient awareness and then providers prescribing said cannabis. And I think this is a big deal in terms of getting patients off of prescription opioids, right? And finding an alternative, non-addictive way to manage pain or chronic conditions. I will say, would you be open to stakeholder conversations around this? Because I think, there's some barriers in place that continue to block patients from accessing it. I still believe that we should not be taxing medical cannabis, right? Because again, we don't tax Tylenol, right? So let's figure out ways that we can reduce that barrier for patients themselves. So you're open to those types of conversations,
Absolutely.
Director?
Absolutely.
Okay, final question. I know we're running out of time and we might not have time to answer it, but let's talk offline. I continue to be concerned around enforcement. Especially with the beverages, right? We know that THC beverages, intoxicating hemp beverages are coming into the marketplace, are being consumed. Does OCM have the resources from an enforcement standpoint to not only get these products off the shelves, but to hold licensees accountable to this? And we can talk about it. We have just a couple seconds left.
Yeah.
We can talk about it offline. So let's continue to think about that.
We would certainly welcome more resources.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Landon Diaz, the chair of our Mythical Committee on Cannabis. 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Or condolences, depends which way you want to go. I've been in the cannabis space since 2018, worked with one of the original registered organizations, which was MedMen, also a cannabis attorney. So sorry if I get a little bit into the details and get a little nerdy here, but I do care about what's going on in this market. So first and foremost, how many registered organizations on the medical cannabis side from the original 10 are still operating and existing in New York?
I believe we have 7 of the original that are still operational.
So we have 7 of the original 10 are operating. And however, we've now given out 2 additional RO designations?
No, so we had a registered organization licensing round as part of, in 2023, where there were 10 licenses that were awarded. The 2 that I was mentioning were the last of the 2 licenses that were awarded.
Correct.
So we'll have 17 total based on the original 7 plus the 10 newly licensed registered organizations.
How many ROs have shuttered their doors in New York?
So fully shuttered, I think MedMen may be the only one that has fully exited the state. We've had transactions happen that have changed ownership. But in terms of shuttering, I believe MedMen may be the only one that has left.
At this moment, just briefly, would you say that the medical cannabis program is a success?
There's a lot of work to do there. There's no question about that. The part of the challenge with medical cannabis, and this has been true nationwide, is every time you activate the adult use market, you provide an alternative to the medical cannabis program. So part of what we have been trying to do is reduce barriers and complexity to participating in the medical program so that patients can stay in the medical program rather than default to the adult use market. We have just passed legislation and in the process of advancing regulations to complement the new laws to reduce some of the burdens associated with being a patient.
Right.
Because we understand there are contexts where patients really get a lot of value from being able to go and speak to a pharmacist at or trained health provider within the dispensaries, from being able to get the types of products that are available within our medical dispensaries. We want to make sure that that remains available. And we think there's candidly a huge opportunity to continue to help New Yorkers improve their health and wellness through medical cannabis. We recognize that this is hard work, but we're leaning into it.
Okay, so in addition to that, did any of the ROs do the buy-in into the adult use market, which was a $20 million buy-in?
So no, we don't have any ROs that have paid the full $20 million yet. We have several who are now kind of operating co-located dispensaries.
So wait, they're operating co-located adult use dispensaries, but they did not do the buy-in?
They've bought in, but not the full $20 million yet.
So how long do they have to do that?
Sorry?
Do they have to pay the $20 million?
They do. It's a stepped approach based on markers that were set in the rules. So first payment due upon the opening of the co-located dispensaries, and then there were revenue targets associated with subsequent payments, which is why the full 20 million has not yet been paid.
Okay. Now, going back to the senator's question on track and trace, I do have a budget bill on that. My estimation is probably around 15 to 20 million dollars on if we absorb the track and trace. However, as much as I hated BioTrack, which is now Metric, when I worked there, I do believe they are adding on extra tags, which are about 10 cents a pop, which is probably an additional $5 to $7.5 million. I do think where Senator Cooney was getting to, by simplifying the tagging process from batch to singular items, we probably could save the state and anybody in the industry probably anywhere from 7 to 10 million. So if we eliminate that extra tag and then also do the track and trace, I think that also goes into the second thing that I'm working on is anti-inversion, because we are seeing still inversion from Oklahoma, Ohio, Michigan, Washington, and Oregon. And I do think this is a concern. Now, do you think the inversion issue is more because we have a canopy issue, or do you think they're just some operators are trying to sidestep the regulatory framework that OCM is over?
So first, on the seed-to-sale system, a lot has happened in the kind of implementation of this program, including the acquisition of BioTrack by Metric, and so that kind of pivoted a little bit how some of the implementation has been done. However, we're certainly going to be looking at this very closely, and if there's opportunities for us to refine our approach, we're open to that. Two, on the issue of inversion, part of the reason why I think we're seeing the scale of not just inversion, but illicit cannabis being transported into New York is New York is has been one of the world's largest cannabis consumer regional markets. We have the world's most sophisticated cannabis consumers. And there's a massive oversupply issue, particularly in some of our Western states. That means that there's a lot of cannabis that's looking for a home. There's consumers in New York who are willing to pay a premium for that product. And so if you are sitting on excess capacity in one of these other states, there's a lot of kind of utility in sending it to New York where you can secure that premium. We're critically concerned about the risk of inversion in destabilizing our legal market, and really keen to work with the legislature on ways in which we can secure our legal supply chain and protect it against these malactors.
Thank you. I'll speak with the majority leader, who obviously cares deeply about the MRTA and making sure this works. So there's a concern about the 1123 and 1223 social equity queue. They've been in waiting for about 2.5 years now, paying rent, paying expenses, paying consultants. How long are they going to be on the hook for? Are they going to at least get the yes or no? Because at the very least, they think they have a right to know if they're going to be in the system or not while they're spending money. So what's the update on those on that queue?
So maybe a couple of responses there. First, on the timeline it has taken us to review our applicant pool. We've been working as fast as we can with the resources we have. Resources have certainly played a role here in the pace of our licensure.
Are you understaffed?
We would certainly welcome more resources to
Is that a yes?
It's been a challenge for sure. I think for an agency that has issued the number of licenses that we have, to have roughly 40 people working on licensing alone, it's a limited number of people working across issuing new licenses, working on renewals, working on ensuring that.
How many total employees do you have at OCM?
So
approximately 260.
Currently at 260.
And how many are under enforcement?
I think
40? Thank you.
enforcement 40.
So it does seem that there is a capacity issue just in general, and from what you need from a human capacity standpoint. So when it goes to the concerns that a lot of us have when it comes to enforcement, do we need to do more coordination with the municipal police forces and things in that realm, or what do you need to ensure that enforcement can happen at a level where we can be responsive to our constituents?
One of the things we've been very excited about in the law is that it gives us the ability to work with municipalities to spool up their enforcement capabilities. there's no way OCM is going to be able to enforce against all of the unlicensed stores in the state on our own. We are very keen to work in partnership with the municipalities to help get these stores out of a community. They undermine public health, they undermine public safety, and they're deeply destabilizing to the legal markets. We're very receptive to opportunities to collaborate with the munis to enforce against illicit operations.
And then in addition, one big part of the tax is money is supposed to go back to communities impacted by the war on drugs. At this moment, I think only $5 million has gone back into these funds. Who is making the decision where and what organizations receive these grants? I believe 50 grants at $100,000 were given out. Who is over the distribution of these grants and the decision making of those grants?
Sure. So the Community Grants Reinvestment Program, which is where that those monies were allocated from, is governed by the Cannabis Advisory Board, and they make the selections on both the programmatic applications and which organizations ultimately get selected for these awards.
And is there a clear portal where organizations such as in Brooklyn, where Assemblymember Lucas, where I live, or Senator Bailey in the Bronx, that we can push them to that direction to make sure that they are being considered? Because we want to make sure that the communities that were negatively impacted by the war on drugs are really seeing a direct impact. And we want to make sure that the good organizations doing good work in our communities can have access to these funds.
Totally agree with that, and we would be delighted to have more folks applying for the funds. We're excited to see the growth of this grant program. We may be starting at $5 million. We're fully expecting those dollars to grow as the market grows, and so happy to share with you the contact information or the information around the program.
Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Senate, we're going to not actually ask more questions today, but we want to suggest that we would like, with the Cannabis Committee of the Assembly, the Cannabis Committee of the Senate, the Governor's Office, and your shop, sit down and have a very intense roundtable on endless issues that you've brought up today and that my colleagues have brought up, and that we only have, 3 minutes per person now, and so the reality is, how much will that really get us? So we just want to basically say our suggestion is, we know we have a lot of work to do, and we have disagreements depending on what part of the state we're in, where our communities are, and the endless lawsuits, which hopefully have stopped, although I don't know that, and you don't know that either. So I'm just letting you know the fact that we're not going to ask you more questions on the Senate side is not lack of interest or awareness or concern of where we need to go. So I will pass it back to the Assembly, who is going to have, Assembly Member Weprin.
I got demoted.
Well, you never ran for this one. I think you've run for others, but never mind.
Congratulations, Mr. Kaki. I understand you officially appointed today.
Just a few hours ago.
A few hours ago. That's terrific. I live in Queens, a very diverse community, many different houses of worship and religious institutions, but we particularly were affected by a lot of the illegal shops. And I know you were just answering a question. I came in a little late. I apologize for that. But is there a list, an outstanding list, and how are you notified of illegal shops? And what's the plan to crack down on these illegal shops? And I know it seemed that one day last year or the year before, the sheriff came in and shut down all these illegal shops or shops that were suspected to be illegal. Is there a database of shops, and how are you notified, of potential shops, and what's your role in the enforcement aspect?
Thank you for the question. And this is an issue that is critically important to us because it speaks to the integrity of the market. So first, on notifications, we have on our website an incident report form, cannabis.ny.gov, where you can go in and report on any activity that is of concern related to this market, including illicit shops. So we've been getting quite a lot of tips that way of members of the communities sending us information about stores that are in the communities that they want to have looked at. Our enforcement unit continues to do the work at pace. As we just said, we have a team of 40, which is not a lot of people to cover a very large state. And it is also worth noting that in 2024, part of the reason our enforcement actions ended up being so robust is we had a partnership, a joint task force that had over 20 agencies that worked through mid-spring through early fall to deploy kind of a statewide approach to shutting down stores. So through that effort, we shut down roughly 400 stores. We seized over $70 million worth of product. In 2025, we did not have the task force in place, so it was largely just OCM staff pursuing these actions. And then two, we've had a lawsuit, an injunction on the program that's really limited our ability to go in. So under the injunction's terms, we can only send in 2 officers to inspect a facility. We can only kind of interdict if there's visible cannabis product on the store floor, on the store main area. So if the cannabis is in the back, we have to get an access order through the courts, which makes it a much more resource-intensive effort.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Assemblymember Friend.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger. And if you're going to open that up to the Assembly, I would definitely be interested in being a part of that task force. This is definitely a huge topic, lots of things to be asked and covered. And hopefully we're going to at some point get this right. But there's always some fly in the ointment that gets thrown at the last minute. Last year, cannabis growers, processors, and alliances testified here at the budget hearing that more needed to be done to eliminate or to act on the bad actors. And it sounds like you are maybe stepping up some of those efforts. Why can't we allow our sheriffs and our DAs, local police officers, to be the main arm of that instead of having to go back to OCM?
So I maybe think about that in 2 tracks. In terms of enforcement against the licensed operators, I think
this isn't about the license. We're still dealing with illegal operators. They're far outnumber the licensed operators.
Absolutely.
The licensed operators aren't the problem. It's the illegal, the unlicensed ones that are, you shut them down, they pop back up, you close down a location, they put up a website, they put up a phone number. I mean, you can take their entire operation down and the next day they got $500,000, all the equipment right back up and operating. Those are the ones that we're trying to figure out. How do we shut down? How do we help our licensed operators to continue and shut down the illegal operators?
We're very, very keen to work with any law enforcement agency in the state that is looking to take greater action here. We have worked with a couple of communities already to help kind of spool up their cannabis enforcement efforts. The law kind of included New York City's Sheriff's Department in its authorization for that, for the enhanced enforcement authority. For the rest of the state, I think we would need to work with the municipalities to secure that authority. But we're very, very keen to work with any jurisdiction in the state that is looking to apply more pressure on these unlicensed operators.
Okay, and then I want to jump tracks and go into when we put this law into place, we instituted, as was mentioned, the Community Grant Reinvestment Fund. We're also looking to do, taking some of that tax revenue and give it to education in order to add to the state's current investment in education. Monies for mental health services, youth cannabis use prevention, public health campaigns, drug treatment prevention, and harm reduction services. I don't imagine you have those numbers or all those organizations that you might be giving that money to, but if you could get that back to us, I would appreciate in seeing that, because that is a large portion of this was to get that out.
Yep.
And another big portion of that bill that needed to be done is because everybody's speaking in generalities and what they kind of know from their use or some family members' use or a friend's use, but a big part was supposed to be doing the research, and monies from taxes were supposed to be going towards dedicating more research to be done. And under the law, the Commissioner of Health was supposed to select one or more appropriate higher education research institutions to conduct a controlled research study designed to evaluate methodology technologies for detection of cannabis, impaired driving, as well as benefits or negatives of using cannabis. Do you know if that's been done yet? Have we picked a university that's going to do this research and have monies being allocated to do this research?
So we're just starting to deploy our research programs now. Two initiatives that are currently underway. One is around research with veterans. Another is around research specifically around IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. We are a nation-leading program just in terms of specifically directing that kind of research. But there's a lot more work still to be done. Some of this was just infrastructure and capacity building, but we're very excited to have Dr. June Chin on board and the leadership that she is showing in deploying some of these research initiatives.
Okay. And that goes right to the point where, again, under this current budget, we're trying to educate medical professionals about the benefits of marijuana, but there's no research done. How can we tell medical professionals what the benefits are without having that research? You have to have the research to tell the medical professionals what they can actually go out there and promote, not just hearsay. As a doctorate in chemistry, we've got to do the research. And then the other one that was in the law is the cannabis research license. Have any of those research licenses been issued?
Yes, we have approved 7 cannabis research licenses to date.
Okay. And then, as was mentioned earlier, President Trump is looking at moving marijuana down on the classification list. Are you concerned about that? He may deregulate that enough that we're going to be having marijuana coming in from other states and impacting our local business, our legal businesses.
I think it remains to be seen how rescheduling is going to play out. I don't think we're quite yet at the point of hitting the panic button on what impact it could have on the market. Partly because under a regulated framework, under a rescheduled framework, because of the way rescheduling applies to products that have been approved by the FDA. Most of our state-regulated markets really aren't implicated by a rescheduling framework because the products that we're selling haven't gone through the FDA approval process. So,
thank you very, very, very much, Assemblywoman Lucas.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, great day again. Director, the 60th Assembly District, which is East New York, Brownsville, and Canarsie, has seen a surge in illegal smoke shops, withstanding the October 2024 court ruling that seemed to make it a little bit more difficult for enforcement. What tools does the Office of Cannabis Management currently have to shut down unlicensed operators? And are you seeking legislative changes to strengthen enforcement authority?
I think that the primary enforcement mechanism is our internal enforcement unit. The challenge in growing our enforcement unit is partly a human capital issue. It takes a really long time to bring in folks onto the unit. It can take as much as 6 months plus from the time we've extended an offer to a candidate to the time we bring them on because of the amount of time it takes for them to go through their physical qualification test, the psychological evaluation. And so resourcing that team continues to be a significant challenge. The injunction has been a significant barrier to the efficiency of our operations. And 3, I think there's a lot more opportunities for us to work with kind of the local police departments across the state. Certainly hear you on the challenges that the communities in Brownsville are facing. But with limited resources and a very big state, we are trying to get out as much as possible. Our enforcement unit is out every single week, padlocking stores. But it is challenging to be able to cover the entire footprint of the state with the resources that we have.
Okay. This is a more specific local, hyperlocal question. My community board, which is Community Board 5, one of my community boards, wants direct engagement with the Office of Cannabis Management, which seems to have been very difficult for them, on illegal operations and retail licensing in my district, again, East New York, Brownsville, Canarsie. What process does your office use to consult community boards before approving licenses? And will you commit to appearing before CB5 to address enforcement and sitting concerns in the 60th Assembly District.
Right. So before any retail license is issued, the prospective business, the applicant is required to notify the municipality and get an opinion from the municipality on whether the municipality is going to approve or disapprove of their licensure. We then take that municipal opinion and include it in our reference
Can I get your
materials.
commitment to sit with my community board within your last 7 seconds?
Certainly, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations or condolences to echo my
Definitely
colleague's statement.
congratulations.
Yes,
I'm excited
very
for the
good.
work.
Wonderful. Glad to have you here. Looking forward to working together on some really important issues. One, echoing my colleague's statements about cracking down on the illegal shops. As we've reviewed, it's not only competitive with the legal market, but they are more able to sell to children, creating great harm in our communities as well. And so I've been proactive in working with our local police and townships to understand what is preventing them from being able to do this. I think there's an element of education that might be really helpful. So perhaps reaching out and letting them know how most effectively to do enforcement, with raids and crackdowns and shuttering the shop. So is that something that we can work together on?
Absolutely.
Very good, thank you. In your testimony, you talked about building on the established foundation. I'd really like to also help fix some cracks in the foundation before moving forward. Local control is something that's so important. I'm out in Suffolk County on Long Island, and we, throughout the state of New York, have all these unique communities, and I understand New York State's goal of rolling out the cannabis industry, and I think local control is not counter to that. It just helps make it make sense for the communities where it is. So in the town of Brookhaven, we also have a hyper-local issue where there was a license that was issued for a shop that is not within the zoning regulations of the municipality, of the township. And I've been told there's no mechanism to suspend or revoke that license, even though it's not complying with local zoning, which on the license itself, it says they must be complying to local zoning. So that's something that I really like your immediate help working on that specific case, but also just I offer myself and my office and my community's voices in the regulatory updates that are said to be made soon, because there's a lot of common sense updates that are not going to impede necessarily New York State's goals, but really help our local communities make it make sense for them and feel like it is a good faith relationship between local municipalities and New York State. So is that something that we can also work on?
Absolutely. And I think the regulatory update project that we're in the process of undertaking is a perfect opportunity for us to work together on that.
Wonderful. I volunteer and appreciate that. Lastly, I want to echo my colleagues who are asking OCM to step up in helping keep our roads safe, with many more drivers having access to cannabis and then getting behind the wheel. Driving while intoxicated is something that we're deeply concerned about. Suffolk County having a great number of roadways and very little public transit. This is something that our community is hugely concerned about, and so we commit to helping New York State and legislators like me look into that.
Certainly, and we're already working with the Governor's Traffic Safety Council on this because we share that concern. We want to make sure that drivers understand their rights and obligations if they're going to be consuming.
Much appreciated. Looking forward to working together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Palisano.
Yes, how are you, sir? We know the change that took place with the measurement from 500 foot to the door versus the property line. Do you have any concerns at all that this is going to be more problematic for children in those areas? And let me explain to you why. I have a school district. The facility is in my district. Before you get to that front door of that place, first you have to go by a youth center. Then you have to go by the playground where the kids are. Then you get to the door. And I just think this, quite frankly, the way this whole thing was rolled out from the very beginning has been I can't even say the word. It's been a mess. I think you've seen the illicit sticker stores that have popped up in communities, like destroying quality of life. Encouraging people to be very concerned about violence and things of that nature because it's a cash business. It took for a while to try to do anything to do on the enforcement side. I think I definitely encourage you to have a better enforcement mechanism in working with our local law enforcement, so there's more cooperation there, so they can do the job they need to do. But do you have any reservations that we pass this law to make those stores stay messed up with on the time from the distance? like I said, you're going right by, you're measuring, it's almost like, well, if you're you're not to the front door, you're okay, but you are going right by an exposed open door playground and a youth center even before that. I just think, I've never been a fan of this whole thing, so that's not a surprise to people who've heard me talk about it, but I'm just concerned, how do you deal with that with young people that are right there? I mean, you're not going further, but we should go further back, not make it closer.
So I appreciate the concerns, and maybe I would say two things in response to that. One, we are critically focused on issues related to youth access to cannabis, and we've got a very wide range of programs specifically aimed at youth education, helping both educators, parents, and youth understand the risks of cannabis use. We have education we've been putting around safe storage, because we don't want kids getting access to cannabis that's been left around their homes. We just assembled a cannabis education advisory panel to help us create resources that can help educators work more effectively. And for our licensees, there are very strict rules around who you can sell cannabis to, the age gating.
And I understand that, sir. My concern is people will do what people do. And if there's only 500, if they can have a store 500 feet closer, because the playground and the youth center is even before that, that's my concern. I just think there should have been a better job. I mean, I think these things should have basically been rewritten and done the right way, but I think there was a rush to make sure these stores that they approved, we make them legal, so we changed the law to make them legal, but not looking at the unintended consequences. Again, the youth center was never taken into consideration when this happened, and I don't understand that. And then, so before you get to that front door, you're going by a youth center and a playground. And I'm just worried about exposure, because the kids are outside, so someone who wants to go over there, they can do that. Even though they might be getting it legally from a legal store, that's my concern. That's a concern of a lot of my colleagues on this, and how this whole thing was rolled out in the worst possible way, and that's what created the illegal sticker shops, and that's my concern. So I've been talking too much on that, but I just I don't know how you're going to address that. How are you going to enforce that? I mean, it's great you put out guidelines, but does nothing to stop, someone who's exposed at a youth center or a playground before you get to that front door. And then I guess my other question, I should just pivot because I'm just talking. How are you doing on the closure of these illegal sticker stores that are up all over the place? Are you making progress on that? What was your numbers that you said?
So we have in 2025, in 2025 we closed 2017 stores. That was done. We had enforcement actions, so where we actually went into that number of locations. That was down from 5,000 the year before, and that delta was because of the fewer resources we had.
Okay, thank you. What do you find are the main barriers to closing down these illegal operations? What are the biggest barriers to your
resources?
Resources. Yeah. So, is those resources, wouldn't it be better to empower the local police departments even further? Because it seems like the local police has to get you to sign off on everything they do, or am I wrong on that?
I don't think we need to sign off on everything that they do, but we certainly want to work collaboratively to ensure that they have the tools, the knowledge, and the support as needed to take these actions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so as said, we are looking forward to continuing this complicated discussion in a roundtable setting quite soon. And with that, with one comment in response to one of my colleagues, it is true that scientific research is always valuable and required, but the federal government doesn't let us do the kind of research we ought to be doing in cannabis. I believe it was responding to Assembly Member Friend. But for the record, the U.S. has always recognized for quite a long time that the kind of research being done in Germany, England, Canada, and I believe Israel on cannabis is recognized by the medical community here in America. And there have been a huge number, literally an endless number of research studies relating to cannabis, even though they aren't being done here. They're often being done by Americans working out of the other countries. So I just wanted to reference that there's many documents that we can provide anyone who's interested. And for now, I'm going to thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
And look forward to continuing the discussion. And also, thank you very much for the report you just put out showing all these different materials that people may find incredibly helpful. So thank you.
Great work
I'm sure
by our
anybody
public
can
health
get
team.
that on your website or ask for copies.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Senator.
Thank you, and we're going to call up, I know some of you were thinking this hearing was supposed to be done hours ago, and yet it's not. But we are shifting to panel D, which is non-governmental witnesses, which means we shift to every panel gets 3 minutes per person, and every legislator only gets 3 minutes to question a panel, and so this will move more quickly. And we're just going to ask people not to continue their conversations with OCM right there, but to take them outside. Assemblywoman? What's her name? Which one is that one?
Which one? Lucas.
Assemblywoman Lucas, if you wouldn't mind, you feel free to harass OCM just over there. Thank you. Okay, so we're inviting up Ross Fromer from Columbia University Medical Center and United Postdoctoral Researchers of Rockefeller, Dr. Sarah Martina Parigi.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No questions?
Should I go first?
Sure. Either one, whichever wants to start.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Martina Parigi, and I'm a research associate at the Rockefeller University. My work focuses on skin conditions which cause tremendous suffering for millions of patients, including chronic pain, infection risk, and increased susceptibility to certain cancers. They also carry an enormous economic cost in direct medical expenses and lost productivity. By understanding how cells coordinate to maintain a healthy skin barrier, we are working to identify new therapeutics that could prevent infections, lower healthcare costs, and improve quality of life. I'd like to discuss two things today: the economic toll that federal cuts are taking on New York State, and how my trajectories has been impacted. First, let's review some numbers. In 2025, New York received nearly $300 million less in federal research funding than was appropriated. This had several short-term effects. More than 1,400 grants were disrupted, meaning 1,400 groundbreaking research projects in our state were suddenly defunded. Waves of layoffs put thousands of talented scientists out of work. The state sustained a $700 million loss of economic activity. It also had long-term effects. First, we lost out on the innovations and medical treatments that would have been made with those funds. Incalculable amounts of tax revenue, improvements in efficiency, and the potential for cheaper, more effective treatments were lost. Second, the cuts instigated a brain drain. In March, a national survey showed that 75% of researchers were considering leaving the country, and I'm sad to say that I'm now among them. I'm currently finishing my postdoc and applying for faculty positions, but thanks to the instability, existing grants have been frozen, and several agencies have canceled their programs. One casualty has been the availability of positions offered by universities in general, with departments implementing hiring freezes. Positions I might have applied for are simply not available. I now have to consider whether building my career in this state or even in this country is viable. Stable funding environments elsewhere have become increasingly attractive, not because I want to leave, but because the opportunity to build a sustainable research program depends on long-term funding stability. Having funds administered at the state level offers a unique opportunity to revive support for basic science. New York State houses some of the most prestigious and innovative research centers and universities in the country. Supporting these institutions, especially in uncertain times, is an investment in the future. State support could help universities retain talented scientists, keep laboratories operating, and maintain research progress. It would also help ensure that New York remains competitive in attractive research fundings and scientific talent. Supporting our institutions is not simply symbolic. It maintains the state's long-standing leadership in medical and scientific research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Sturpey, the conversation you had earlier today with Commissioner Knight basically captures everything I was going to say in my testimony. The basic point is, yes, New York First has been a fantastic program, bringing and retaining top-notch scientists that have created hundreds of new jobs, generated $107 million in new economic activity, and we're hoping that, like in previous years, the legislature will support this program and add an additional $10 million for the New York First program. But as successful as it has been, we do need to do more. And because, as Dr. Parigi pointed out, this comes at a time when the federal government is just becoming a less reliable partner. I do commend Governor Hochul for including $65 million in her budget for the Bolstering Biotechnology Initiative. But as wonderful as the BBI is, as Assemblyman pointed out, it's not sufficient. We really applaud and support your effort to add $100 million to that pot of money. Without it, we will not be able to compete with Texas, with California, the other states, Canada, China, all these places that are doing so much to support biotechnology and research, and frankly, taking our scientists away from New York. The BBI includes several important components, such as the Clinical Trials Consortium, workforce development, and a commercial fund, but there is one key element missing. And again, Mr. Sturpey, you pointed out this. There's no focus on fundamental, basic, and translational research. New York is blessed with dozens of places where scientists are doing great work in the lab that could lead to new cures and treatments for cancer, Parkinson's disease, diabetes, mental health conditions. These are also the scientists who are bringing in billions of dollars each year in grant funding, philanthropy, and venture capital investment. Simply put, you can't have output unless you have input. The BBI, in its current form, does an excellent job focusing on the output, but less so on the input. So as you develop this BBI proposal, please make sure that the state supports the entire research continuum. Earlier, actually late 2025, the Emerging Technology Advisory Board issued several recommendations on how to bolster the bioscience sector in New York. Many of them are reflected in the BBI, but unfortunately one key component was not. Recommendation number 1 of the ETAB report was the launching of an Empire State Research Excellence Fund to sustain leading academic research and develop scientific talent. That is the piece that is currently missing from the proposal. So there is no doubt that New York is a research and innovation powerhouse, but the question is, will we remain so? The BBI, especially if the legislature would increase the funds and expand the scope as I have described, would be an excellent start to achieving our shared goal of making New York sure New York, the Empire State, remains a leader in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any senators? No? Assembly?
Assemblyman Sturpey?
Thank you. I love being quoted before I even get to speak. It's great. You know, well, first of all, I asked for $15 million for New York First this year, so we'll see what happens with that.
Thank you very much.
But can you list a few of the projects, you know, the things that people are working on that are basically going to die if we don't provide another chunk of money? I mean, I realize the original ask was for $500 million. I guess I was too shy to throw that out there, but I tried with $100 million. But what are we really risking besides the fact that thousands of these researchers are going to be moving away to someplace that has jobs for them if we don't?
Well, I think that's important, but also, you know, every grant which doesn't get funded is a potential discovery which will never happen. And we see that on the federal level and overall, and obviously certain areas of research which are not, shall we say, not in favor these days. So every dollar we put towards research, we are increasing our chances of getting a better understanding of how the human body works, human biology, coming up with better prevention strategies, and eventually treatments and cures.
Yeah.
And I just...
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. Every therapist that is out there, it wouldn't be possible if they're without the first step of the research that is carried out in the lab.
Well, the thing I fear the most is that these people will all move away, and it will take us a generation or more to build this back.
Yeah.
And that's really what we can't afford to do.
Absolutely. And the way the NIH works, and it's with all its problems, it's still the premier funding agency, is the money follows, the grants follow the primary investigator. So if we lose a scientist from New York who goes to Texas, California, yes, we lose a brilliant scientist. We may also lose $2 or $3 million in grant funding and a dozen jobs. Likewise, if we're able, through the New York First program, as we have Columbia have done, as colleagues at Rockefeller have done, recruit a rock star out-of-state scientist to come to New York, we're getting a great scientist, but that scientist may be coming in with 3 or 4 NIH grants and becomes a job creator on day one.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Shimsky?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for bringing your stories here today. I want to get a little bit more of an overall sense. How important or how much of what we are trying to do in this budget will actually be able to backfill the loss in science investment and the loss of just general culture of science that we are losing in Washington at this point?
I wish I could give you an exact answer. I will tell you this, last, I guess it was June, the president's FY26 budget proposal called for a 40% cut in the funding of the NIH. I think the number for NSF is higher. I don't know off the top of my head. Fortunately, with bipartisan efforts down in Washington, we were able to beat those back. And in the end, the NIH got a 1% increase. I've redefined what good news is these days. 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been neutral or mildly disappointed with that outcome. Today, I'm thrilled with it. But I have no doubt we're going to have to continue these battles. And the state can really step in, prevent other states from sort of poaching our talent, but also back up and contribute to the work that we are getting from Washington. And frankly, there are some areas, and it's a little bit touchier, but the federal government just won't fund these days.
Yeah. As we're talking about different states trying to do things and potentially start competing against each other, where do you see the possibility of a consortium among states to try to rebuild a health research and a public health research infrastructure?
That has been discussed, but I should say that, even if it doesn't happen in a formal sense, we work with our colleagues across the country. We collaborate with our colleagues across the country, big schools, small schools, state schools, private schools, red states, blue states. That type of collaboration already exists. I think should things get worse in Washington, I'm hoping they won't, and I'm going to fight like hell to make sure they don't, you could see more of that.
Okay. All right. Do you have any comments to add to that?
Just to answer your first question, if now that I'm going to transition to an independent position, I need to decide where to invest in my future and where to open my lab.
Mhm.
If I'm in a state that I know that it's willing to invest money, that would give me a sense of stability, which would make this investment.
And presumably there are a lot of other researchers who would feel the same way.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both very much for taking the trip up to Albany and highlighting the importance of investing in our science research for the future. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next panel, New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, Arts New York State, and New York State Alliance for Arts Education. I just love the diversity of people who come to talk to us during these days. Okay. Okay. Great. Shall we just go down the list? First, Lucy Sexton, then Elizabeth Lane, then Gully Stanford, if that's okay. Hi.
Sounds good.
Good. Make sure your light's on. Green. Keep pressing the push. There you go.
Got it. My name is Lucy Sexton, and I lead New Yorkers for Culture and Arts, a coalition of more than 400 artists and cultural groups.
This being a hearing on economic development as well as arts, I want to start, and I know Liz will fill in more details, by underlining that the creative economy comprises more than 7% of the state's GDP, generates more than $160 billion in economic activity. In upstate towns and cities, the growth in creative sector jobs outpaces every other industry. We are the state's economic driver and its workforce. We realize this is going to be one of the tightest budgets in recent memory, but ask you not to cut the very sector that is creating jobs, sparking economic activity to small businesses, and making people want to live and raise families in our state. When people are hard-pressed for spending money, having a low-priced dance class for their kids or a free music concert in a town hall or an open-air festival in the park provides affordable places to connect as neighbors and communities. But these low to no-cost offerings are only possible with public subsidy. Think of it as an investment in the lives of your constituents and indeed in the town centers that thrive when there's foot traffic on their streets. I want to lift up the importance of NISCA funding to our rural and urban low-wealth communities. Studies show that these communities are both more dependent on public funding, as they often lack access to private support, and that they experience the highest level of benefit when arts and culture are supported in their community. A recent study showed kids in poor communities with robust arts and culture centers scored 91% higher on standardized math tests than their peers in low-wealth areas lacking in arts and culture centers. NISCA has a brilliant system of state and county regranters called SCRs who provide much-needed support to arts groups in every region of the state. This fall, I met with artists gathered by the Arts Council for Wyoming County in Perry, New York. They shared about an extraordinary partnership they have with a local veterans group called Veterans Healing in Color. The veteran artist who leads it spoke powerfully of engaging in art to process and heal from PTSD and other challenges faced by returning vets. But the organizations providing these benefits are in an increasingly fragile position, faced with skyrocketing costs, a retreat by philanthropy, and uncertainty in federal funding. They desperately need stabilization funding to survive. When NISCA's visionary cash reserve grants were introduced last year, as Director Mallon said, 1,200 organizations applied, but funding allowed only 62 of them to be funded. Therefore, we are fully supporting Senator Serrano's call for a $210 million investment in NISCA in the FY27 budget, including $100 million for aid to localities, $100 million for capital investment, and $10 million for the stabilization grants that are so needed right now. We are in a critical moment in this state and in our country. Isolation, division, and economic inequity threaten our social bonds. Data has proved that arts counter all of that, spurring better outcomes in education, mental and physical health, public safety, and more. And that's what we desperately need. A place where people feel safe and connected, a state filled with vibrancy, community, and joy. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony.
Okay, then just quickly for the Senate. Oh, no, no one. First, all three of you. So sorry.
All good.
Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Or
Good
Elizabeth.
afternoon. Oh, no problem. Yes, Liz. Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and members of the legislature. My name is Liz Lane. I'm the Executive Director at Arts New York State. Thank you for your continued leadership and support of the arts in New York, and for the opportunity to testify today. As you may know, New York State led the nation in creating the first state arts agency, and I'm happy to join my colleagues in calling for $210 million for the New York State Council on the Arts in their 65th year. We recognize the state is balancing many urgent needs, but this is a smart, modest investment for the significant return it yields. New York State's arts and cultural production, as Lucy mentioned, generates $164.7 billion annually, 7.5% of the GSP, and 482,000 jobs. This is larger than construction and transportation combined. To zoom in on a few local communities, Western New York's nonprofit arts sector reported $22.5 million in state tax revenue annually, Long Island $12.4 million. That's nearly twice what those regions get in NISCA support. And all of this is happening amid a widening affordability crisis. 2024 National Nonprofit Arts Sector data reports costs are rising while earned and contributed revenues remain under pressure. Even here in the capital region, an organization shared that their operational cost to deliver the same programming has doubled in 5 years. The demand signals are unmistakable. NISCA's Reserve Fund received 1,255 eligible applications and was able to fund 60. For support for organizations, NISCA's largest program and where most funding flows, the agency saw more than 600 new applicants since 2024. Need and capacity are moving in opposite directions, and to keep this ecosystem thriving and ensure arts and culture are accessible for all New Yorkers, we asked the legislature to robustly invest in NISCA and so that they can better meet the demand of the field. Lastly, we support the governor's proposed New York Space program. It complements NISCA's investment and helps ensure our cultural infrastructure can continue to serve communities statewide. New York State is state of the arts because we chose to lead. This small but mighty investment is how we keep that promise in every county and every community and ensure that New York remains a place where artists, cultural organizations, and the communities they serve can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed legislators, on behalf of the New York State Alliance for Arts Education, representing educators in the field of art, music, theater, dance, and the media arts statewide, as well as community-based teaching artists and organizations, we firmly support the $210 million appropriation to the New York State Council on the Arts to include $100 million for grant programs and initiatives, including sustained commitment to regional arts councils for regranting through decentralized decision-making, $100 million in capital projects, $10 million for the stabilization reserve funding that you've heard so approved today. While our primary focus is on the equitable statewide delivery of arts education, we at NYSE welcome the opportunity to testify to the immense value that NISCA funding brings to key intersections between the informal world of community arts and the formal world of lifelong arts education. Firstly, state-funded collaborations deliver hundreds of enrichment programs to thousands of students, fleshing out their own portrait of a graduate, post-secondary readiness, whether it's the Teaching Artists of New York City's Arts in Education Roundtable, arts education programs at the Lincoln Center and Carnegie Hall, or regional programs such as the Poughkeepsie Schools partnerships with the Artifact and Bardavon. Secondly, as the artistic capital of the United States, New York must sustain a pipeline of creative talent to ensure the continued health of our statewide arts industry, including the Broadway and film industries we've been discussing today. As the governor put it, New York's creative sector is a key driver of economic growth that employs hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers. And we welcome her New York Space nonprofit venue purchasing proposal. Thanks to you, NISCA has been able to return its Arts in Education grants program to pre-recession levels. Thank you for your efforts to enhance arts funding. We look forward to expanded investment in the Stabilization Reserve Program, expansion of the State of the Arts Fellowship Program, equitable funding for new emerging organizations through the regional re-grant agencies, and enactment and expansion of the state's first regions of cultural significance that you also heard about today. It is a great honor to join my colleagues from across the state, all 62 counties, but also to be able to applaud the testimony of the executive director of the New York State Council on the Arts, who made it very clear that she's working with the field. It's been said that New York is not New York without the arts. Your investment will sustain that claim for decades to come. Thank you.
I want to thank you on behalf of the Senate and tell you that Senator Serrano, our chair, had to leave, but he is so appreciative of the work you all are doing and wanted to make sure I shared with you that he had definitely gone over all of your testimony. So thank you, Assembly.
I could say the same for our Assemblyman Kim, who had to also leave, but Assemblywoman Shimsky does have a question.
Thank you so much for being here. As I was sitting here, especially listening to Ms. Sexton's comments, all of the recent research on how arts education affects brain development sort of washed over me. And I was thinking, we spend scores of billions of dollars on education, but that money will be less effectively spent if we fail to spend a few $100 million on arts education. Please discuss.
Sure. It's two ways, right? The study I was referring to actually shows that it's environmental, right? If they grow up in a community that has lots of arts and culture, they do better in school. But for sure, we have lots of data that having a dedicated arts teacher in every school improves the attendance in that school, improves the outcomes of that school, improves the chances for those kids to go on to college. It makes sense, but it was really brought into focus during the pandemic, right? Kids who are, they're just they're not used to being in school. They come back to school. Oh, well, getting up and doing a theater class that lets them have some energy, or dance class, or doing some music. And maybe they can't focus on other things, but that gets them involved and makes them engaged in going to school. And then once they're in school, they're of course doing better in the rest of their classes as well. At least they're there.
I would only add, if I may, that this is totally in keeping with the work of the New York State Regents and their adoption of the portrait of a graduate, which now really recognizes post-secondary workforce readiness and also recognizes the importance of social-emotional learning. And so we actually, down in Dutchess County, yesterday we were discussing with the Bardavon about the therapeutic value. We can even now start with some insurance companies, since insurance was here earlier, to prescribe an arts activity to ensure the well-being of our students. So I think you will see a great result as the regents adopt the portrait. They're insisting on arts education, and as Assemblymember Deus knows, very important for us to be able to codify that into statutes. But I think you will see a great improvement in attendance and behavior and outcomes if you weave the arts into the now universal PK through 22-year-old full free education. Would you like to add to that? There's 15 seconds.
I think you covered it. Yeah, something said.
You're good? Okay, thank you so much.
Assemblyman Diaz.
Thank you. You already mentioned I'm a big supporter of music and arts for our schools. I know sometimes the state's not the happiest about mandates from our end when it comes to our education curriculum, but I know from my own personal experience, as much as I was a student athlete, the arts also equaled part of my education. I still remember doing Mr. Mustapha from Cats in school and learning the trumpet. And I also am very grateful to my speech and debate coach when I was in high school. And having that full curriculum together, I think, creates a better student, a better New Yorker, a better citizen, a better, advocate in their own way for their neighborhoods. So very quickly, what is the return? Like, I feel like we always put things on a spreadsheet, the ROI. Like, how can we say numbers-wise? What's the ROI in investing in these type of programs? And I think to demonstrate that it helps our system work better. So what is the ROI on funding these type of programs?
No. You have the numbers there. I mean, when you were talking about the economic output and being double or triple the economic what we are investing.
Yeah, so there was in 2023 there was an Arts and Economic Prosperity study commissioned in 3 regions, so Western New York, Long Island, and Westchester County. And so we looked at those numbers and what they were getting from NYSCA, and it's in at least Long Island and Western New York 2 to 1 what they're getting back in tax revenue and what NYSCA is giving them. So it's coming back at twice as much at a minimum.
You also have the return on investment of the studies that have been done of, say, like, I'm going into town to see a show. What else am I spending? I am spending money on driving in. I'm spending money on parking. I'm spending money to go out to eat. I'm spending money because I might want to, buy something at the venue or next door to the venue. And that tends to be around 12 to 1. So every $1 that you're paying for the ticket to the show, you're spending 11 other dollars elsewhere in the community. So there's different ways of measuring those ROIs, but definitely that's why you see us generating these huge numbers in economic activity, $160 billion, more than that, in New York State in economic activity, and you have an investment in NISCA that last year was less than 200 million. So,
And in fact, we have documents on each of the 62 counties, and so we will get you that. But it was alluded to by Commissioner Knight earlier today as we talked about Broadway and restoring tourism, popularity, and the entire economy of New York City. So, and it's not limited to New York City, it's really across the state, and if I may. And Congressman, playing Mephistopheles brilliantly prepared you for your seat on the dais here today, but I would take the last 5 seconds to point out to all who may be pursuing this that Assemblymember Davis's bill is not a curriculum bill, it's a codification bill.
Thank you.
I don't believe so.
All right. Well, then we thank you all for joining us today. And thank you for
Chair
your work
Kruger,
on
for
behalf
your
of the
leadership.
children of New York. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
All right, panel F, we have a replacement person for number 11. We have Alexi Madden, I believe, for IBM Quantum Partnerships. We have Martin Schmidt, president of Rensselaer Polytech Institute, known as RPI up here. And we have Michael Kink, Strong Economy for All Coalition. Hello.
Probably conflated the issue with the grant research.
Oh,
And this is
okay.
what I should have been mainly highlighting as research for the intoxication.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, good afternoon. I know it's a little later than everyone imagined, but that's how these hearings have been rolling. So should we just go down the list with IBM, then RPI, then Strong Economy for All? Hello.
Great. Hi there. Alexi Madden with IBM. Dr. Jamie Garcia apologizes for not being able to get here. It stemmed from the snowstorms earlier this week and was just a rolling logistical problem. But Chairwoman Kruger, Chairman Pretlow, members of the committee, my name is Alexi Madden, and I am the head of state government affairs for IBM. We are here in support of the governor's budget request to appropriate $60 million to create 4 quantum computing hubs across the state. Quantum computing is rapidly emerging as a new computing model that holds enormous potential to transform science, technology, and commerce. Within a few short years, IBM expects to deliver quantum computers that will allow research to solve some of our most pressing scientific, technological, and commercial challenges, and want to ensure our leaders and policymakers are up to speed with its most recent developments and capabilities. Quantum computing is fundamentally new computing standard that is solving certain problems much faster than classical computing. It will impact any problem where the underlying physics is quantum in nature, such as materials interactions, molecular interactions, or the chemistry of biological processes. It will also impact problems that involve large-scale search and optimization challenges, such as electric grid analysis, logistics, and financial modeling. Let me give you an example. Last fall, HSBC announced a successful experiment in partnership with IBM demonstrating the use case for quantum computing in financial applications. This was specifically around algorithmic bond trading. Typically, the corporate bond market uses computer models to quickly and automatically price customer inquiries for a competitive bidding process. Algorithmic strategies incorporate real-time market conditions and risk estimates to automate the processes, allowing the traders to then focus on bigger and larger and more difficult trades. Working with a team from IBM, HSBC leveraged an approach utilizing quantum and classical computing resources to deliver a 34% improvement in predicting how likely a trade would be filled at a quoted price. New York stands at a pivotal moment. With global leadership in quantum hardware development already in place, the state is uniquely positioned to lead the next era of quantum innovation. But leadership in this space will require more than just hardware. It demands a coordinated, forward-looking strategy that integrates talent development, algorithm and application innovation, and industry engagement. By investing in quantum-centric supercomputing infrastructure that anchors a broader ecosystem of researchers, startups, and industrial partners, New York can unlock the full spectrum of quantum computing's economic potential. To cement New York's growing leadership in advanced computing, the state should ensure the capital region has access to a quantum-centric supercomputer in the near future. This would allow for full development of these quantum hubs, and I will answer any questions you have because I'm sure there are plenty.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Kruger, Chairman Pretlow, and the distinguished members of the legislature. I really thank you for the opportunity to testify today at this hearing. My name is Marty Schmidt. I'm the president of RPI, and I want to speak to you about quantum technology. But when people discuss quantum technologies, they talk about quantum sensing, quantum communication, and quantum computing. And today I want to talk to you specifically about quantum computing. At RPI, we have fully embraced quantum computing. We were the first university in the world to host an on-campus IBM quantum computer. This is providing our students, faculty, and industry partners with direct access to cutting-edge quantum computing hardware. I'm here before you because I believe we are at an inflection point, a true technological turning point similar to the moment when ChatGPT brought artificial intelligence into public consciousness almost overnight. Quantum computing is approaching that same breakthrough moment. IBM has publicly stated it expects to demonstrate clear quantum advantage before the end of 2026. Nearly all the leaders of quantum computing companies believe that we will experience that ChatGPT moment in 3 or so years. When that threshold is crossed, adoption will accelerate rapidly. The question before us is simple. Will New York lead in that moment, or will we watch other states capture the economic rewards? I do not believe that this is a discretionary expenditure. It's a capital investment in New York's economic future. The proposed $60 million investment in quantum technology commercialization hubs represents a powerful economic and workforce development strategy. Early public investment will crowd in private capital, attract federal funding, expand the tax base, and create durable innovation infrastructure. These quantum hubs will generate stable, well-paying jobs, not only for researchers, but for engineers, technicians, software developers, semiconductor workers, manufacturers, and skilled trades that work in the new companies that will be created to harness this powerful computing technology. To maximize impact, we should rely on the private sector to develop these computers, and we must focus on how we will use them and how industries will be transformed by them, just as we are seeing businesses transformed by AI. The key is to discover the applications and write the algorithms that run on these quantum computers, and the hubs will be the catalyst for this discovery. But to develop algorithms and train workforce, we must have in-state access to shared quantum computing hardware. That will be the single most impactful investment the state can make in the shared quantum computing hardware system. Without it, we risk falling behind states like Illinois, Maryland, Colorado, and others that are already making decisive moves. Most importantly, this is about workforce readiness. Thank you.
Thank you to the chairs and to the members, Michael King, Strong Economy for All Coalition. We're kind of the strange bedfellows here, like being put on a panel with IBM and RPI. Our perspective has been that New York State does not have a good track record in making investments in so-called economic development. It was proved to you all in 2024 when the study you commissioned showed that 21 out of the 25 state economic development programs provide absolutely no return on investment. Mr. Deas, that was a good question, right? The ROI? Nothing. 21 out of 25. A couple of them return $1.25. One of them provides $4 for every dollar of investment. Before that study, I came here for a couple of years talking about the studies from the Federal Reserve Bank in Minneapolis. They have said since the late 1990s that investments in early childhood education and childcare should be classified as economic development programs because of the return on investment and because of the broad benefit to the entire state, the entire economic system of the state, all companies, not just a few companies. IBM makes $1 billion a month in profits and even more than that in free cash flow. The quantum computer at RPI was funded by one of the founders of NVIDIA, the country's most valuable corporation, right? All of this stuff is the subject of the largest investment rush in American history, bigger than the infrastructure after World War II, bigger than the Industrial Revolution. There is so much private sector money washing across all kinds of sectors. And at a time when the governor and the mayor of New York and mayors of other states have made a commitment to universal childcare statewide, it's a real good time to think about reprogramming these funds. The IDAs around the state are giving free energy to Amazon when you all are up here railing about the costs of energy. The programs we have don't work. And taking this moment when the federal government has blown a $32 billion bomb in our budget to think about really making each dollar stretch makes good sense. If you reprogram the $11 billion in state and local economic development funds over the next 5 years, 20 million, 20 million, 20 million, 20% at a time, over 5 years, you'd have $11 billion to invest in childcare and early education statewide. Maybe some for public transit, maybe for parks and education and other things, but spending money to subsidize private companies doesn't work. New York does not have a good track record at it. All of the funds would be put to better use for public investments that benefit all businesses, all families, all communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Weber.
Good afternoon, Dr. Schmidt. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Great to see you. Before I get started, I want to let you know that my daughter is a senior at RPI, so she'll be graduating this spring. And I'm just always amazed at just how really above and beyond the curve RPI is, leading edge in technology and science. So, I'm so happy that you're here today talking about quantum computing, talking about the need for not only the investment that we're looking to make this year in the executive budget, but also the future investment that needs to be made. So I guess I just I have one really pointed question in terms of where do we stand in terms of other states in terms of quantum computing, and what will it take on an annual basis to make sure that we remain at the leading edge?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the very kind remarks, Senator, and an excellent question. It is a national race, and I would say of the states that are really leaning into quantum computing, Illinois stands out quite strongly. Governor Pritzker has committed nearly $1 billion collectively to make Illinois a leader in quantum computing. We have a real competitive advantage, and it's the fact that IBM has been working on making these quantum computers in their fundamental research labs for more than a decade. They manufacture the qubit chips here in Albany at the New York Creates facility. Their cloud and the assembly of the quantum computers is in Poughkeepsie. And what's also interesting is that as you look at some of the major companies in the state, be it MasterCard, be it Regeneron, be it JP Morgan Chase, all of those companies actually currently have quantum computing research clusters because they see the transformative potential of this technology in their respective markets. But what's going to happen when we have that ChatGPT moment in quantum computing, we're going to be at a place we were at in 2014 when large language models burst on the scene. Companies are going to be scrambling to see, how is this technology going to change my industry? And where am I going to get the workforce? And there, I think it's really important what the experiment that's happening at RPI, which is when we got the quantum computer, we discovered that there were 50 RPI students that on their own had formed a quantum computing club. And they were meeting every Wednesday night to teach themselves about quantum computing, completely outside the curriculum. That quantum computing club today is 500 students. So we have, with the availability of that quantum computer and the excitement that it's creating, we're producing the workforce that's going to be available to scale it up. And if we can do that at multiple hubs throughout the state, I think it positions the state very well.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Schmidt. I appreciate your candid answer.
Thank you. Assembly.
Yes, Assembly Member Lucas.
Okay, great day again to everyone. IBM is seeking public funding to expand its quantum computing operations. In exchange, what measurable commitments will IBM make to ensure students in historically underserved communities, including students of color with emphasis on Black and Latino, have access to quantum education, paid internships, and workforce pathways? And how will IBM partner with minority-owned small businesses and institutions to ensure communities of color share in the economic benefits?
Great question, thank you. So just to be clear, the money would not be coming straight to IBM. The money would be going to the academic institutions to create the hub. And we were supportive of this in order to get the ecosystem moving around quantum in New York State. But yes, we do have a wonderful program. It's called Skills Build. You can go.
Could you repeat that?
Skills Build, SKILLS. BUL. I can't spell build, apparently.
I can.
Good. So you can just go on ibmskillsbuild.com and find all the information there. It's a digital learning environment that anyone can have access to. We actually have a very ambitious goal to get millions of folks involved with the Skills Build program by 2030. I can get you more information on it separately, but we're very proud. We've been partnering with other states around putting this out to the community, making sure that people have access to
Do
it.
you have any collective data on racial access?
I don't have it at my fingertips, but I will go back and ask.
You can get it. Okay, that's fantastic. I think I have time for one more. Quantum computing represents a highly specialized field. If public funds are used to support this effort, what concrete steps will IBM or any of your providers take to ensure workforce pathways are accessible to New Yorkers, including partnerships with SUNY, CUNY institutions, community colleges, and underrepresented communities, rather than limiting opportunities to elite research institutions?
Another great question. So we are in constant conversation with all of those universities that you've listed around this quantum access. We do think it's very important, and a lot of it through the hubs we hope would go to students and professors of all shapes and sizes through the universities. More so than that, we are discussing about really working with the universities on curriculum pathways moving forward as quantum becomes more of an established, field in physics that RPI is clearly already doing, but we're working with
In the
these
last
other
second,
universities.
are you able to provide that data to what schools you're working with?
I will ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Ms. Madone? Yes, thank
Madden,
you.
yeah.
So your world headquarters is here in New York.
Correct.
You have enormous investments in New York.
Correct.
You also have a negative tax payment rate of negative, 4%. So you actually get back from government 4% more than you pay in taxes. And New York State is your highest subsidizer. So you get almost $1 billion in New York State tax subsidies. And even with that, in 2024, the state challenged you owing us $65 million that year. Did you pay that?
I will find out.
Okay. So my question is, given how desperate you can, if you're here, you're hearing people, including scientists, saying, we're all going to be laid off and have to leave New York. People, if you spent yesterday with us, it would be all about people not being able to afford their rent and their insurance and all the problems we're facing. I think people know we're facing problems. I can't accept an argument that you wouldn't go in forward with quantum computers if you don't get this $60 million from the state, or even more, because there's also this other program for the 4 hubs. I'm not saying I wouldn't love quantum computerizing if I understood it at all, which I don't. I just don't accept the argument that IBM is walking away from New York State if you don't get this money from us, and that there are a lot of people who are far more desperate and probably won't be able to do what they need to do unless they're getting some money for us. And I just am asking you, why do you think you really need our money right now?
I apologize if there was a miscommunication, but I don't think I inferred that we would walk away from the state. Like, you're absolutely correct. We are born and raised New York, and we will remain here.
Right.
That is not a question. Again, I don't feel like this is going to fill our coffers. We're really just being supportive of developing a quantum ecosystem here in the state. We want this to be in a true economic development. IBM feels that the value from quantum computing is going to become from the applications that come from it, right? This is coming through healthcare, life sciences, yes, in financial industry as well. So we do think there will be benefits to humanity. And we recognize the spot that New York State is. We're not trying to be, obtuse about that. And I want to be respectful of that. But this is not a play to just fill our coffers. It's to expand the ecosystem across the state.
I accept that. And I also accept that you understand as a computer company that when you are successful with your job descriptions, you do get money for your company. You're not doing this as a public service. It is actually economically good for your company. And I'm not knocking that either. I just don't sincerely understand why the taxpayers should be contributing more to this kind of project at this time. And I've been cut off by myself. Assembly?
Assemblymember Palmisano.
Hi, good evening. My question is for Lexi. I know the issue of the quantum ecosystem that IBM's building. I had more generally, I know my colleague talked about it a little bit, but more generally and broadly speaking, how do you envision that ecosystem working in its development? And are you also in consultation with the scientific community on this ecosystem?
Yeah, great question. So the way we see it developing is a little bit like I was saying earlier around the applications and the stacks that are made out of quantum computing. So quantum is so niche that there is still a lot of discovery to be done, right? We don't have necessarily firm answers around this discovery is going to be made in 2029, right? But when it does happen, there will be smaller industries within the bigger ticket, healthcare, life sciences, et cetera, that will spin up from that. So we are in partnership with RPI. We talk to them regularly, a lot of the other academic universities as well. I think the president here was very, clear about we see quantum as now. So this is all being talked about in real time, and we're hoping that some of these discoveries can come forth very quickly in the next few years.
Are you facing any challenges or obstacles, or is you just moving forward and dealing with it as you go?
At this point, where I would say it's still a very scientific debate, but we are moving forward. We're, as the president indicated, where our manufacturing space is in Poughkeepsie around these. It's a very bespoke process, if you will, right now to create these quantum computers. They're very large, take a lot of time to put together. So we just kind of roll with things, and as we face challenges, we overcome them one at a time.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you.
We yield back my time.
Good afternoon. In reference to quantum computing and the economic output, is there concerns on top of the advent of artificial intelligence and quantum computing? Is there an economic threat to New York State and New York City? Because when you add on AI and quantum computing together, we don't quite know where that's going to take us. And not that I should be scared that Terminator 2 was 2029, but we are seeing this incredible acceleration in technology and AI, quantum computing. So do you see an economic threat to our state? And if so, what safeguards can we put in where we allow the industry to thrive at the same time protect our workers?
Yeah, I can try and answer that question. Thank you for it. The way I would think about this is that what we're trying to do is anticipate that moment when we have this tremendously powerful computing capability. And in anticipating it, what that means is we're developing sort of the workforce, the people that know how to use the technology. Secondly, particularly on our campus, we've got many faculty in all sorts of disciplines, be they business, materials discovery, chemistry, supply chain. They're studying this technology to figure out how's this going to work in my industry? How is this going to make my industry better, ideally, and what are some of the threats that it might pose or change the industry. So I think it's really, we're at a moment where we should take advantage of this time between now and when we're at that ChatGPT moment to learn and to understand and to anticipate, so that if there are threats, they'll reveal themselves as we think about it now, so that we're prepared for them at that time. I can't sit here and say there is a specific threat, but I think there certainly are opportunities, much as the opportunities we've seen with generative AI and how it's being deployed in various industries.
On the flip side, in communities, mine, the Bronx, or Nikki's in the Brooklyn, or in the rural areas where education is not getting them to the point where they're going to be the engineers of quantum computing, what type of blue collar skills can we start instilling in some of our young people so they can be prepared also for what the industry might have? Like, is there welders, or is there conducting welding that can be part of it? What other kind of, working class job, workforce development programs can be a part of it also, to make sure that everyone is a part of this new economy?
I think the one that most immediately comes to mind is these things have to be built. And if you see them, they're quite large. They involve a lot of steel welding and assembly work that's being done currently in Poughkeepsie. And as those systems scale up, there's certainly going to be a lot of jobs to manufacture these systems.
So I think, to Senator Kruger's point, I think making investments back into the communities, so some of these community programs can be a part of it, so they're not left behind, would be a really good, what's the word I'm looking for? Just not an olive branch, but saying, hey, we understand that these people will be left behind, and we're here to invest back in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Otis?
I thank you all. Thank you. And I say I enjoyed the more dynamic matchup of this panel with Mr. Kink and IBM and RPI, and Michael Kink always raises good questions. But I think that to reframe the discussion a little, when we should ask the question, when we're spending government money on economic development, does it work, does it not work? But I'm going to make an observation, and I'd like to hear from IBM and from RPI the sense of job creation, because one of the things, whether people like it or not, New York has invested a lot in trying to attract this technology sector. In Westchester, we have an expanding, very high-tech microchip company that's expanded, and not necessarily because of tax breaks, just because their biggest, actually, I asked them why they expand in New York, and a lot of these companies, they don't say the tax breaks. What they say is, we have an educated workforce, which is testimony to our educational system. But I'd like to hear about, from either RPI or IBM, both of you, your sense of job creation in New York, because a lot of the manufacturing that goes with this is happening in New York State as well. So.
Yeah, I can speak to the manufacturing piece. We do believe that there will be job creation as we scale up. IBM's one of the few companies that really can produce quantum systems at scale. As this becomes more frequent and we are having more clients and the demand is growing for them, we do plan on hiring up to help in our manufacturing process. So yes, we will see. I can't give you an accurate number at this point in time, but there will be significant amount of long-term jobs created, and they will not all be PhD engineers.
And you've had some of that growth already, job growth in the Hudson Valley?
Correct, yes. Yeah. And we're working towards more.
Yeah, and I, from my perspective, I would say that, to me, it's all about creating the ecosystem. And central to that ecosystem is people that understand this technology, either to build it or to use it. And that's what I think is important for the state to get behind, is really building out that competency, and then leveraging the fact that we already have people in some of these companies that know how to use this technology. I spent 41 years in Boston at MIT. I saw the biotech cluster emerge over those years. And the catalyst to that was the workforce, the skilled people that understood biotechnology and could create the companies and populate the companies. And I think that's the kind of miracle we want to recreate with quantum.
Well, thank you, all three of you, for the comments and interesting different ways to look at the whole situation. So thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apparently, there are other companies who want to do quantum also. So if they don't need money from the state to do it, I welcome to move to move to New York and increase the opportunities for RPI and other universities. Thank you.
Oh, big panel. It's a big panel.
There we go. All right, it's an insurance large panel, following up on concerns from this morning's panel. So we have the New York State Trial Lawyers, the New York Insurance Association, the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, the American Property Casual Insurance Association, something called Big I, and the Professional Insurance Agent of New York.
Right on your lap.
Okay.
This is on. How do we turn it off?
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you thought you would be out of here a long time ago, but you're not. So thank you for being with us. And why don't I just go down and you'll introduce yourself. So we start with number 14, New York State Trial Lawyers. Hello.
Hello, I'm Andrew Finkelstein. I'm the president of New York State Trial Lawyers. Thank you, chairpersons and members of the committee. My knees shuddered when you said this is an insurance panel because I am not representing the insurance or any part of the insurance.
issue of insurance.
Thank you. Because my association and my members represent the same people who are your constituents, people who live in New York. We are concerned about the affordability that has been raised. We wholeheartedly believe insurance premiums for car insurance are skyrocketing, but the solution is not what has been put forth. The solution only serves to further damage the injured people who have already been harmed and limit their rights and their recoveries. So we wholeheartedly are opposed to any proposals that the governor's put forth in this regard, and I can speak specifically regarding those proposals. First, her suggested change to joint and several liability, a collaborative liability when a passenger in a car, a very simple example, is involved in a car crash, can currently recover from those who are collaboratively responsible from either one of those parties to enforce and put in place what the governor has put forth. All that does is serve to limit the recovery of the injured person and go right to the bottom line of the insurance companies. It's a straight benefit to the insurance companies and no benefit to the injured. With respect to any modifications to comparative responsibility, the law already accounts for when an injured person is involved in an event and they are partially at fault. They can only recover for that portion they are not responsible for. That in no way should they get zero, but all this proposal does is reduce the opportunity to a recovery to zero and only benefit the insurance company. Thirdly, with respect to modification of the no-fault serious injury threshold, right now there are 9 ways that individuals can qualify for recovery. The governor has put forth eliminating one, and I heard the question earlier about ROI. Without any proven ROI, there is no ROI with any one of these proposals except to improve the bottom line of the insurance company. And lastly, to create an artificial $100,000 cap for injured people will result in tremendous unintended consequences.
Next, New York Insurance Association.
Good afternoon, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and the other distinguished members of the Senate and Assembly. I'm Cassandra Anderson, President of the New York Insurance Association. NIA is the state trade association that has represented the property and casualty insurance industry in New York for more than 140 years. NIA's membership is broad and diverse from Main Street to Wall Street. Our member companies write in every county of the state and work collectively to promote a healthy and sustainable market for all of New York. Thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the executive budget proposals relevant to our industry, but more importantly, our market and our policyholders. First and foremost, it is important to talk about the a relationship between affordability and availability, as affordability cannot be achieved without focusing on availability. Insurance companies exist to serve our policyholders, and NIA shares the same concerns as the legislature regarding the cost of insurance in New York. The only way to make insurance more affordable is to make it more available by allowing carriers to adequately take on and manage risk. This can only be accomplished by combating the underlying cost drivers. NIA strongly supports the executive budget proposals to combat the foundational cost drivers of auto insurance, including fraud, abuse, and excessive litigation, specifically related to staged motor vehicle accidents and lowering the threshold for fraud, reducing excessive and unfair litigation, extending the time frame for insurers to investigate suspected fraud. These proposals will address major issues that currently exist that significantly increase loss exposure and impose broad consequences for consumers, including higher premiums, threaten safety on roadways, reduce quality of healthcare services, and strain on New York families. These cost drivers, including fraud and abuse, extend beyond the auto insurance market and affect the broader property and casualty marketplace. Correspondingly, tackling the cost drivers is what will promote availability and affordability, including with residential property. It is crucial that we look to address core costs, just like the governor has put forward with auto, in relation to property insurance policies, including tackling fraud and litigation abuse, as well as adopting resiliency and loss mitigation initiatives, namely the fortified standard. Imposing further limitations on the market will have the opposite effect, forcing carriers to make tough decisions, which will further restrict both affordability and availability. That is why NIA is incredibly concerned about TED Part CC, which will create a homeowner's loss ratio benchmark. Insurers must have the full ability to pay claims following severe weather and catastrophic events. Our market is inherently cyclical due to the unpredictability of catastrophes, and snapshots of loss ratios cannot be evaluated meaningfully. And NIA's written testimony weighed in on numerous additional proposals and shared a wide range of information about what is driving the cost of insurance and proposed solutions. NIA values the opportunity to share our viewpoint on behalf of our membership and appreciates your consideration of the recommendations we are offering to improve the marketplace. We urge New York public policymakers to put measures in place that only improve the health of the market. The focus needs to be on keeping the market stable, encouraging greater availability, and in turn, greater affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sean McLaughlin, and I'm with the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies, or NAMIC for short. And NAMIC is a leading trade association for the property and casualty insurance industry across the country. NAMIC is very supportive of, as Cassandra just mentioned, and I'll echo a lot of what she just said, very supportive of the governor's proposed auto reforms in this budget. We heard a lot earlier today about the state of the auto insurance marketplace in New York and how it's really not in a healthy spot from the superintendent.
Sorry.
With
I thought you were trying to get
sorry, with 11 carriers withdrawing from the marketplace, the industry not being profitable for at least the last 5 years, and that's reflective in rates. I mean, New York's has one of the highest auto rates in the country, and when the industry isn't profitable, then there's clearly an issue, and that's what the governor's trying to accomplish here, is try to bend that loss curve down. And with these reforms that will curb litigation and excessive litigation, will curb fraud, decrease the frequency of claims and the severity of claims, every New York policyholder is going to see a benefit from that, and it will truly put downward pressure on rates. We've seen it in other states. There is proof in other states that reforms like these work. And I'm happy to discuss that more at length. On the homeowner side, as Cassandra mentioned, the loss ratio benchmarking is a problem. It could create solvency issues, and it really doesn't reflect, as Cassandra mentioned, there's the cyclical nature of the insurance in New York. New York is a low occurrence, high severity state when it comes to natural catastrophes, meaning that every 2 years you're not going to have a hurricane hit New York. But when you do, Hurricane Sandy, for example, Superstorm Sandy, every 15, 20 years, there's a massive loss in terms of asset value. So the insurance industry needs to be able to look with a much larger window of at New York when pricing its risk, when matching rate to risk, which is what insurance is based on. So it's just simply too short of a window. And if the insurers can't look from a larger window when matching rate to risk, it does present situations where you could have solvency issues where insurers aren't able to pay out what they need to be paying out, and that's obviously something that everyone wants to avoid and what DFS's mission is to make sure it never happens. So that's where NAMIC lands on this budget. Again, enthusiastically supportive of bending the loss curve down through these auto reforms, but certainly opposed to the loss ratio benchmarking. Thank you, and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Next, we have American Property Casualty Insurance Association.
Thank you. I'm Christina Baldwin with the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. APCIA is a national trade association representing home, auto, and business insurers of all sizes and structures, including 581 insurers doing business in New York State. APCIA strongly supports the provisions in the governor's proposed executive budget focused on tackling cost drivers impacting auto insurance premiums in New York State, particularly the proposals to promote fairness in auto accident lawsuits. However, APCIA does have concerns with some of the other insurance-related proposals, including some of those pertaining to property insurance. I think we can all agree on the importance of working to reduce costs for New York consumers. It is an undeniable common goal. In the insurance context, though, premium reductions cannot occur unless the cost drivers which dictate insurance premiums are addressed. On the auto insurance side, Governor Hochul proposes measures to address auto insurance cost drivers, including provisions to fight insurance fraud by strengthening investigation and prosecution efforts, expanding criminal penalties, and ensuring that insurers have sufficient time to investigate fraud. Governor Hochul also proposes important cost-saving measures that would promote fairness in auto accident lawsuits, including capping non-economic damages for bad actors, reforming comparative negligence, and tightening the serious injury threshold. Measures to tackle excessive litigation in other states have shown real impact, with reforms in Florida resulting in an average 14.5% reduction in property casualty insurance costs compared to what would have occurred without reform. New York could similarly enjoy such benefits if provisions to address excessive auto accident litigation are adopted. While the cost-tackling provisions on the auto insurance side could have significant benefits, APCIA has concerns with the property insurance provisions. Most concerning, as others have mentioned, is the homeowners insurance benchmark loss ratio provision. There is significant concern that this process could have unintended consequences in the homeowners market, which currently has premiums that are below the national average. The process could result in unwarranted premium suppression, which could lead to insurance availability issues. No other state has a law of this nature. And as others mentioned, with homeowners insurance, it's inappropriate to look at a 2-year period because insurers have to build capital over time to deal with the high severity weather events. New York is second only to Miami in being vulnerable to a hurricane exceeding $100 billion in insured losses, which would wipe out 69 years of net worth. That's my favorite statistic. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator. I'm Travis Waddy, AVP of Government Relations at Big Eye, New York. We represent independent insurance agents and brokers across the state, about 1,500 offices, and serving millions of New Yorkers. Every day, our members see how rising property and casualty insurance premiums are impacting families and local businesses. And that's why we're focused on understanding what's driving these costs, and more importantly, on finding practical solutions to improve the insurance marketplace. There are certainly broader economic factors driving insurance costs, but I would argue that those pressures exist across the entire country and even globally. Yet, as we've heard today from the Department of Financial Services and others on this panel, New York stands out as a cost outlier in the auto insurance marketplace. Nationally, households spend about 1.6% of their income on auto insurance, but in New York, a median income household spends roughly 2.2%. So this isn't just about New York being a more expensive place to live. It's not just about repair costs or more expensive automobiles. Something else is driving those premiums. What we believe in New York and what we've seen in other states is that something else is a culture that too often treats car accidents like a payday, fueled by aggressive advertising and, frankly, unfortunately, bad actors who exploit weaknesses in our laws and our system. Turning briefly to the homeowners market, we share concerns about the proposed loss ratio benchmark. Our members and their customers need access to a healthy, stable homeowners insurance marketplace. So that's one that offers choice and competition, and it's one that remains financially strong so that when the next hurricane, wildfire, or unfortunately, as we just experienced, record-breaking snowstorm hits New York, insurance carriers have the reserves in place to help New Yorkers recover. Homeowners insurance works by pooling funds over many years to prepare for infrequent but severe losses. So we're concerned that looking at just a 24-month period doesn't capture the full scope of the risk that carriers assume. And we're also concerned that this approach could lead to inadequate reserves, reduced market participation, and fewer coverage options. In closing, in my testimony, there are a couple links to a few videos that aired at the Big Eye New York Property and Casualty Insurance Summit, which took place in Albany about a year ago. If you take a look at those videos, you'll hear from Emilio, a Bronx hospital housekeeper and proud father, who's going without renter's insurance just to keep his car insurance. You'll hear from Jim, a Syracuse small business owner whose clients depend on his non-emergency medical transportation service to reach essential appointments. So Emilio, Jim, and millions of other New Yorkers like them are paying the price for a system that benefits a few at the expense of many. The status quo is no longer working.
Agents of New York. I guess you're the non-independent agents compared
No,
to
it's still the
the...
independent agents. It's different. We don't have big in our name. Maybe humongous or something. We'll work on it. Good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the committee all. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Bradford Latchet. I serve as the Director of Government and Industry Affairs for the Professional Insurance Agents of New York. PIA represents thousands of independent insurance agencies serving communities in every region of the state. Every day, independent agents sit at the kitchen tables and on the phones with their clients, and they have the same conversation about affordability and availability of insurance. That's why we appreciate the governor's executive budget, including substantive property and casualty insurance reforms. For the first time in many years, we are seeing comprehensive efforts to address the underlying cost drivers in both auto and homeowners, not just the surface level symptoms. Let me begin with auto insurance, because addressing litigation costs and fraud is absolutely critical to improving affordability. Independent agents are seeing firsthand how excessive litigation drives up costs of every policy they sell. When claims are resolved through prolonged legal battles, legal expenses and defense costs don't just disappear. They become embedded in the overall cost structure of the marketplace, and ultimately are reflected in premiums paid by responsible drivers across the state. Insurance is a communal product. It's paid for by many. Our own no-fault system, combined with high litigation volume, creates systematic pressures on the system. Even modest procedural inefficiencies or ambiguous standards, can generate significant downturn costs when multiplied across thousands of claims. Fraud compounds the problem. We heard earlier from the superintendent that New York has seen a record level of fraud. Over 43,000 cases reported last year, which is an 80% increase since 2020. Staged accidents, inflated medical billing, and exploitive claims practices undermine the integrity of the system and further increase loss ratios. The executive budget's proposals to refine the serious injury threshold, clarify litigation standards, and strengthen fraud enforcement are aimed at correcting these structural cost drivers, not limiting legitimate recovery. Full compensation for real economic losses, such as medical expenses and lost wages, remain intact. If we do not address litigation, inflation, and fraud, we can regulate rates repeatedly, but premiums will continue to reflect the underlying cost environment. True affordability comes from reducing system costs, not artificially compressing price signals. In addition to these reforms, we support provisions that improve transparency and encourage smarter risk management. When consumers understand why their premiums change, they make better decisions. Transparency strengthens trust, reinforces the role of the professional agent, and promotes a more informed marketplace. At the same time, we have concerns about Part CC, as others in the committee have on this panel have mentioned. A homeowner's coverage is uniquely volatile and is heavily influenced by catastrophic weather, reinsurance markets, and construction cost inflation. A rigid short-term trigger tied to historical loss ratio risks sending the wrong signal to insurers at a time when market stability should be the priority. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you all very much. We do all have many questions, it turns out. I'm going to start with Jamel Bailey, our Chair of Insurance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to do something that's different because there are 6 people there, and there's no way that you're going to answer these questions in 3 minutes. So I'm going to respectfully request that at no later than March 6th, next Friday, to give you a week and a day, I want a response in writing to the questions that I'm going to ask. Is everybody willing to do that? I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, and I'm going to ask reasonable questions, and there's nothing here, but I just want to make sure that we're all there. To the trial lawyers, I want to ask, do you support increased transparency around verdict data, including reporting on frequency, size, and settlement patterns? And do you believe that rising insurance rates are a major issue, even for people who have not yet gotten, shouldn't say yet, have not gotten into accidents? For everyone, a couple of questions. Are you willing to work with all parties, including but not limited to those on this panel, the executive and the legislature, in order to get to the heart of the matter asserted, which is affordability, which everybody seems to agree on? For the insurers, will you encourage your member organizations that if this goes right, because I think I heard everybody in support of certain parts, you didn't specify the parts. If you get everything that you want, will you encourage your member organizations and your independent adjusters to reduce rates? Will you strongly encourage them to do so? And will that be a sustained and ongoing reduction in rates, or will it be a one-time bump post-legislation? Part E excuse me, I want to go back to the concept of fraud. For everyone, this is a question for everyone. How much does fraud impact premiums in the insurance space, and how much does fraudulent activity impact the trial lawyers? And I think that will be it, because there was sort of a barrage of questions. I don't want to take up too much time, but I am truly interested in hearing from each and every one of you. And I don't think 3 minutes will be reasonable, because I respect, and we've all had conversations in the past. You're all incredibly knowledgeable. It would do a disservice to have to create a sense of frenzy and crosstalk. So I will yield the rest of my time, and I look forward to hearing from you no later than next Friday, March 6th at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblyman Weppering.
Well, I look forward to the answers to Senator Bailey's questions, because we've been discussing this for a while. I think I'd like to have a consensus for everyone, and as the senator said, we only have 3 minutes for questions and answers. I'd like to have a consensus from everyone that there is a problem with fraud in automobile insurance situations. Can you all agree to that?
I have not seen the data.
You haven't seen it?
I'm aware that insurance companies are reporting fraud, but I haven't seen any data that how many of those actually have been investigated and are proven to in fact be fraudulent. For the New York State trial lawyers, we totally oppose fraud. We want to root out all fraud, but to
Well, that's
suggest...
what I was getting to.
Yeah.
I think we can agree that we don't want fraud. The other thing, I used to be a trial lawyer. I'll disclose that. And I think some of these bad actors, I'm sure you can agree, give the industry a bad name, and it's very hard to justify some of these lawyers and doctors that are involved in fraudulent syndicates. I'm not asking for specific data, but I think there's no question that there are a number of lawyers and doctors that are involved in fake accidents. I was the original sponsor of Alice's Law. I worked with many of you on that, and I have a bill for expansion of Alice's Law, but the governor's proposal, I think, addresses that as well. So again, I'm not looking to go after victims, innocent victims, and their recoveries. But what I am trying to do is give lawyers and doctors a good name by rooting out some bad actors and I think this proposal, the governor's proposal, head in that direction. Would anybody like to comment on
I
that?
just want to say there is data certainly available, and it's through the National Insurance Crime Bureau that works very closely with law enforcement. The New York State Department of Financial Services produces a report on fraud each year. So I just do want to, for the record, make sure that there is awareness. Now, we can only report the fraud we can prove, right? And that is a process that can be very complicated. We don't always have the tools that we need, which I think is exactly why these proposals are here. So I just do offer that while there is more that certainly can be done, and we look forward to working with everyone, there's certainly data that exists.
The superintendent indicated that this morning, and we're looking for, some of the details in that. Would anybody else like to comment? In the
Assemblyman,
next
even
16
insurance
seconds?
agents are on the front lines of combating fraud. Maybe not the staged accidents you see, but things like rate evasion and misinformation that's being given to them to try to get lower rates. So it's happening every single day.
Thank you all for coming up to Albany.
Continue with the Senate. Jabel Bailey just asked me to make sure that when you send the responses to him, you send it to both Gary and I, so that like all other panels, those materials will become available to everybody who looks at the websites and sees what's submitted. Thank you.
And if you could send it to myself as well as Chair of the Assembly Insurance Committee.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next up is Senator Gounardes.
There we go. Thank you, Senator Krueger. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we all agree that auto insurance is a huge problem. It's a rising problem for many of our constituents. And I think all of us here would agree that we want to combat the bad actors, the fraud, et cetera. My first question, though, there was mention about the liability insurance issue, and can anyone just share what percentage of our auto premiums today are attributed to this excess liability issue that everyone alluded to, or most of you alluded to in your testimony? Is there a figure that can be pegged to this? Is it 5%, 30%, 80%? The liability coverage insurance, with all the excessive awards and lawsuits that you all referenced in your testimony. What percentage of those costs is attributed to auto premiums today? Is there a number for that?
I'll certainly look into that.
That seems like a pretty fundamental number to know, because if we're saying that the main driver of this problem are the liability issues and the cost of liability, I would think you would know what percentage of the liability is driving your cost increases. I was a Geico customer for many years, and then for 2 cars in my household, they wanted to charge $8,000. $8,000 for 2 vehicles. At a time when this company had $6 billion in profit last year, and I'm supposed to believe that all of that's attributed just to liability insurance? And that's money that they made, that they took home after paying out all these expenses. It feels like we're talking in circles around a real problem, but we're trying to scapegoat some of the issues here. And to Senator Bailey's point, I think we have to do a bigger unpacking of all of the drivers of these costs. And everyone in your testimony, nearly everyone in your testimony, just really focused a lot on lawsuits and not on some of the other drivers here. I don't understand why a company that makes $6 billion can get away with charging so much in auto insurance for a Subaru Outback from 2012.
So excessive liability
And
all
I'm sorry,
depends on the.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You can answer that.
Yeah, excessive liability to me, that it's not that we can't even provide information. I'd love to have this conversation more, but I think that it's all about how it's defined, right? And what does that look like? Liability, no fault, and supplementary uninsured, underinsured motorist coverage, that is now an opt-out. As far as mandatory coverage in New York State, the bulk of that is liability or no fault. And where we're seeing challenges, the no fault system is absolutely broken, but we've seen the greatest increase on the BI side. And I'd be happy to share all that information with you. But to your point, this isn't just one stat or one piece of data that I can offer you in this exact moment. We need to really unpack this and work through it
Would
and
love
see what's
that.
happening in New York. And
Well,
what I'll say is,
just in my last couple of seconds, it was referenced that other states have seen significant drops in premiums. Florida, which everyone points to, average of 8.6% drop. That's pennies on the dollar on an $8,000 auto premium for insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Paul Massano.
Good evening. First, I just want to say, and I think my colleagues can agree with this somewhat, when we're sitting up here, sometimes it's hard to pay attention all the time. I will just tell you, I was glued into every word you were saying throughout because number one, you all represent stakeholders and you have different perspectives on what the solutions are and what the problem is. But I think we all agree that we know auto insurance is a significant problem for costs. And now I know this process is going to go on for a while. You're going to continue to be engaged in the process, and you should be as stakeholders in who you represent. And I know we want to continue to get this feedback. This isn't going to stop here tonight, that's for sure. So it's going to be a process. So we want that engagement. With that, my question I was going to ask first to the insurance providers. Obviously, the governor in financial services claiming this is going to reduce rates. Has your associations or member companies at this point in time been able to perform any formal actuarial analysis to verify the governor's claim that this will in fact reduce rates?
So as far as an actuarial analysis, which apparently I'm going to trip over that this late in the day, that certainly is something that we can look at. But to be able to do something thorough like that, it does take time.
Okay.
So obviously these were just put out a bit ago. So we're happy to look at that further and see what we can.
And I recognize that with the question. I just didn't know what you might have done in the past to look at some of these things, what you might have available, what the time frame would be to address some of these things. I think because if you did, that would be helpful. But I understand that might not be possible. If you do something, is that obviously something you're going to share? That's not obviously something that can be done as part of the budget process.
Absolutely. And I will say the acting superintendent mentioned earlier, some of what they were a direct comparison to what was happening in Florida. I don't have the stats right off the top of my head, and I'm not putting anybody else here on the spot, but I do think where you can see a direct comparison, we can see what that looks like more. Sure. Obviously, the less direct it is, the harder it is to say with absolute certainty what that's going to do.
That's fair.
And it's just, I'll just add real quick. It's really, we're talking a lot about Florida. It's not just Florida. It's been seen in Louisiana, Georgia, and Michigan as well, which is mentioned earlier.
All right, thank you. I also want to give Mr. Finkelstein a chance to answer a question because you mentioned solutions. Everyone's mentioned solutions. Obviously, we know you're opposed to what the governor has proposed. Are there any ideas or suggestions that you might have from your perspective that might help to address the auto rate increase that's going on? Is there anything from your perspective? I know that where your concerns are. I just didn't know.
Only with 20 seconds, I'm going to answer
And I know
it
you
this
don't
way. Past bad faith litigation, because the reason why they claim all their expenses are up is because they deny, delay, and defend cases they shouldn't be. But they're allowed to do so, and the claimant has no right to pursue it when they choose to use that business process.
Thank you.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. I just want to kind of pick up where I spoke earlier with Acting Superintendent Asro in terms of, I went through and listed the billions of dollars that the insurance companies are making in the last fiscal year, the billions of dollars that you're sitting on in cash reserves. And from a policy owner point of view, whether you're a residential policy holder or you're a business commercial policy holder, people feel like they're getting gouged right now. And that's, people are really struggling. One of my colleagues just mentioned the amount that he's paying in auto insurance, and it's getting worse and worse. And I said earlier today, not only being a homeowner for 25 years, being in the private sector for 30 years, I've never seen rates come down. The only time that I've seen them maybe stay the same is when you up the deductibles or you self-insure stuff yourself. And, that's not a solution to a problem. So, I'm hopeful that in your responses to Senator Bailey's questions earlier, that we will see significant and verifiable proof that premiums will come down, because they're strangling homeowners, they're strangling business owners, they're strangling the regular blue collar worker in this state, and we don't see any end in sight. And I hope that some of these items in the executive budget that I think some of you agree with, some of you don't agree with, but I hope they will make some sort of dent, because what I see is, you mentioned Florida, but I see states like Pennsylvania and states like Massachusetts paying significantly less in auto insurance compared to New York State. So I don't know if any of what they're doing in those states is included in this executive budget, but maybe that's something you can answer for us as well and give us recommendations so that New York State will really make a severe impact in terms of those outlandish prices that everyone's paying. So,
Senator, if
yeah,
I may,
sure.
I would argue that the profits you mentioned are probably despite New York. Okay, we're focused on New York, where auto insurance they're operating at a loss, sometimes 20, 30, 40 cents on the dollar, and consumers in New York are paying for that. They're paying a tort tax through their premium, and 30% of which is going to the people who are protecting this status quo system.
So with the changes that are being proposed in the executive budget, if those changes go into effect, will you see a significant rate? Will you see the auto policies being profitable for
Yeah,
the
I can tell you
insurance
that
companies?
competition, Senator, is what we need. And as carriers compete, shameless plug for your friendly neighborhood independent insurance agent, you can bet that our members are going to be making sure that New Yorkers are getting the best product for their situation.
I just hope 1 year from now we're seeing significant reductions.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblymember Diaz.
Thank you, y'all. We've seen in the current political climate that affordability is becoming one of the key issues. I would argue that we as a legislature are probably on trial right now, alongside with the insurance industry and the trial lawyers. The people of New York are the jury. They are looking for us for a verdict for affordability. And while the parties point fingers, the public is absorbing the damages. I've seen it firsthand on my own insurance for my house and my car. This is not a strict liability case where one side bears 100% of the blame. This is comparative fault. Trial lawyers are not the sole proximate cause. Insurance carriers are not free from liability. The affordability crisis is the product of shared conduct, litigation strategy, underwriting practices, risk pricing, claim valuation, and statutory structure. Each side carries a percentage of fault. Under a comparative negligence framework, no party is entitled to a summary judgment in the court of public opinion. Trial attorneys influence verdict exposure and settlement culture. Insurance companies influence premiums, reserves, and market stability. The legislature shapes the statutory environment that governs both. All three affect cost. If fault is apportioned, responsibility must be apportioned. If it's not about punishment, it's about correction. The solution requires coordinated action, recalibrating incentives, reducing unnecessary exposure, stabilizing premiums, and preserving legitimate access to justice while restoring predictability to the market. If it's not plaintiff versus carrier, it's co-defendants in the same case, affordability versus dysfunction. And until we all can work together, we're going to be held responsible. Housing, affordable housing, is one of the key issues affecting New York City. If we want to build more housing, we have to make sure that construction costs can also go down. So how can all three parties, from the legislature, the trial lawyers, and the insurance, can come to the table, such as Senator Bailey and Assemblymember and Chair Weprin have asked, and really come together, not pointing fingers, to come to real solution-oriented points so that we can go to the people of New York and come with some real solutions. I look forward to seeing the package next Friday that you're sending to the insurance, and I look forward to working with you both, all.
Can I comment on that?
Of course.
I think that it's important what you were just saying and what Senator Weber was saying. You know, there has not been reductions in New York for a long time because this is the first time I can say in my 20-year career that I've ever seen proposals like this to actively reduce the costs. This is not pointing fingers at all, and anybody here as well, but we in New York have often expanded litigation, and now we are at this point where we're trying to make sense of it all. So we really do value the opportunity to talk about what's happened, but I think that we are at a pivotal moment where we have a real opportunity to make it more affordable for New Yorkers, and we cannot squander this opportunity.
I hear that, but we also have to go at the same time, as a trial lawyer has also said, we have to also protect the public. We have to make sure that those who are injured or grieved are also represented to the fullest also.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
I also practice in Pennsylvania, and I also practice in Massachusetts, where there's strong bad faith laws. Insurance companies don't play the games in those states that they play here to drive up their own costs.
Thank you. I think I'm the last senator, so thank you all. I'm going to change it up a minute. I think we're all here fighting about the wrong topic. So we seem to be responding to mostly just the issue of auto insurance costs, because yes, people are really upset about that, but it turns out it's the property insurance costs and loss of coverage that's the far greater impact on people's economic lives. And so I was sitting here reading, why is property taxes going up so high? And all of your magazines and institutes and business organizations and Harvard and Yale University reports all say the same thing. Climate change has the biggest impact on skyrocketing property tax costs, property insurance costs, excuse me, and you leaving certain markets because it's considered too high risk. And so while we're down here talking insurance, I'm going to tell you that I think the governor is completely missing the boat because she spent today trying to walk us away from our environmental commitments and walk us away from our climate change commitments. So I'm curious, do you think that's a problem for you all?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can confidently say that, more severe weather is certainly a cost driver in insurance. It's a reason that the insurance companies, the insurance industry at large is a big fan of fortified and resiliency efforts. Those things will put downward pressure on rates, making houses, making property better able to withstand severe weather, especially in the era of climate change, will put downward pressure on rates. We've seen it in other places.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe just let other people answer. Do you think climate change is actually a significant impact on your future with the costs of property insurance?
we're in the business of literally assessing weather and what that looks like. So we're seeing changing weather patterns and companies are looking to be prepared. And that's why it's so important that we are able to deliver on our promise to pay claims. And we are preparing for storms that, were even unprecedented in the past.
Yes, more severe weather obviously impacts property insurance. And as the others mentioned, resiliency is the key to making properties better able to withstand the severe weather.
I'm simply going to echo one thing I said earlier, having represented a lot of people who made claims in Superstorm Sandy and were faced with insurance carriers who chose to deny the claim, claiming it was wind instead of water, where they had a disclaimer, and not having the opportunity to pursue bad faith in that evaluation. That's why I strongly encourage you.
Couple seconds left for
Certainly,
either
our
of you.
members work with their clients, with New Yorkers, to help make their harden their homes, make them more resilient from increasingly and more severe storms.
Yeah, and the goal is that there's no claim. Right? We want people to be safe. So
Thank
fortified
you.
homes are going to keep people safe.
Thank you all for touching that base with me.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Lucas.
Okay, great day again. This one's from Ms. Anderson. If insurance pricing is driven by risk and fewer accidents mean fewer claims and lower losses, why is the policy focus on limiting injured homeowners' access to the courts instead of investing in prevention, stronger safety standards, and loss mitigation strategies? Can you provide data demonstrating that weakening civil accountability reduces underlying risk rather than simply shifting financial burdens onto families?
I think that what's important to keep in mind is that, first of all, we're looking at increased claim severity and not necessarily a decrease in claims. So when in COVID, actually, there was a decreased frequency, of course. The severity did not, but because of COVID. And by the way, rates were reduced then as well. So I misspoke earlier in saying I'd never seen it, obviously, during those extraordinary times. To your point on access, the reforms that are being suggested as part of the executive budget are related mainly to non-economic damages. It has not anything to do with someone's ability to get medical care or their ability to recoup lost wages and what that looks like. So we believe that the important piece of this is that people are able to pursue the justice that they need and be able to be recouped if that's the situation. But what's happening right now is we're seeing where people that are largely at fault for an accident can still sue even though their own negligence largely caused the accident. So that's the type of reforms that we're looking at. They're very limited, they're very specific, and we think that it would be a good start.
And you'll
In
provide
addition
the
to fraud
data.
measures.
And you'll provide the data. Actually, Senator Bailey requested as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's what Senator Bailey requested, if I'm understanding
Trial
correctly,
lawyer.
yeah,
Yeah,
please.
Anybody who's involved in an event and is partially responsible does not recover for that part they are responsible. To suggest that increases insurance premiums is just false.
That's why we're asking for the data, because it doesn't seem to be substantiated
Thank you.
at this time. The industry, and this is for Mr. McLaughlin, the industry argues that restricting civil liability would lower insurance premiums, yet there is no binding mechanism requiring rate reductions. If those legal changes are enacted, given record industry profits and decades of approved rate increases, what specific enforceable safeguards would guarantee that any proposed tort reforms result in measurable premium reductions for homeowners rather than simply reducing corporate liability exposure? And you'll probably have to respond in writing.
Okay, yeah, I'll respond in writing, but there's. I will.
We'll all get to read it.
Sure.
Okay.
I guess it's my turn to say,
Okay.
to say something, and I try not to get too involved in these conversations, but I think what I'm going to say is probably going to attack all of you at this table. First of all, I have a runner's bill which goes against insurance fraud and stage accidents, and the trial lawyers have historically opposed it. For whatever the reasons, I don't know why, but you say that you are in favor of stopping fraud, yet when there's legislation that's before us that goes directly to stopping fraud, the first thing you do is say, no, it's not good, we got to protect so-and-so and so-and-so. So, I mean, if you are sincere in wanting to stop fraud, that's one place that you could start. And then for all the insurance companies that talk about how they're not making any money, as I was sitting here listening to some of the questions, I just ran a few numbers, and the only companies I could think of were the big four. But State Farm last year made a profit of $12.9 billion. Allstate made a profit last year of $10.2 billion. Progressive made a profit last year of $10.3 billion. And Geico is on track to make a profit of $7.3 billion this year in 2025. I think with profits like that, I don't know how many smaller insurance companies there are, and I really don't think that all the smaller companies combined give you an overall loss of anything. Because I'm looking at 10, 20, 30, I'm looking at close to $50 billion of profits out of 4 companies. And I don't believe that all the small insurance companies, if they all had zero profits, would make the overall industry a loss. So I think that maybe we can look at price controls, legislative putting prices of costs, and I know you'll all be opposed to that. But right now, it seems to me to be the only solution that we have to make prices fair. And I understand you have to, make your stockholders happy. I understand that. I believe in capitalism. And I also know that insurance is basically socialism, where you divide it up among everybody. But I think right now the companies are taking too big a chunk out of the ratepayers' pockets, and it's not fair. It's not fair that someone pays $4,000 to insure a car. It's just, it should be unheard of. So I think that we're going to have to do something legislatively on top of what the governor is proposing to rein this in. Now, if the billboard attorneys can disappear, maybe that takes away some of the fraud, and maybe that causes the insurance companies not to charge as much. Or if the greed factor stays there, where the insurance companies are making, 4 companies making $50 billion on the backs of people, there's a problem there. So, and there's no time for anybody to respond. Just mull that over. And if you want to respond to that when you write to Senator Bailey, you can say that Gary Pretlow made a mistake. Thank you.
You, and we're now going to thank you all for being with us and excuse you and bring the last panel on, because we're only, 3 hours late.
3 hours late.
If you're counting. So please move along quickly towards the panel. Cannabis Farmers Alliance, Association of New York Cannabis Processors, and Empire State Green Standard Alliance.
You don't care about cannabis?
Thanks, David. Oops. Good afternoon slash almost evening, everyone. After 5? I think it's 6 o'clock. All right, good evening, whatever. Okay, so let's just go down the list. Cannabis Farmers Alliance, Steve Houghton, followed by Association of New York Cannabis Processors, John Vivalvo, and a replacement, Tiffany Walters, board member, Empire State Green Standard Alliance. Okay, 3 minutes each.
Well, I'll keep this as short as possible. I know it's been a long day. First off, thank you, Chairs Sturpey, Baskin, Kruger, and Pretlow. I am Bolton from Real Life Botanicals. I'm a cannabis cultivator, processor, and the Vice President of the Cannabis Farmers Alliance. The CFA would like to thank the legislature for its support of the cannabis industry, in particular, Senators Hinchey, Cooney, Ryan, and Kruger, as well as Assembly Members Lepardo, Zaccaro, thank you, I apologize, Sturpey, Deus, and Majority Leader People-Stokes. They have been champions for our industry. For 3 years, we've sought to move the cost of seed to sale to OCM from licensees to the office's administrative budget. This market integrity program is critical to the success of the market, but the cost of compliance falls entirely on farmers and their supply-side partners. In every other state with adult use cannabis, the cost of the market integrity program is borne by the state. We think that OCM should bear the cost of this program for 3 reasons. First, by assuming the cost of seed to sale, OCM will have greater insight and access to the data on the supply side that it currently lacks. Second, managing seed to sale will help OCM more effectively identify bad actors and assist in compliance and enforcement. Last, OCM will better be able to gauge market dynamics and be able to make informed decisions related to licensing. The cost of seed to sale is prohibitive, and the vendor selected by OCM to manage this program has indicated that it may seek to raise the cost to licensees. The whole market benefits from the functions of seed to sale, however, only the supply side bears these costs of this requirement. On a personal note, I would rather dedicate the cost of this program to my employees, but I can't do that without your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Great, good evening. How are you? I have been coming here for 3 years now, and I have been talking about inversion being the largest systemic issue to our industry to date. I want to start by saying that seed to sale tracking is obviously a wonderful first step in trying to combat that. And so while we are very supportive of it, the implementation of the seed to sale tracking system, there's an insistence on retail IDs as opposed to just managing batch and lot IDs. This wasn't in the original regulations or law and is really creating a massive undue burden on all of our licensees. This does not happen in any other state. It does not happen with traditional pharmaceuticals or in any other industry that I've seen yet. It is a major burden on an industry that has been struggling, and it will continue to have those licensees struggling. Additionally, I see this as a tax on the consumer. And one of our biggest initiatives here is trying to move people away from these sticker shops, as we had all heard earlier today, and shopping in the legal program. Again, we support the track and trace. Inversion is still a major critical issue. Last year, I think it still accounted for almost half of New York State's market in the regulated market. And so while earlier we heard there's a lot of money, $1.6 trillion, I think was cited, going back into the market. If that was indeed inverted product, that did not make it to our licensees and ultimately did not make it to our employees or have the beneficial impact to the marketplace. So we think Metric's going to really be a major solve for some of this, but we can't have it kill our small operators before it has the ability to take effect. Again, with inversion, enforcement is a major issue. We heard earlier today, John Kagia asked for additional capital and resources for enforcement and trade practices. We think we strongly support that. And the last thing that I have is many of our adult use cultivators and processors were unable to sell any products in the first year or two of the program, as you've heard over the years. They are now saddled with an incredible tax burden from that first year before we changed to a 9% flat tax rate. There's two bills in that we are highly supportive of, which is the Senate Bill 7838 and the Assembly Bill 8233. We would encourage you to look at those and support that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening, chairpersons, ranking members, and members of the legislature. My name is Tiffany Walters, and I'm the CEO of New York State Cannabis Connect. I also am a board member of the Empire State Green Standard Alliance. We're a New York-based cannabis consumer advocacy organization focused on safety, education, and fair market practices. It's estimated that New York State has 3 million cannabis consumers, and last year they contributed $197 million to tax revenue. From the consumer perspective, legalization promised transparency, product safety, and accountability. Cannabis inversion threatens all three. Inversion, the laundering of illicit cannabis into the regulated supply chain, is one of the most serious threats facing New York's legal market today. It breaks consumers' trust, exposes people to untested and potentially unsafe products, and undermines the very purpose of legalization. Inversion deprives New York State of tax revenue. This is not theoretical. We can look at Lexichrome or the Omnion Health case. This is happening. And when illicit products enter the licensed retail channels through fraudulent sourcing, compromised testing, or false documentation, the safeguards New York built into regulations such as seed-to-sale tracking, laboratory testing, or manufacturer's standards are bypassed. Consumers believe they're purchasing safe-tested cannabis, and in reality, they may be exposed to pesticides, heavy metals, or inaccurate potency labeling. This is a public health risk and a market integrity failure. Inversion also harms compliant businesses, such as the two sitting to my left. Licensed operators invest heavily to meet regulatory requirements. Bad actors who bypass those rules and can undercut prices and distort competition. And over time, that destabilizes our regulated market and pushes consumers back towards the illicit market. This is why the Cannabis Supply Chain Integrity and Anti-Inversion Act is critical. It creates clear definitions, strengthens enforcement, and protects consumers before harm occurs, before recalls. But policy alone isn't enough. Workforce is the foundation of a safe cannabis industry. A properly trained workforce is the first line of defense in protecting supply chain integrity. Trained employees understand compliance, documentation, and chain of custody procedures. They help educate consumers, recognize irregularities, and can even identify warning signs of inversion before products reach the shelves. When workers are skilled, informed, and supported, the entire system becomes safer, more transparent, and more accountable. Cannabis inversion is a direct threat to consumer safety, market fairness, and the credibility of New York's regulated system. This legislation, the Cannabis Supply Chain Integrity and Anti-Inversion Act, is a necessary step to close loopholes, restore trust, and ensure that the industry develops safely and responsibly. And so we ask that you support this bill.
I don't think the Senate has any questions. Very much appreciate on behalf of Jeremy Cooney, who had to go, and our other cannabis activists, that we all need to be working on this together. And we have, as of today, a brand new head of OCM, which I think many people feel much more confidence going forward. So thank you all. And Assembly.
The Assembly always has questions. Assemblymember Lucas. Okay, Assemblyman Diaz.
Really, Nikki? This is what we're doing? Passing the buck? Good afternoon. Long day. I know y'all been waiting. We need to make the cannabis industry a little bit more efficient and thriving. We're pushing for the track and trace. I think the extra tags on the on the retail level, the extra 10 cents per tag, I think is cumbersome and it's unnecessary and bogging down, and would help a lot of businesses hire more people and do more positive things with that money. So we are working on that. But I am concerned about the inversion and also the negative actors in our space. Some of them are using it to cut costs. A lot of times, especially in August, September, when Oklahoma and some of the outdoor growing states have an abundance of biomass. And so my question to you is, how are you going to work with us to be good partners to ensure that your industry is being held responsible? And I'm going to have that same question when it comes to diversity. As someone who was in your seat, who was who worked for one of the ROs, behind closed doors, I did not really find them to be that inclusive and really believing in social equity. So how are you as an industry also going to change that? Thank you.
Well, I think that the continued support and working between our stakeholders and organizations and the Senate and Assembly have been really instrumental as far as sorting out some of the issues that have come to play as far as inversion goes. You know, our organization did also sue OCM to begin seed to sale because the inversion issue is such a huge issue, and it is taking away so much from our farmers and processors as well.
Yeah, I think the backbone of I'll go to the diversity question just because I know we're time limited. I think the backbone of the program was set up on this concept of having diversity throughout the entire supply chain. I believe I am the only unionized processor in the state. We have cultivation and processing. We're just about 70 workers, so we're fairly large as well. Our workforce, we're right in Syracuse, New York, very diverse workforce. So, you know, I would say that we're probably a very good example of how people should have their hiring practices set up. You know, we're very supportive of the union. We have a great relationship with them. And I think that our workers, educating the workers, having a diverse workforce makes our products better. It makes the industry better.
Well, I'll answer this question on behalf of New York State Cannabis Connect because we started in 2021 working with the Department of Labor going across the state and talking about jobs and opportunities directly in communities disproportionately impacted. We work with licensees, we work with OCM, we work with community-based organizations to make sure that they have the tools and resources they need to educate their communities on cannabis. We just conducted the first cannabis workforce survey with 6 SUNY colleges in the Hudson Valley region. The biggest complaint of licensees on that survey was lack of qualified candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Assemblywoman Lucas.
I'm here for it. Great day. Good evening now. This is for you, Mr. Halton. Can you provide data on the racial and ethnic composition of your membership? Specifically the percentage of Black and Latino farmers, and explain how you are expanding participation from underrepresented growers. Additionally, how are you working with the Office of Cannabis Management to strengthen enforcement against illegal smoke shops that undermine the legal market?
So I don't have the exact numbers as far as the percentage of our membership, as far as people of color that are our members. I know that we do have a large number of social equity license holders that are a part of our membership.
Could you provide the data in writing?
Yes, we can get that data for you. I
Okay,
apologize,
perfect.
you do not have it with me.
No worries. Ms. Walters?
Yes.
Has the Empire State Green Standard Alliance reviewed data on illicit or unsafe cannabis products entering the market, particularly in communities of color? If so, is there evidence linking those harms to the concentration of illegal smoke shops in districts like mine, which I'm in the 60th Assembly District, East New York, Brownsville, Canarsie?
I think that's a great question. We do not have that data, but I think you bring up an interesting point about research. We need more research when it comes to cannabis and things like that. So we do not have that data right now, but it is something that we're looking at. Most recently, what we were looking at was the Omnium Health case that OCM brought forth in those illicit products. But I agree with you, that is a problem, and it's something that should be looked into.
I would love to work with you all in collecting data, maybe getting the state to help with that and to fund that.
I agree. I think research is important, and the state really needs to look at it. It's a new market in New York, and we need to definitely be looking at these loopholes, the illicit activity, and putting a stop to it so that we can help uplift the legal market that provides 13%, tax revenue to the state.
Yeah.
And that goes to communities disproportionately.
Making money, saving money, and making sure that it's equitable.
Exactly. I agree with that. Thank you.
A quick question. How do you differentiate between New York cannabis and California cannabis?
That's a great question. With seed to sale tracking, that's how you differentiate it. Until we have a system we have a system in place right now where we can say that seed was planted in New York, that cannabis was grown in New York, it went through a processing, it has to be tracked all the way from the seed to the purchase. And
So basically, you're saying we should track the DNA of the cannabis. So if every plant in New York had a certain marker in it, like Monsanto does with they, have patented wheat.
This is being tested in other states.
We have to do the same thing with cannabis, because I think what's happening is a lot of the stores are buying cheaper cannabis from Pennsylvania or someplace else and selling it in New York. The growers in New York are not getting those sales. They've put out the money, they've paid for the licenses, they've done everything they had to do the right way. And then the retailers are, unlike cigarettes, we can't have a tax stamp on a pack or whatever. But that might be an idea. Maybe it should be sold in package. I don't know. But there's an issue that we have to do by. And I think that you guys can really do very well if you can take away the smell, because they call it skunk weed. It really smells bad. When I was growing up, it didn't smell that bad.
There's other consumption methods now. We have gummies. You can microdose. You can drink it. You can eat it in a brownie.
Nah, these people are. I mean, it is so strong that people are illegally smoking in their cars, and they drive by, and with a closed window, you can smell it from their closed window across the highway lane into your closed window into your car. You can smell it, and that's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing.
In some ways, I'm envious.
And you, all three of you know what I'm talking about, because you're not denying it. Okay.
Well, being around it every day, you do get a little numb to it. So you're always welcome to come by our facilities.
I'll take that on advisement.
No argument. Do you have others?
That's it.
So I have to say I'm the original sponsor of MRTA, and I said all 7 years, the smoking's going to kill us on this one, I got to tell you. And it was the one area where the medical community objected. They're fine with our legalizing and having the options, but they said, human beings aren't supposed to be putting burning things into their lungs. Doesn't matter what that burning thing is, shouldn't be going in, so pull that part out. I said, no, I'll never win that fight. But we'll educate people about why other options are healthier, safer, and don't stink to high heaven, as my colleague just pointed out. I want to thank you all very much for your work, for your participation in advocating for the industry every day. Appreciate it. And with that, I'm excusing you, and I'm announcing this hearing is officially ended. Thank you. Yeah. One more to go, and we're going to do a 15-minute break before we start up with
taxes.
Oh, you've been waiting here for hours anyway, Commissioner. Really, she's the Commissioner of Taxation. How much excitement does she get in her life anyway? We will see her in 15 minutes. Thank you.